Tonight we return to the still, silent hours of World War II, a time when battles paused but fear and longing lingered. In the darkness after midnight, when voices were hushed and the world seemed distant, a soft tapping could be heard. Through Morse code, soldiers reached out, sending messages of hope, updates from the front, or simply a sign that they were still alive. In a war defined by chaos, these quiet signals became a lifeline. Before we begin, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It helps more history lovers and sleepless minds find this peaceful space. We'd also love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Feel free to share in the comments below. This video is made for those who struggle with sleep, combining real moments from World War II with soft narration and the gentle sound of flames to calm your mind. Now, dim your lights, wrap yourself in something warm, and let yourself drift quietly into rest as we listen for hope, carried through Morse code in the night. In the still darkness of military outposts scattered across the European theater, when the world seemed wrapped in an impenetrable shroud of uncertainty, a unique language of dots and dashes traveled through the ether. The gentle tapping of telegraph keys created an invisible thread of connection between isolated souls during the long years of World War II. This rhythmic symphony of sound, barely perceptible against the backdrop of conflict, carried messages of tactical importance and personal comfort alike through the midnight hours when loneliness pressed heaviest on the human spirit. Beneath starlit skies in the Pacific Islands, young radiomen hunched over simple equipment, headphones pressed tightly against their ears, straining to capture faint signals from distant ships and command posts. One can almost feel the tropical humidity clinging to their skin as they worked through the night, the soft glow of shielded lamps illuminating their concentrated faces. The gentle clicking of the telegraph key under practiced fingers formed a subtle counterpoint to the sounds of nocturnal insects and distant surf breaking on coral reefs. The history of Morse code predates World War II by nearly a century. Developed in the 1830s and 40s by Samuel Morse and Alfred Vail, this elegantly simple communication system assigned combinations of short and long signals to each letter and number. The code transformed written language into sound patterns that could traverse vast distances through telegraph wires and later, through radio waves. You might almost imagine the satisfied expression on Samuel Morse's face if he could have witnessed how his invention would become a lifeline for millions during humanity's greatest conflict. Within the cramped confines of underground bunkers along the Atlantic Wall, German operators maintained constant vigilance over their radio equipment. The soft hum of vacuum tubes provided gentle background noise as they transcribed incoming messages from U-boats patrolling distant waters. Their fingers moved almost automatically, translating dots and dashes into words with a fluidity that came only from thousands of hours of practice. The weight of responsibility rested heavily on their shoulders, for a single mistranslated character could mean the difference between victory and defeat. Along the muddy paths of temporary airfields in southern England, Royal Air Force signals personnel worked through the night in nissen huts, their breath visible in the cool air despite the small stoves that struggled to warm the metal structures. The rhythmic sounds of Morse transmissions created a strangely comforting atmosphere as they coordinated the movements of bomber squadrons operating under cover of darkness over occupied Europe. One can nearly hear the rustle of maps and flight plans as officers plotted courses based on information arriving in coded bursts. The training of Morse code operators formed a critical component of military preparation across all nations involved in World War II. Young recruits spent countless hours in classrooms and practice rooms, initially learning to distinguish the difference between dots and dashes at slow speeds. You might picture rows of serious-faced young men and women, pencils poised over paper, brows furrowed in concentration, as instructors tapped out simple letters. The methodical approach to teaching began with single characters before advancing to words and eventually complete messages. In the filtered moonlight that penetrated the dense canopy of Burma's jungles, British and Commonwealth forces relied on compact wireless sets to maintain contact with distant headquarters. The operators would often cover themselves and their equipment with ponchos to conceal any telltale light while simultaneously protecting sensitive components from the persistent moisture. The gentle patter of raindrops on leaves created a soothing backdrop to their work, occasionally punctuated by the calls of nocturnal birds and the rustling of small creatures moving through the undergrowth. The technological limitations of 1940s radio equipment presented significant challenges for nighttime communications. Atmospheric conditions often improved after sunset, allowing signals to travel further than during daylight hours, but this same phenomenon created interference as distant stations became audible. One might imagine the patience required as operators carefully adjusted dials, seeking the clearest reception possible amidst a cacophony of competing signals from around the globe. The soft glow of vacuum tubes illuminated determined faces as fingers delicately manipulated controls within the steel confines of naval vessels plying the treacherous waters of the North Atlantic. Radio rooms operated continuously, regardless of hour. The gentle rolling of ships in moderate seas created a rhythmic background motion as operators maintained constant watches. The warm, slightly oily atmosphere of these compact spaces contrasted with the frigid conditions outside, where convoy escort vessels searched the darkness for the telltale signatures of enemy submarines. One can almost sense the camaraderie that developed among these specialists who shared both professional responsibility and personal hardship. The language of Morse code itself carried a certain poetry that transcended its utilitarian purpose. Experienced operators developed an ear for the distinctive rhythm and cadence of familiar colleagues, often able to identify who was transmitting based solely on their unique sending style. This recognition brought comfort during midnight shifts, when the world seemed reduced to disembodied voices in the darkness. You might almost hear the subtle variations in timing and pressure that distinguished one operator from another, creating what they sometimes called a fist, as individual as handwriting. Among American forces stationed on remote Pacific atolls, the nightly ritual of communication watches created structure in otherwise formless days. In simple wooden structures elevated slightly above the sandy ground, radio operators maintained contact with naval vessels and other island outposts. The persistent warmth of tropical nights meant they often worked shirtless, dog tags hanging against bare chests as they transcribed incoming messages. One can merely feel the occasional cooling breeze that provided momentary relief from the stagnant air, bringing with it the salt scent of nearby lagoons. The cryptographic systems employed to secure Morse transmissions added layers of complexity to the communication process. Before a single character could be transmitted, messages needed encoding using codebooks and cipher machines. In the soft lamplight of communication centers, encryption specialists labored over worksheets and conversion tables, transforming ordinary language into seemingly random combinations of letters and numbers. The gentle shuffling of paper and occasional scratch of pencils created a quiet soundtrack to this meticulous work that safeguarded operational security. Within the vast network of resistance movements that operated across occupied Europe, clandestine radio operators faced extraordinary dangers to maintain contact with Allied forces. Often working from attics or cellars of ordinary homes, these brave individuals transmitted crucial intelligence during the deepest hours of night when German direction-finding units were less active. You might almost sense the tension in their careful movements, conscious that discovery meant certain death, not only for themselves but often for those who sheltered them. The weight of each pressed key carried responsibilities beyond mere communication. The technical equipment that enabled Morse communication evolved significantly during the course of World War II. Early in the conflict, many units relied on relatively bulky sets with limited range and reliability. By the later years, more compact and robust systems had been developed to meet the demands of modern warfare. The technological progression reflected the growing importance of rapid information exchange in military operation. One can nearly picture engineering teams working long hours in research laboratories, testing prototypes under simulated field conditions to ensure they would perform when lives depended on their function. Across the wind-swept steppes of the Eastern Front, Soviet signal units operated from partially buried command posts, their equipment powered by hand-cranked generators when batteries failed due to extreme cold. The rhythmic motion of turning these generators added another layer of sound to the communication process as operators worked through the night to coordinate massive troop movements. The soft crackle of small stoves burning whatever fuel could be found provided minimal warmth as temperatures outside dropped well below freezing. You might almost feel the biting cold that numbed fingers and made precision work increasingly difficult as winter deepened. The unique psychology of midnight communication created bonds between operators, separated by vast distances. In the quiet hours when most of the world slept, these vigilant few maintained their solitary watches, connected only by invisible signals traversing the darkness. There developed an unspoken brotherhood among those who shared this experience, transcending national boundaries and even enemy lines. One can nearly sense the comfort derived from knowing that somewhere else, another human being maintained the same lonely vigil, attentive to messages from the void. Within hospital ships sailing blacked out across dangerous waters, medical staff relied on radio communications to coordinate evacuations and prepare for incoming casualties. The gentle hum of generators provided constant background noise as operators maintained contact with shore facilities and escort vessels. The distinctive smell of antiseptic mingled with salt air in these floating sanctuaries, where wounded soldiers received care far from the front lines. You might almost hear the soft footsteps of night shift nurses moving between beds as urgent messages arrived in the early hours, prompting preparations for new patients. The infrastructure supporting Morse communications extended far beyond frontline operators. Behind the scenes, vast networks of relay stations ensured messages reached their intended recipients regardless of distance. In nondescript buildings throughout Allied nations, rooms filled with receiving and transmitting equipment operated around the clock, staffed by civilian personnel and military specialists. The constant mechanical symphony of teleprinters and relay switches created a soothing background rhythm as messages flowed through these critical nodes. One can nearly picture the organized chaos of these facilities, walls covered with routing diagrams and scheduling charts. Along the rugged coastlines of Scotland and northern England, specialized listening posts monitored enemy transmissions throughout the night. Women of the Women's Royal Naval Service worked diligently at direction-finding equipment, triangulating the positions of German vessels based on their radio emissions. The persistent chill of these exposed locations necessitated heavy woolen clothing even indoors, with hot tea providing momentary warmth during long shifts. You might almost sense the satisfaction these operators felt when successfully identifying enemy movements, knowing their work saved countless lives through advance warning. The physical toll of nighttime radio watches affected operators across all branches of service. The unnatural schedule disrupted normal sleep patterns, creating a perpetual state of mild fatigue that became simply another aspect of wartime existence. In quiet moments between transmissions, some would fight drowsiness by quietly pacing within their limited space, while others relied on coffee or tea when available. One can nearly feel the heaviness of eyelids during the darkest hours before dawn, when the human body naturally craves rest most intensely, and concentration required increased mental effort. Within motorized signal units that followed advancing armies across North Africa, operators established temporary communication posts using vehicles specially equipped with radio gear. Under canvas extensions that provided shade from the desert sun and concealment from enemy aircraft, they maintained contact with headquarters and forward elements alike. The fine dust that penetrated everything created challenges for sensitive equipment, requiring frequent cleaning and maintenance. You might almost taste the gritty texture that seemed to coat every surface, including food and water, becoming an inescapable aspect of daily existence in this harsh environment. The personal stories of Morse operators revealed a profound human dimension behind the technical facade of wartime communications. Many developed superstitions and rituals they believed brought good luck or clear transmissions. Some carried talismans or performed specific actions before beginning their watch. Others maintained small personal items at their stations despite regulations against such practices. One can nearly see the faded photographs of loved ones discreetly tucked into equipment cases or the lucky coins carried in pockets. Tangible connections to normal life amid extraordinary circumstances. In the cold waters of the North Atlantic, submarine crews operated under conditions of extreme isolation, their only connection to the wider world coming through carefully timed radio communications. To avoid detection, these vessels would surface briefly during darkness, quickly extend antennas, and exchange compressed messages with distant headquarters before disappearing again beneath the waves. The tense quiet of these operations, with lookouts scanning for threats while operators worked rapidly to send and receive vital information, created moments of acute vulnerability. You might almost sense the collective relief when the transmission completed successfully, and the submarine could return to the relative safety of depth. The integration of Morse code into broader intelligence systems represented one of the most sophisticated aspects of wartime communication. Monitoring stations throughout Allied territories recorded enemy transmissions continuously, with analysts searching for patterns that might reveal intentions or capabilities. In converted country houses and university buildings, teams of language specialists and cryptographers worked through the night to extract meaning from intercepted messages. The gentle scratching of pencils and occasional murmured consultation created a library-like atmosphere in these facilities where intellectual battles paralleled physical conflicts. Within the dense fog that frequently shrouded England's airfields, ground control operators guided returning bomber crews to safe landings, using Morse signals as navigational beacons. The tense atmosphere of these control rooms intensified during adverse weather conditions, when pilots depended entirely on radio guidance to find their way home. The soft illumination of status boards tracking dozens of aircraft created islands of light in otherwise darkened spaces. One can nearly hear the measured voices of controllers maintaining calm professionalism despite knowing that miscommunication could result in aircraft carrying young men running out of fuel over hostile territory. The psychological impact of maintaining communication through Morse code extended beyond operational necessity into the realm of morale and emotional well-being. For isolated units, the arrival of messages from command structures reinforced their connection to the larger war effort, combating the sense of abandonment that could develop in remote locations. Even coded operational instructions carried an implicit message that these soldiers had not been forgotten, that they remained part of something greater than their immediate circumstances. You might almost feel the subtle shift in atmosphere when fresh communications arrived after extended silence, bringing renewed purpose and determination. Along the heavily fortified coastlines of Pacific Islands, Marine Corps radio operators established communication centers in whatever shelter could be found or created, often working from shallow trenches, reinforced with salvaged materials. They maintained contact with naval vessels providing fire support and supply services. The humid heat of tropical nights meant equipment required constant attention to prevent corrosion and failure. One can nearly sense the vigilance required as they monitored frequencies through the darkest hours, alert for both expected transmissions and potential enemy activity that might be detected through electronic means. The technical language associated with Morse communication developed into a specialized vocabulary that created bonds among practitioners. Terms like fading, QRM for man-made interference, and chirp for unstable transmissions became shorthand references that identified individuals as members of an exclusive community. This specialized knowledge created connections between operators who might never meet in person, but recognized each other as sharing a unique experience and skill set. You might almost hear the professional assessment in their voices when discussing technical challenges with colleagues, expressing complex concepts in economical terms, understood only by fellow specialists. Within the mountainous terrain of Italy and later Austria, Allied forces relied heavily on radio communications to coordinate movements across landscapes that naturally divided units. Operators established relay positions on high ground wherever possible, sometimes reaching exposed locations before full security could be established. The dramatic temperature drops after sunset in these elevated positions created challenging working conditions as cold winds penetrated even the most carefully constructed shelters. One can nearly feel the numbness that gradually affected fingers despite gloves, requiring operators to periodically stop and restore circulation before continuing their essential work. The unique rhythm of wartime nights for communication specialists followed patterns dictated by operational necessity rather than natural human cycles, often busiest during the transitional hours around midnight, when day shift personnel had compiled reports requiring transmission and morning operations needed preparation. These individuals worked contrary to biological inclination. The soft illumination of shielded lamps created pools of light amid surrounding darkness, just sufficient to read incoming messages and maintain logs without revealing positions to enemy observers. You might almost picture the disciplined focus on their faces as they processed information that could affect the lives of thousands, fighting natural fatigue through professional dedication. In forward observation posts near active front lines, specialist signalers maintained communication with artillery units positioned safely to the rear. These dangerous assignments required individuals to advance with infantry elements while carrying more equipment than typical combat soldiers. The gentle click of portable Morse keys provided stark contrast to the occasional violent exchanges of gunfire that punctuated the night. One can nearly sense the measured breathing of these operators as they transmitted target coordinates with careful precision, knowing inaccurate information would endanger friendly forces or allow enemy movements to continue unopposed. The distinctive sound patterns of different national operating styles became familiar to monitoring specialists who listened to enemy transmissions night after night. German operators typically demonstrated precise, methodical sending techniques, reflecting their rigorous training standards, Japanese signals often followed distinguishable patterns that helped Allied interceptors identify specific units or vessel types. Italian communications frequently displayed more individualistic characteristics that sometimes aided in tracking particular operators across different assignments. You might almost hear the subtle variations in rhythm and spacing that experienced listeners could detect, providing intelligence beyond the actual content of messages. Within the vast expanses of the Soviet Union, partisan groups maintained tenuous contact with regular military forces through scheduled radio communications that necessarily occurred during darkness. Operating with minimal equipment, often powered by improvised means, these resistance fighters transmitted vital intelligence about German troop movements and supply lines. The extraordinary risks they accepted included not only enemy detection, but also the challenging environmental conditions of Eastern European winters. One can nearly picture these determined individuals in forest hideouts or concealed bunkers, fingers stiff with cold as they carefully composed messages using the minimum possible transmissions to reduce detection risk. The international nature of Morse code meant that operators from different nations could potentially communicate despite language barriers. A limited set of standardized abbreviations known as Q codes provided basic operational terminology that transcended national languages. For example, QTH always meant "my location is," regardless of whether the operator spoke English, Russian, or Japanese. The elegant simplicity of this system enabled fundamental coordination between Allied forces from diverse backgrounds. You might almost sense the satisfaction of communications officers who developed these protocols, creating bridges across linguistic divides. Along the heavily damaged streets of liberated European cities, signal units established temporary communication centers in whatever buildings remained structurally sound. Working among the visible evidence of prolonged conflict, operators maintained contact with advancing forces and logistical support elements. The distinctive smell of dust from pulverized concrete mingled with the electrical odor of radio equipment operating continuously at maximum capacity. One can nearly hear the occasional distant explosions as combat engineers disposed of unexploded ordnance, momentarily interrupting the concentration of personnel tracking message traffic through these crucial communication nodes. The routine maintenance required to keep communication equipment functioning represented a constant background activity for signal units. In the soft glow of maintenance lamps, technicians cleaned connection points, replaced worn components, and adjusted equipment to optimal performance standards. This meticulous work, often conducted during quiet midnight hours when operational demands decreased slightly, ensured readiness for critical transmissions. The gentle sounds of small tools against metal chassis and the distinctive smell of soldering flux created a workshop atmosphere, even in field conditions. You might almost see the careful hands performing delicate adjustments that could mean the difference between clear reception and failed communication during crucial moments. Within prisoner of war camps, clandestine radio operators risked severe punishment to maintain contact with the outside world, using components smuggled in or repurposed from authorized equipment. Ingenious prisoners constructed basic receivers that allowed them to monitor news broadcasts and maintain morale through accurate information about the progress of the war. These devices were typically disassembled and hidden between uses, with components distributed among multiple prisoners to reduce discovery risk. One can nearly sense the tension during illicit listening sessions conducted under cover of darkness, when guard patrols were less frequent but penalties for discovery remained severe. The physical environment of signal centers developed distinctive characteristics recognizable to anyone who served within them. The subtle warmth generated by continuously operating vacuum tubes, the faint odor of ozone produced by electrical equipment, the soft background hum of transformers and cooling fans. These sensory elements created a consistent atmosphere that operators came to associate with their specialized role in the war effort. You might almost feel the slight static charge that seemed to permeate these spaces, causing occasional small shocks when touching metal surfaces after moving across fabric chairs or canvas shelter materials. In mobile command posts that followed advancing armies across Europe after the Normandy landings, communication sections operated from converted vehicles that combined transportation with functional workspaces. The gentle vibration of generators providing electrical power created a constant background sensation as operators processed the increasing volume of message traffic that accompanied successful operations. Maps mounted on vertical surfaces recorded unit positions updated through incoming reports, while outgoing transmissions coordinated supply and reinforcement movements. One can nearly picture the organized efficiency of these spaces where information transformed into battlefield advantage through the medium of Morse code. The health impacts of prolonged service in communications roles manifested in various ways among operators. Many developed acute hearing sensitivity that persisted long after their war service concluded. Others experienced recurring disruptions to normal sleep patterns that continued into civilian life. Some reported persistent nervous system effects from the constant vigilance required during operating watches. The physical toll of hunched postures during long shifts created musculoskeletal issues that many carried for decades. You might almost sense the gradual adaptation of young bodies to unnatural conditions, creating permanent changes that became part of the unseen cost of their essential service. Within the bustling environment of large headquarters operations, specialized Morse operators handled high-priority traffic on dedicated circuits. These elite communicators, selected for their exceptional speed and accuracy, maintained direct connections with major command elements across theaters of operation. The constant activity in these centers continued regardless of hour, with midnight shifts processing critical intelligence and operational updates that would inform decisions made during morning staff meetings. One can nearly hear the purposeful movements of message couriers, collecting transmitted information for distribution to appropriate departments, their soft footsteps moving between rows of equipment in carefully choreographed patterns. The weather conditions that affected radio propagation became subjects of intense interest to communication specialists who learned to anticipate how atmospheric changes would impact their work. Sunspot activity, approaching storm fronts, and even time of day created predictable effects on signal quality and range. Experienced operators developed almost intuitive understanding of these patterns, adjusting their equipment and expectations accordingly. The gentle tapping of barometers mounted in communication centers revealed the atmospheric pressure trends that might help predict transmission conditions. You might almost hear the quiet discussions between shift changes as operators briefed their replacements on propagation conditions and problematic frequencies. Along the narrow mountain passes of Burma and northern India, isolated outposts maintained tenuous contact with command structures through scheduled radio communications. The dramatic terrain that made conventional supply lines impossible also created significant challenges for radio signals, necessitating relay stations at high points wherever possible. The heavy monsoon rains that periodically swept these regions added further complications, with moisture threatening sensitive equipment despite protective measures. One can nearly feel the oppressive humidity that penetrated everything during these weather patterns, condensing on metal surfaces and creating conditions ideal for rapid corrosion of essential components. The personal items carried by radio operators reflected both practical necessities and individual comfort priorities. Many developed customized logbooks with personal notation systems that allowed rapid recording of incoming messages. Some carried specialized tools for equipment adjustments, often modified for specific preferences. Others maintained small collections of spare parts, most likely to fail during critical operations. The weight of responsibility led many to develop talismanic behaviors or carry good luck charms. You might almost see the worn edges of pocket notebooks filled with frequency information and procedural reminders, carried until pages threatened to separate from repeated consultation. Within the naval convoys that sustained Britain through the darkest periods of World War II, communication between vessels relied heavily on Morse transmissions, despite the risk of direction finding by enemy submarines. Strict protocols governed these necessary exchanges, with messages compressed to minimum length and transmitted at specific times to reduce exposure. The gentle rolling of ships in Atlantic swells created a perpetual motion that operators accommodated unconsciously as they worked at securely mounted equipment. One can nearly sense the heightened alertness during these brief transmission windows when electronic silence gave way to essential coordination before returning to protective quietude. The liberation of concentration camps, in the final phases of the European conflict, revealed the extraordinary measures taken by some prisoners to maintain information flow despite extreme conditions. In several locations, evidence emerged of improvised Morse systems using tapped pipes or flashed lights that enabled communication between different sections of the camps. These ingenious adaptations of the code demonstrated the resilience of human connection even under the most oppressive circumstances. The simple eloquence of this communication method proved its value in humanity's darkest hours. You might almost feel the profound emotion when Allied signal personnel discovered these systems and recognized the determination they represented. In the complex planning for amphibious operations that characterized Pacific Island campaigns, communication schedules received extraordinarily detailed attention. The precisely synchronized movements of multiple force elements required continuous coordination through specialized naval communication teams. These operators worked from shipping filled with invasion forces, maintaining contact with aircraft, naval vessels, and command structures. The distinctive atmosphere of troop ships with thousands of men confined in limited space created challenging working conditions for signal personnel. One can merely picture the concentrated focus required to maintain professional standards despite the surrounding tension of forces preparing for combat. The gradual evolution of Morse code procedures throughout World War II reflected both technological developments and practical experience gained in combat conditions. Early war practices often emphasized comprehensive information in longer transmissions, while later procedures focused on brevity and essential content. Standardized message formats emerged that balanced clarity with security concern. The development of these protocols involved careful analysis of actual field experience rather than theoretical ideals. You might almost sense the pragmatic evaluation process as communication officers reviewed transmission logs, identifying patterns that could improve efficiency without compromising operational security. Within the underground resistance movements of occupied Europe, radio operators held uniquely dangerous positions as their activities required equipment that could not be easily concealed during searches. The specialized nature of their skills made them difficult to replace if captured, creating both operational value and personal vulnerability. Many developed elaborate security systems, including lookouts and rapid concealment methods to provide some protection during transmission sessions. The psychological burden of knowing discovery meant certain death required extraordinary mental discipline. One can nearly feel the focused concentration as they worked under constant threat, completing essential communications with maximum efficiency before returning to protective anonymity. The distinctive language patterns of Morse communications created a specialized form of expression that valued precision and clarity above all. Operators eliminated unnecessary words, developed standardized phrasing for common situations, and employed abbreviations extensively. This linguistic efficiency became second nature to experienced personnel, who often found themselves unconsciously applying the same economical expression to ordinary conversation, sometimes to the confusion of those unfamiliar with signal corps culture. The gentle humor that developed around these communication quirks provided welcome relief from operational pressure. You might almost hear the good-natured teasing when someone used Wilco or Roger in casual conversation with non-signals personnel. Along the temporary airfields that supported tactical air operations, communication specialists operated from modest facilities, often consisting of little more than tents or prefabricated huts. These stations coordinated aircraft movements, transmitted weather updates, and relayed intelligence about enemy activities. The constant background sound of aircraft engines created an environment where radio operators developed exceptional auditory focus, filtering out irrelevant noise to concentrate on faint signals. One can nearly sense the professional pride these individuals took in maintaining reliable communications despite challenging field conditions and constantly changing operational requirements. The meticulous record-keeping that accompanied Morse transmissions created a documentary legacy of wartime communications that proved valuable both operationally and historically. Signal logs recorded not just message content, but transmission quality, atmospheric conditions, and timing information. These detailed records allowed pattern analysis that improved future operations and provided accountability for information flow. In the soft lamplight of communication centers, operators maintained these logs with careful penmanship, despite fatigue and operational pressure. You might almost see the rows of leather-bound volumes that accumulated as the war progressed, each page preserving a fragment of the vast information network that supported military operations. Within the context of airborne operations, specialized signal personnel parachuted with initial assault forces, carrying compact radio equipment designed for rapid deployment. These individuals accepted extraordinary risks, dropping into hostile territory with limited defensive capabilities. Due to their technical responsibilities, the distinctive challenges of establishing communications after nighttime drops included locating scattered equipment containers and determining exact positions for reporting to headquarters. One can nearly picture these operators working from shallow foxholes or natural depressions, quickly assembling components while security elements established defensive perimeters around their vital function. The careful cultivation of listening skills represented a fundamental aspect of radio operator training across all military services. Beyond simply recognizing Morse characters, operators learned to distinguish between similar-sounding signals, identify specific transmitters by their unique characteristics, and extract meaningful information from transmissions partially obscured by interference or atmospheric conditions. This specialized auditory development created capabilities that many retained throughout their lives. The gentle patience of instructors guiding new operators through increasingly challenging listening exercises established foundations for operational excellence. You might almost sense the growing confidence as these skills developed, transforming overwhelming noise into meaningful communication through practiced discrimination. In the distinctive environment of aircraft engaged in strategic bombing operations, radio operators functioned as essential crew members responsible for maintaining contact with base facilities and other aircraft within their formations. The challenging physical conditions of high-altitude operations included extreme cold, reduced oxygen, and the constant vibration of powerful engines. These individuals performed their specialized duties while remaining vigilant for enemy fighter approaches and prepared to assist with emergency procedures if the aircraft sustained damage. One can nearly feel the physical discomfort they endured during missions stretching 8 hours or longer, where even the simplest tasks became challenging due to bulky cold weather gear and oxygen equipment. The security procedures surrounding sensitive communications remained in constant evolution throughout World War II, as each side attempted to protect their transmissions while compromising those of their adversaries. Continuous technological development paralleled procedural changes, creating layers of protection that required corresponding advances in interception and decryption capabilities. The subtle intellectual battle conducted through signal security measures and countermeasures operated parallel to physical combat, sometimes with equally significant consequences for battlefield outcomes. The quiet concentration of cryptographic specialists working through complex mathematical relationships to develop new security protocols represented warfare conducted through abstract reasoning rather than physical force. You might almost hear the thoughtful discussions as they evaluated potential vulnerabilities in existing systems and proposed methodological improvements. Within isolated weather stations established in remote Arctic and subarctic regions, radio operators maintained regular schedules of meteorological data transmission that proved critically important for planning military operations. The extreme environmental conditions created unique challenges for both personnel and equipment, with specialized modifications required to ensure functionality in temperatures that regularly dropped below -40 degrees. The psychological impact of isolation combined with darkness during winter months required individuals with exceptional mental resilience. One can nearly sense the disciplined routine these small teams established, creating structure that sustained them through months of limited external contact, while performing functions vital to operations thousands of miles distant. The unofficial recognition systems that developed among Morse operators allowed immediate identification of individuals regardless of official call signs or station identifications. Experienced personnel recognized the distinctive sending patterns of regular contacts, adding a personal dimension to what might otherwise have been anonymous technical exchanges. This recognition created unexpected connections across vast distances, with operators sometimes maintaining professional relationships for years without ever meeting in person. The subtle variations in spacing, rhythm, and character formation became as recognizable as voices to those who worked the same circuits regularly. You might almost feel the comfortable familiarity when an operator recognized a colleague returning to duty after absence, the distinctive sending style immediately identifying them regardless of official documentation. Along the supply routes that sustained forward operations, mobile signal units established temporary communication stations at regular intervals, creating reliable information corridors that paralleled physical transportation networks. These stations operated from trucks or trailers, specially equipped with radio gear and power generation capabilities, allowing rapid deployment and relocation as tactical situations evolved. The distinctive silhouettes of antenna arrays marked these locations for those familiar with signal corps operations, though efforts were made to conceal them from enemy observation. One can nearly picture the efficient organization of these installations, where equipment layout followed standardized arrangements that allowed operators to function effectively despite constant relocation. The distinctive relationship between Morse operators and their equipment reflected a level of personal connection uncommon in many military specialties. Many operators expressed preference for specific telegraph keys that matched their particular sending style, some carrying personal equipment when regulations permitted. The subtle adjustments to spring tension, contact spacing and pivot resistance allowed customization that improved both comfort and efficiency during long operating sessions. This intimate connection between individual and instrument developed through thousands of hours of use, creating almost extensions of the operators themselves. You might almost sense the mild distress experienced when circumstances forced the use of unfamiliar equipment, requiring adaptation of established physical patterns to different mechanical characteristics. Within the broader signals intelligence community, specialized units focused exclusively on monitoring enemy Morse transmissions developed extraordinary institutional expertise. These monitoring stations operated continuously, recording vast quantities of encrypted traffic for analysis by cryptographic services. The patient, methodical work required operators of exceptional concentration and attention to detail, capable of maintaining focus through long periods of routine activity, while remaining alert for significant anomalies. The distinctive atmosphere of these facilities combined the physical characteristics of communication centers with the intellectual environment of intelligence analysis. One can nearly hear the synchronized movements as operators changed paper rolls on recording equipment or adjusted reception parameters to maintain optimal signal capture regardless of atmospheric conditions. The specialized military occupation of Morse intercept operator attracted individuals with particular aptitudes, including exceptional hearing discrimination, pattern recognition capabilities, and sustained concentration. Selection processes identified candidates with these natural advantages, while training programs developed their inherent capabilities into professional expertise. Many discovered previously unrecognized talents through this process, finding themselves uniquely suited to work that remained mysterious to those without their specific cognitive attributes. The quiet pride these specialists took in their distinctive capabilities provided motivation through difficult conditions and demanding schedules. You might almost feel the satisfied accomplishment when they successfully captured and transcribed especially challenging transmissions that might have defeated less skilled practitioners. In forward reconnaissance units operating behind enemy lines, communication specialists carried lightweight radio equipment specifically designed for clandestine operation. These individuals balanced the essential requirement for battlefield intelligence transmission against the significant danger created by electronic emissions that could reveal their positions to enemy direction-finding equipment. Carefully planned transmission schedules lasting mere seconds allowed essential information transfer, while minimizing exposure risk. The exceptional stress of these operations required individuals with both technical expertise and extraordinary field craft. One can nearly sense the tense anticipation as these operators prepared for scheduled transmissions, knowing that both mission success and team survival depended on perfect execution under the most adverse conditions. The logistical systems supporting signal corps operations involved specialized supply chains for equipment, replacement parts, and technical documentation. Dedicated repair facilities operated at various distances from front lines, with mobile workshops supporting forward units while more comprehensive facilities handled complex repairs in rear areas. The distribution of limited resources required careful prioritization based on operational importance and urgency. The administrative processes managing these technical supply systems developed their own specialized procedures and terminology distinct from general military logistics. You might almost see the organized complexity of supply depots where shelves of vacuum tubes, miles of wire and thousands of specialized components awaited distribution to units maintaining the vast communication networks essential to modern warfare. Within escort vessels protecting Atlantic convoys, radio direction-finding equipment allowed operators to triangulate the positions of submarines based on their transmissions. The specialized skills required for this work combined technical understanding of radio principles with spatial reasoning and precise measurement capabilities. During nighttime operations, when U-boat attacks most frequently occurred, these operators maintained continuous watches, scanning assigned frequency ranges for the brief transmissions that might reveal enemy positions. The quiet intensity of these monitoring stations contrasted with the violent consequences of their work when successful detection led to depth charge attacks. One can nearly picture the calm efficiency of these specialized spaces where technology and human expertise combined to counter the undersea threat. The physiological adaptations experienced by those who worked regularly with Morse code included development of specialized neural pathways that processed these sound patterns differently from normal language. Long-term operators reported experiencing Morse as a language rather than as individual letters, comprehending entire words and phrases as single units rather than sequences of characters. This cognitive transformation remained with many throughout their lives, with elderly veterans still capable of instant comprehension decades after their service concluded. The neurological efficiency developed through thousands of hours of practice created capabilities that seemed almost supernatural to those unfamiliar with the phenomena. You might almost sense the unconscious processing occurring as experienced operators transcribed incoming messages while simultaneously conducting other activities, their trained minds handling the decoding process with minimal conscious attention. Along the temporary landing strips that supported tactical air operations in recently secured territories, signal units established essential communication nodes, linking ground forces with air support elements, working from hastily constructed shelters using equipment designed for rapid deployment. These specialists maintained the critical information flow that enabled coordinated operations. The distinctive challenges of these assignments included limited infrastructure, minimal physical protection, and often hostile environmental conditions. One can nearly feel the layer of fine dust that settled on all surfaces in desert operations, or the persistent mud that characterized European field conditions during rainy seasons, both creating ongoing challenges for sensitive electronic equipment. The educational background of those who became Morse operators varied considerably across different nations and service branches. Some came to the role with extensive civilian experience in related fields such as telegraph or radio operation, while others encountered the skill for the first time during military training. Academic qualifications ranged from basic literacy to advanced technical education, though all received specialized training focused on their operational responsibilities. The diverse backgrounds created signal units with complementary knowledge and capabilities, allowing peer teaching to supplement formal instruction. The professional development continued throughout wartime service as operational experience identified best practices that were shared through both formal and informal channels. You might almost hear the casual knowledge exchange during shift changes or meal breaks, where techniques and insights passed between colleagues through conversation rather than official documentation. Within the temporary field hospitals that followed advancing forces, communication sections maintained constant contact with both forward combat units and rear echelon medical facilities. These connections allowed coordination of casualty evacuation and resource allocation based on current battlefield conditions. The atmosphere of these medical installations created distinctive working environments for signal personnel, who performed their technical duties surrounded by the immediate consequences of combat. The professional focus required to maintain operational effectiveness amid suffering represented a significant psychological challenge. One can nearly sense the disciplined compartmentalization these operators developed, allowing them to function effectively while processing emotional realities that might otherwise prove overwhelming. The ongoing training programs maintained for communications personnel throughout the war reflected both technological developments and evolving tactical requirements. Refresher courses, specialized technical training, and cross-training on multiple equipment types ensured operational flexibility as field conditions changed. The educational infrastructure supporting Signal Corps operations extended from basic training facilities through advanced technical schools and specialized tactical programs. The continuous knowledge transfer between operational experience and training development created an adaptive system responsive to battlefield realities. You might almost see the practical demonstrations conducted by instructors with recent field experience, showing techniques developed under combat conditions that supplemented official procedures with pragmatic adaptations. In the complex operational planning for major amphibious landings, communication schedules received extraordinarily detailed attention with multiple redundancy layers, ensuring critical information flow despite combat losses or equipment failures. The intricate choreography of these massive operations depended on synchronized timepieces and precisely defined procedures understood by all participants. The specialized communication vessels that coordinated these operations contained concentrations of signal equipment and personnel that created floating command centers. One can nearly picture the banks of radio equipment operated by dozens of specialists, each responsible for specific communication channels, linking different elements of the combined force structure. The distinctive sound environment experienced by radio operators created a specialized sensory world that differed significantly from that of other military personnel. The constant background of atmospheric noise, punctuated by meaningful signals, required both continuous attention and selective filtering. Many developed the ability to sleep through irrelevant sounds while responding instantly to specific tones or patterns, indicating messages requiring attention. This auditory specialization became so ingrained that some reported difficulty adjusting to civilian sound environments after the war, finding ordinary conversation distracting or unnecessarily verbose. You might almost sense the unconscious processing that allowed experienced operators to extract meaningful signals from cacophonous background noise through trained neural selection rather than conscious effort. Within the training establishments that produced thousands of radio operators throughout World War II, carefully designed educational progressions transformed civilians into skilled military specialists within remarkably compressed time frames. Beginning with basic Morse reception at slow speeds, the programs advanced through increasingly complex operational scenarios while simultaneously increasing transmission rates. The psychological selection processes identified candidates with appropriate aptitudes, while progressive evaluation ensured those unsuited to the role were redirected to other military occupations. One can nearly hear the rhythmic sound of practice rooms, where rows of students copied the same transmitted text, their developing skills evident in the increasing speed of pencils across paper as the courses progressed. The health considerations particular to signal operations included specific occupational hazards ranging from eye strain due to poor lighting to potential radiation exposure from powerful transmitting equipment. The ergonomic limitations of equipment designed for maximum functionality rather than operator comfort created physical challenges during extended duty periods. Many operators developed characteristic physical adaptations, including specialized hearing sensitivities and distinctive postures that accommodated long periods at operating positions. The medical services supporting signal units maintained awareness of these specialized concerns, developing preventative measures where possible and treatment protocols for common conditions. You might almost feel the physical accommodations operators developed, unconsciously shifting weight periodically to maintain circulation during long watches or adjusting equipment positions to reduce strain on particular muscle groups. Along the extensive coastlines patrolled by coastal defense forces, specialized signal stations maintained surveillance of maritime approaches, coordinating responses to identified threats. These installations combined visual observation with electronic monitoring, creating comprehensive awareness of activities in territorial waters. The isolated nature of many such positions required self-sufficient operations with limited external support, particularly during adverse weather conditions that might simultaneously increase threat levels and decrease accessibility. One can nearly sense the heightened vigilance during periods of limited visibility when electronic detection became the primary surveillance method, requiring absolute concentration from monitoring personnel alert for the faint signals that might indicate approaching vessels attempting concealed movement. The distinct culture that developed within signal corps units included specialized humor, traditional practices, and institutional knowledge transferred informally between generations of operators. The shared experiences and specialized knowledge created bonds that frequently transcended hierarchical structures, with technical expertise sometimes valued above formal rank in practical problem-solving situations. The distinctive identity expressed itself through unit-specific terminology, customized equipment modifications, and operational traditions maintained despite personnel rotations. This cultural coherence provided stability and continuity in organizations, experiencing regular personnel changes due to training cycles, casualties, and reassignments. You might almost hear the insider references and specialized jokes meaningless to outsiders, but instantly recognizable to those within the signal community, creating connections across units separated by geography, but united by shared professional experience. Within the massive logistical operations supporting the Normandy invasion and subsequent European campaign, specialized communication networks coordinated the movement of supplies from ports through forward distribution points to combat units. These systems relied on integrated Morse and voice transmissions, with different communication methods employed based on security requirements and available infrastructure. The sheer volume of message traffic processing through these networks required careful organization and prioritization to prevent critical information from being delayed by routine administrative communication. One can nearly picture the message routing centers, where communication staff sorted incoming transmissions by urgency and subject matter, directing each to appropriate recipients through the most efficient available channels. The progressive development of electronic warfare capabilities throughout World War II created an ongoing technical competition between opposing forces. As direction-finding equipment became more sophisticated, transmission security measures evolved correspondingly. The development of frequency hopping systems, burst transmission methods, and various technical countermeasures reflected the growing importance of electronic battlefield dominance. The specialized personnel engaged in this technical arms race combined scientific knowledge with practical ingenuity, creating solutions to emerging challenges through both formal research programs and field expedient adaptations. You might almost sense the intellectual satisfaction these technical specialists experienced when successfully implementing new protective measures or defeating enemy security systems, achievements often known only to small communities of similarly specialized personnel. In mobile headquarters units that coordinated tactical operations near active front lines, communication sections operated from vehicles specifically designed to combine transportation, workspace, and technical functionality. These specialized command vehicles contained concentrations of radio equipment, encoding facilities, and message processing capabilities that created mobile nerve centers for battlefield operations. The distinctive operational rhythm of these units included regular movement to maintain both security and optimal communication positions relative to subordinate forces. One can nearly hear the professional coordination during displacement operations, where equipment was systematically disconnected, secured for transport, and rapidly re-established at new locations with minimal disruption to critical information flow. The technical education provided to Morse operators extended beyond basic communication procedures to include fundamental understanding of radio theory, equipment maintenance, and troubleshooting procedures. This comprehensive training enabled field operations with minimal technical support, as operators could perform many essential maintenance functions and basic repairs without specialized assistance. The practical knowledge accumulated through daily equipment operation created a broad base of expertise distributed throughout signal units, reducing dependence on limited numbers of dedicated technical personnel. The confidence this self-sufficiency provided proved particularly valuable in isolated assignments where external support remained unavailable. You might almost see the careful preventative maintenance routines many operators developed, small daily procedures that maintained equipment reliability and extended operational life under field conditions far removed from depot repair facility. Within the specialized training programs for clandestine operators supporting resistance movements, intensive preparation included not only communication skills, but comprehensive security protocols and contingency planning for compromise scenarios. These distinctive courses combined technical proficiency with psychological preparation for operating under extreme pressure in hostile environments. The specialized equipment designed for these operations emphasized concealment, rapid deployment, and simplified operation under adverse conditions. One can nearly sense the weighty responsibility as these operators prepared for assignments, knowing their technical performance would directly impact the survival of resistance networks, depending on their communication links for operational coordination and supply arrangements. The distinct operational challenges faced by desert signal units included extreme temperature variations, equipment cooling difficulties, and the abrasive effects of fine sand on precision components. Specialized equipment modifications addressed these environmental factors, with additional filtration systems, reinforced seals, and modified cooling arrangements. Operational procedures adapted to environmental conditions, with many units conducting sensitive maintenance during night hours when lower temperatures reduced risk to components vulnerable during disassembly. The distinctive daily rhythm of signal operations in these regions reflected both environmental realities and tactical considerations related to enemy observation capabilities. You might almost feel the dramatic temperature differential experienced by overnight operators as desert heat dissipated rapidly after sunset, sometimes requiring warm clothing despite daytime temperatures that had approached 100 degrees mere hours earlier. Along the supply routes that sustained island-hopping campaigns in the Pacific Theater, ship-based communication centers coordinated complex logistical operations spanning thousands of miles of ocean. These floating signal hubs processed message traffic between forward combat elements, intermediate staging bases, and distant supply centers. The specialized challenges of maritime communications included periodic interruptions due to weather conditions and the technical complexities of maintaining reliable long-distance transmissions with limited equipment access for repairs or modifications. One can nearly picture the concentrated activity within these shipboard facilities when battle groups prepared for major operations, with message volume increasing dramatically as coordination requirements intensified during final preparation phases. The continuous personnel replacement systems necessitated by combat losses, rotation policies, and expanding operational requirements created ongoing training challenges for signal units throughout World War II. Experienced operators frequently assumed informal teaching roles, guiding replacements through practical operational procedures that supplemented their formal technical training. The knowledge transfer between departing personnel and new arrivals became a critical factor in maintaining operational effectiveness despite continuous personnel changes. The cultural traditions and institutional practices of established units provided stability during these transitions, maintaining operational continuity through shared professional standards and procedures. You might almost sense the mixed emotions of veteran operators preparing for rotation home, simultaneously anticipating return to civilian life, while concerned for the operational readiness of units they had helped build and maintain through difficult campaign. Within the complex communications infrastructure supporting strategic bombing operations, specialized procedures coordinated hundreds of aircraft operating in coordinated formations over enemy territory. The precise timing requirements of these operations depended on synchronized timepieces and standardized communication protocols, understood by all participants. The massive radio network supporting these operations represented some of the most sophisticated communication systems of the war period, integrating ground control elements, escort fighters, and bomber formations into coordinated operational units. Despite physical separation, one can nearly hear the disciplined procedural language used during these operations, where absolute clarity and brevity became essential as dozens of aircraft shared limited frequency resources for critical coordination requirements. The psychological impact of signals intelligence work created distinctive stress patterns among personnel engaged in this specialized field. The combination of irregular hours, intense concentration requirements, and the critical importance of accuracy created significant mental fatigue that accumulated over extended service periods. Many units developed rotation systems for particularly demanding monitoring assignments, recognizing the performance degradation that occurred after specific time periods regardless of operator dedication or professionalism. The awareness that missed signals or transcription errors could directly impact combat outcomes added weight to responsibilities already challenging under optimal conditions. You might almost feel the focused attention these operators maintained despite physical discomfort or environmental distraction, their professional discipline overriding personal needs during critical operational periods. In the final months of World War II, as Allied forces advanced into previously occupied territories, specialized signal units focused on capturing intact enemy communication facilities and technical documentation. These intelligence-gathering operations targeted both equipment examples and operational records that revealed enemy capabilities and procedures. The technical assessment teams evaluating these captures included both operational signals personnel and engineering specialists capable of detailed technical analysis. One can nearly picture the methodical documentation process as these teams photographed equipment installation, collected technical manuals, and secured example components for detailed laboratory examination, creating comprehensive intelligence resources while simultaneously denying this material to retreating forces attempting to maintain security of their communication systems. The legacy of World War II Morse operations extended far beyond the conflict itself, influencing both civilian and military communication practices for decades. The standardized procedures developed under combat conditions found application in commercial and amateur radio operations, while the technical innovations driven by wartime necessity advanced general communication technology. The thousands of operators trained during the conflict brought their specialized skills to post-war telecommunication industries, applying their expertise to rapidly expanding civilian networks. The institutional knowledge developed through practical wartime experience informed both academic education programs and technical standards organizations, establishing frameworks for modern communication systems. You might almost sense the satisfaction of former military operators who witnessed their specialized wartime skills contributing to peacetime progress, their hard-earned expertise finding continued relevance in a world rebuilding from conflict. Within the aftermath of major combat operations, signal units often maintained operational schedules, little different from those during active fighting, as the administrative and logistical requirements of occupation forces generated continuous communication needs. The gradual transition from tactical to administrative focus shifted message content rather than operational tempo, with frequency allocations increasingly dedicated to reconstruction coordination rather than combat operations. The specialized skills developed during wartime remained equally valuable during this transition period, though applied to different operational priorities. One can nearly hear the continued rhythmic sound of telegraph keys in communication centers where external appearances suggested peaceful conditions while message traffic volumes remained at near wartime levels, reflecting the massive coordination requirements of demobilization and reconstruction efforts. The personal recollections of Morse operators consistently emphasize the unique camaraderie that developed among those sharing this specialized occupation. Despite often working individually at operating positions, they describe a distinctive sense of connection with others, performing the same function throughout the vast military communication networks. This professional kinship transcended conventional unit boundaries, creating identification with a specialized community defined by shared skills and experiences, rather than geographical proximity or organizational structure. The technical language and operational procedures provided common ground that facilitated immediate professional integration when transfers placed operators in new units. You might almost sense the comfortable familiarity when operators from different backgrounds encountered each other in new assignments, their shared professional vocabulary and experiences creating immediate connections despite personal differences. Along the demarcation lines established between Allied occupation zones in post-war Europe, specialized signal units maintained communication networks that coordinated activities between different national forces. These boundary coordination facilities operated continuous schedules similar to wartime operations, though with reduced security classifications as former allies established cooperative administrative systems. The gradual transition from military to civilian communication infrastructure occurred unevenly across different regions, with signal corps units maintaining essential services until commercial systems could be restored or developed. One can nearly picture the mixed military and civilian facilities that emerged during this transition period, with uniformed operators working alongside civilian technical personnel to maintain communication flows essential for effective governance and reconstruction efforts. The historical significance of World War II Morse operations extends beyond their immediate military applications to include their influence on subsequent communication theory and practice. The massive operational scale created unprecedented opportunities to evaluate communication system effectiveness under the most demanding conditions, generating practical data that informed both technical development and procedural evolution. The specialized training methods developed to produce operators efficiently under wartime pressure influenced educational approaches in many technical fields. The security systems protecting sensitive transmissions established principles that continue to influence modern cryptographic practices despite technological changes. You might almost see the connecting threads between those wartime communication challenges and aspects of modern information security that maintain conceptual continuity despite dramatic technological advancement. Within signal intelligence archives, maintained by various nations, the preserved recordings of wartime Morse transmissions provide unique historical documentation, capturing the actual communication patterns of this pivotal conflict. These technical archives complement traditional written records, offering direct access to the authentic rhythm and pattern of wartime operations, unfiltered by subsequent interpretation. The distinctive sound signatures preserved in these collections allow technical analysis impossible through textual transcription alone, revealing operational patterns and organizational characteristics not documented in conventional historical sources. One can nearly hear these historical voices speaking through distinctive transmission patterns, their distinctive sending styles as individually recognizable to experienced analysts as handwriting or voice patterns, despite the passage of decades. The transition to peacetime operations required significant adjustment for signals personnel accustomed to wartime protocols and operational tempos. The reduced security classifications, increased administrative content, and different prioritization systems created a distinctly different working environment, despite technical similarities. Many operators reported finding this transition challenging, as habits and procedures developed under combat conditions required conscious modification for peacetime applications. The gradual demobilization process that returned specialists to civilian occupations occurred unevenly across different theaters and units, creating operational challenges as experienced personnel departed, while communication requirements remained substantial. You might almost sense the mixed emotions as signal units that had maintained continuity through years of conflict gradually dispersed, their shared experiences transitioning from daily reality to memory as members returned to civilian lives, carrying specialized skills applicable to emerging telecommunication industry. In the uncertain early period of the Cold War, many recently demobilized Morse operators found themselves recalled to service as international tensions, generated renewed demand for their specialized capabilities. The reactivation of signal networks reflected growing recognition that communication capabilities represented essential infrastructure for both military readiness and intelligence gathering in the emerging bipolar international system. The operational experience gained during World War II provided foundations for expanded signals intelligence activities that would characterize subsequent decades. One can nearly picture the mixed reactions as former operators received notification of reactivation, their specialized skills once again in demand as international situations evolved from wartime alliance to peacetime competition between former allied nations. The educational institutions that emerged from wartime signal training facilities maintained many operational practices developed during conflict, adapting wartime efficiency to peacetime thoroughness as time constraints became less critical than comprehensive understanding. The technical instruction methods refined through wartime necessity continued influencing specialized communication training across both military and civilian educational systems. The distinctive culture that had developed within wartime signal units found expression in these institutional descendants, maintaining traditions and professional standards that preserved operational wisdom gained through practical experience. The continuous knowledge transfer between generations of instructors ensured that lessons purchased through wartime necessity remained available to subsequent students despite changing technological environments. You might almost hear the echoes of wartime experience in training methodologies that preserved effective instructional approaches while incorporating new technical content reflecting ongoing equipment evolution. Within the amateur radio community that expanded rapidly following World War II, thousands of former military operators continued practicing skills developed during their service. This technical hobby provided both recreational satisfaction and maintained operational proficiency that could be reactivated if international situations required reserve capacity. The distinctive procedural language and operating practices standardized during wartime found continued application in this civilian context, creating evolutionary continuity in communication methods across the military-civilian boundary. One can nearly sense the satisfaction these individuals experienced in peaceful application of skills developed under the most demanding circumstances, transforming wartime necessity into peacetime evocation, while maintaining capabilities that remained potentially valuable to national communication infrastructure. The historical documentation of World War II signal operations remains incomplete due to both security classifications that restricted contemporary recording and the inherently transient nature of radio transmissions themselves. The reconstructed operational understanding relies on a combination of preserved technical documents, training materials, personal recollections, and the limited recorded examples that survived in signal intelligence archives. The specialized nature of these operations means their historical significance remains underappreciated in many general histories, despite their critical importance to operational outcomes. The quiet, technical nature of this work received less contemporary attention than combat operations despite its essential supporting role. You might almost sense the historical gaps in this record, where the very security measures that protected operational effectiveness during the conflict subsequently complicated historical preservation of this specialized field. In the extensive oral history collections documenting World War II experiences, the recollections of Signal Corps veterans offer distinctive perspectives emphasizing technical challenges and operational continuity, rather than episodic combat experiences. These narratives frequently emphasize the ongoing nature of communication responsibilities that continued regardless of specific battlefield developments, creating different experiential patterns than those described by combat personnel. The professional pride evident in these accounts reflects awareness of essential contributions often invisible in popular historical narratives, focused on frontline activities. One can nearly hear the measured technical precision in these recorded remembrances, as elderly veterans recalled operational details, with clarity decades after their service concluded, their specialized memories preserved with the same accuracy that characterized their wartime performance. The ongoing historical assessment of World War II signals intelligence continues, revealing the critical importance of these technical operations to strategic outcomes. Modern analysis increasingly recognizes that advantages in information collection and processing created decisive operational benefits, often more significant than material or numerical superiority in conventional resources. The specialized personnel who performed these functions operated mainly outside public awareness during the conflict itself, their contributions obscured by necessary security classifications. The post-conflict emergence of more comprehensive understanding has progressively revealed the essential role these quiet technical specialists played in shaping victory through information advantage rather than direct combat power. You might almost sense the historical rebalancing as scholarly assessment increasingly acknowledges these previously under-recognized contributions, expanding understanding beyond conventional military narratives to include the decisive impact of technical specialists whose work occurred far from front lines, but directly shaped battlefield outcomes through information supremacy. Our next topic takes us to the hidden messages in postcards. In the quiet corners of wartime Europe, where whispered words could mean life or death, the humble postcard emerged as an unlikely hero of clandestine communication. As winter light filtered through curtained windows of occupied Paris, intelligence officers and ordinary citizens alike turned to these seemingly innocent rectangles of cardstock, transforming them into vessels of secret correspondence that would sail past the watchful eyes of censors. The story of these hidden messages begins in the late 1930s, as storm clouds gathered over a continent, still nursing wounds from the previous great conflict. Families separated by growing political divides sought ways to maintain contact, as borders hardened and communications fell under increasing scrutiny. One can almost feel the trembling hands of a Jewish father in Berlin, carefully selecting a holiday postcard with a scenic view that contained, within its picturesque landscape, coordinates for a safe passage route. Along the crowded shelves of postal museums and private collections, these weathered postcards now rest in climate-controlled cases, their faded ink and dog-eared corners betraying little of their momentous past. Yet each carries within its fibers stories of desperation, ingenuity, and quiet resistance against tyranny. The gentle historian might trace a finger just above the surface of such an artifact, noting how an apparently commonplace greeting from a nephew to his aunt in occupied Belgium contained, when read vertically, the first letter of each sentence spelling out a warning of imminent danger. Within the oak-paneled offices of intelligence headquarters across warring nations, specially trained analysts pored over thousands of intercepted postcards daily. The soft scratch of pencils marking suspicious patterns provided a gentle rhythm to their meticulous work. They searched for anomalies, a peculiarly worded phrase, an unusual choice of stamp placement, or stains that might indicate the presence of invisible ink. The war of hidden messages was fought not with guns but with magnifying glasses, chemical reagents, and pattern recognition. Beneath the amber glow of desk lamps in London townhouses converted to clandestine intelligence stations, British MI6 operatives developed increasingly sophisticated methods for concealing information within postcards sent to agents in occupied territories. The practice, known as steganography, involved hiding messages in plain sight rather than encoding them. One might imagine the concentrated expression of an agent carefully applying a solution of copper sulfate to create text that would remain invisible until heated by the careful touch of an iron on the other end. In the soft evening hours when postal workers sorted the day's mail in Warsaw, resistance members working within the system would carefully redirect certain postcards bearing innocuous holiday greetings. These seemingly mundane messages might contain vital information about German troop movements, gleaned by railway workers and civil servants. The gentle sound of rubber stamps marking these postcards for delivery provided unintentional cover for a parallel system of information transfer that helped sustain the Polish underground. The texture of these postal communications varied widely across the European theatre. In France, where artistic tradition infused even acts of espionage, postcards might contain messages hidden within carefully drawn landscapes, a number of trees or birds corresponding to coded numerical information. The casual observer sees only a charming rural scene, while the intended recipient counts 7 trees and understands this means an operation is scheduled for the 7th day of the month. Among the personal effects of resistance fighters found decades later in forgotten attics and sealed trunks, postcards with microscopic dots often emerge as testaments to wartime ingenuity. These microdots, sometimes no larger than the period at the end of a printed sentence, could contain entire documents photographically reduced to the size of a pinhead. One can almost sense the delicate precision required as a resistance member in Prague used a fine needle to place such a dot within the ordinary postmark of a card bound for Switzerland. The steady rain that often fell over London during the winter of 1940 provided acoustic cover for the whispered conversations of intelligence officers, discussing the latest innovations in postcard communication. They developed inks that would only reveal themselves when treated with specific chemicals, papers impregnated with solutions that could later be extracted and read, and codes based on seemingly random tourist information that contained critical military intelligence about German fortifications along the Atlantic Wall. Within the small apartments of occupied Paris, where the aroma of weak coffee substitute mingled with the musty scent of old books, members of the French resistance carefully composed postcards to contacts across the unoccupied zone. Their messages about family health and mundane daily activities contained carefully constructed phrases whose true meaning had been pre-arranged. A mention of Aunt Mathilde feeling better might signal that a downed Allied pilot had been successfully hidden, while concerns about cousin Pierre suffering from a cold could warn of increased German patrols. Across the North Sea in quiet Norwegian fishing villages, where the scent of salt and pine mingled in the cold air, resistance members used postcards featuring local landmarks to communicate with British intelligence. The orientation of a church steeple in a photograph, or the presence of specific boats in a harbour scene, could indicate German naval movement spotted by local fishermen. The soft swish of these cards sliding into post boxes belied their critical importance to Allied planning. The material culture of wartime communication extended beyond the visual content of the postcards themselves. The quality and origin of the paper, the chemical composition of the inks, and even the adhesives used for stamps could convey information to those trained to notice such details. In the carefully controlled environment of forensic laboratories, analysts might detect the faint impression left by a pencil on an underlying page, revealing messages written and then physically removed before mailing. Under the warm Mediterranean sun of 1942, Italian censors established reading rooms where thousands of postcards passed through daily inspection before continuing to their destinations. The gentle rustling of paper and occasional stamp of approval masked the tension of this unseen battlefield, where words served as weapons and information as ammunition. Yet for all their vigilance, these censors often missed the coded communications hidden within mundane greetings, family news, and tourist observation. Along the shaded pathways of Swiss parks, where the neutral country served as a crossroads of international intelligence, couriers exchanged postcards that had traveled through multiple hands, carrying fragments of information too sensitive to transmit any other way. The casual gesture of two strangers pausing to light cigarettes might conceal the handover of a holiday greeting card containing vital industrial production figures from deep within the German armaments sector. The psychological dimension of these hidden messages extended beyond their practical intelligence value. For families separated by conflict, the ability to communicate true feelings and circumstances, even in heavily veiled terms, provided emotional sustenance during dark times. One can almost feel the rush of relief when a Jewish family in Amsterdam received a postcard from relatives who had fled to England, the carefully chosen phrases confirming their safe arrival when direct communication was forbidden. Within the wood-paneled meeting rooms of the German Abwehr in Berlin, intelligence officers developed elaborate systems to plant false information in postcards they allowed to fall into Allied hands. This counterintelligence game created layers of doubt and verification challenges that complicated the already difficult task of sorting valuable intelligence from noise. The soft ticking of wall clocks in these conference rooms measured out the deliberate pace of strategic deception that characterized this shadow war. The changing seasons across wartime Europe influenced the themes and imagery of postcards used for covert communication. Holiday greetings provided natural cover for increased correspondence, while summer vacation cards depicting beaches could contain vital information about coastal defenses observed by civilian travelers before such areas became restricted. Through autumn rains and winter snow, the flow of these innocent-looking messages continued unabated, each carrying its secret cargo of hope or warning. In the gentle morning light filtering through windows of country homes across England, members of the Women's Royal Naval Reserve, affectionately known as Wrens, sorted through thousands of intercepted postcards, seeking patterns and anomalies that might indicate enemy communications. Their patient work, accompanied only by the occasional clink of teacups and scratch of pencils, formed a crucial link in the intelligence chain that helped guide Allied strategy throughout the conflict. The technical aspects of creating hidden messages evolved substantially throughout World War II. Early methods relied on simple substitution ciphers or invisible inks made from lemon juice or milk, but as detection methods improved, so did concealment techniques. By 1943, microphotography had advanced to allow entire documents to be reduced to dots smaller than the period at the end of this sentence, which could then be adhesed to ordinary-looking postcards and later recovered with specialized equipment. Beneath the vaulted ceilings of churches in occupied territories, resistance chaplains sometimes used postcards bearing religious imagery as covers for secret communications. A St. Christopher card might indicate safe transport was needed, while the number of candles in a cathedral scene could convey the number of people requiring assistance. The quiet reverence of these sacred spaces provided perfect cover for the exchange of such messages among parishioners sympathetic to resistance efforts. In the soft amber glow of evening lamps across British country houses requisitioned for intelligence work, analysts from Bletchley Park occasionally received postcards with unusual phrases or patterns that, when analysed alongside other communications, helped them refine their understanding of German encryption methods. The gentle rustle of paper and occasional murmur of consultation formed the soundtrack to this crucial work that remained classified for decades after the war ended. The material texture of wartime correspondence carried meaning beyond words. Postcard stock varied in quality throughout the war years, with the gradual deterioration in paper quality itself becoming a chronicle of economic hardship. One might run fingers over a late-war German postcard and feel the rough, wood-pulp, heavy paper that replaced the smooth pre-war stock, each fibre a testament to the increasingly desperate material situation within the Third Reich. Within the bustling postal sorting facilities of Lisbon, where Portugal maintained its uneasy neutrality, intelligence operatives from multiple nations monitored the flow of postcards between occupied Europe and the Americas. The rhythmic thump of sorting machines provided cover for clandestine inspection, while the cosmopolitan atmosphere of this gateway city allowed agents to move with relative freedom, collecting and transmitting intelligence gleaned from seemingly innocent tourist greetings. The symbolic language of flowers appeared frequently in postcard imagery used for covert communications. To the uninitiated, a bouquet of daffodils and roses simply represented spring greetings, but to a trained recipient, specific flower combinations conveyed predetermined messages about safe houses or meeting points. The soft watercolor illustrations on these cards belied their crucial function in maintaining resistance networks across occupied territories. Along the sun-dappled streets of Stockholm, another neutral capital serving as an intelligence crossroads, diplomatic pouches carried postcards between embassies that contained information too sensitive for normal channels. The gentle rustle of these cards being sorted in embassy back rooms, accompanied by the distant sound of trams and church bells, masked their critical importance to the war effort on both sides. The domestic rituals surrounding postcard reception became part of the secret communication process itself. A card placed on the mantelpiece with the image facing outward might signal safety to resistance visitors, while one displayed face down could warn of danger. Family members learned to read meaningful glances as mothers or fathers reviewed seemingly routine correspondence, their slight changes in expression conveying whether good news or bad lay hidden within the conventional phrases. In the hushed reading rooms of intelligence archives today, where climate-controlled environments preserve these fragile paper artifacts, researchers still occasionally discover previously unrecognized codes or messages hidden within World War II-era postcards. The soft whisper of cotton gloves turning these delicate pages continues the careful scrutiny begun by wartime censors, though now in pursuit of historical understanding rather than tactical advantage. The geographic distribution of postcard communication formed a complex web across continental Europe. Cards mailed from coastal regions might contain observations about naval activities, while those from industrial areas could convey information about factory production or transportation infrastructure. The postmarks themselves, indicating origin and transit points, provided additional layers of information for those who knew how to interpret these details. Within the quiet efficiency of Swiss postal services, where neutrality ensured continued international mail connections, intelligence services established monitoring systems to track the flow of postcards between key individuals and locations. The gentle sliding of mail through sorting machines provided a steady rhythm to this unseen surveillance, even as the picturesque imagery on the cards themselves projected an air of normalcy and tourist appreciation. The seasonal rhythms of postcard sending created both opportunities and challenges for covert communications. The natural increase in holiday correspondence provided cover for additional secret messages, while also increasing the volume that censors needed to review. One might imagine the weariness of German postal censors during the Christmas season of 1943. struggling to maintain vigilance as thousands of seemingly innocent greeting cards passed through their tired hands. Along the cobblestone streets of Stockholm, where diplomatic missions from warring nations maintained uneasy coexistence, couriers exchanged leather pouches containing specially selected postcards whose innocent tourist imagery concealed vital intelligence. The soft footfalls on ancient stone provided acoustic cover for these exchanges, often conducted in plain sight with the casual appearance of diplomatic routine rather than espionage. The emotional content of wartime postcards served both as cover and genuine communication. Expressions of longing for family reunion or descriptions of children growing taller contained the authentic emotional reality of separation, while simultaneously providing a natural context for coded references to future operations or warnings about security concerns. The gentle humanity of these messages often disarmed censors looking for more obvious signs of espionage. In the filtered light of museum conservation laboratories, contemporary historians apply ultraviolet illumination and digital enhancement techniques to postcards from the World War II era, sometimes revealing previously undetected messages written in sympathetic inks or subtle alterations to printed imagery. The soft hum of specialized equipment continues the work begun by wartime intelligence services, though now in service of historical documentation rather than tactical advantage. The cultural differences in postcard usage across various European countries provided both challenges and opportunities for intelligence services. The French tradition of lengthy descriptive messages contrasted with the more reserved German approach, creating different environments for hiding information in plain sight. One might almost hear the contemplative silence of an MI6 analyst, considering how cultural communication styles might be leveraged to improve agent messaging protocols. Within the atmospheric stone buildings of Lisbon's diplomatic quarter, where ornate iron balconies overlooked narrow streets filled with refugees and spies, neutral country diplomats sometimes served as unwitting mail forwarding services for postcards containing hidden intelligence. The gentle ocean breeze carrying salt air through open windows provided natural white noise cover for sensitive conversations about which seemingly innocent communications should be included in the next diplomatic pouch. The topography of printed postcards offered another dimension for hidden messaging. Slight defects in certain letters, barely perceptible to casual examination, could signal pre-arranged meanings to recipients trained to notice such details. In the focused quiet of counterintelligence offices, magnifying glasses revealed these subtle modifications that transformed ordinary holiday greetings into operational intelligence on troop movements or security protocols. Among the personal effects of resistance members discovered in attics and storage trunks, decades after the war, collections of seemingly ordinary postcards sometimes revealed, under expert examination, elaborate communication networks that had operated hidden in plain sight throughout occupied territories. The soft preservation of these paper artifacts within family archives maintained an unintentional historical record of how ordinary citizens participated in extraordinary acts of defiance. The auditory landscape of postal censorship created its own rhythm within the broader symphony of wartime activity. In the large processing centers where suspicious correspondence was flagged for closer inspection, the steady shuffle of paper, scratch of pencil notations, and occasional murmur of consultation between analysts formed a quiet counterpoint to the more dramatic sounds of conflict that dominated historical memory. Along the rain-slicked cobblestones of Brussels in the autumn of 1943, resistance couriers moved between safe houses, carrying postcards whose imagery of local landmarks contained carefully modified details indicating German security checkpoints or patrol schedules. The gentle patter of rain provided natural cover for these movements, washing away footprints both physical and metaphorical, as information vital to Allied planning made its way toward neutral borders, and eventually to London. The chemical technology of hidden messages evolved significantly throughout World War II. Early in the conflict, simple organic compounds like lemon juice served as invisible ink, but by 1944, both Axis and Allied intelligence services had developed sophisticated chemical formulations that remained undetectable by standard censorship methods. The faint laboratory scent of these compounds might linger momentarily as a message was applied, before vanishing along with the visible trace of the communication itself. Within the elegantly appointed dining rooms of neutral country embassies in Berlin, diplomatic personnel occasionally exchanged postcards with seemingly innocent tourist imagery, whose specific details had been selected to convey intelligence about German military preparedness or civilian morale. The gentle clink of fine china and murmur of polite conversation provided perfect acoustic cover for these exchanges that functioned effectively within the strict protocols of diplomatic immunity. The psychological burden carried by those who sent and received coded postcards added another dimension to wartime communication. The constant awareness that ordinary correspondence might contain life-saving information or deadly exposure created a heightened sensitivity to nuance that permeated even the most mundane exchanges. One might almost sense the subtle tension as a French shopkeeper received a holiday greeting from a cousin, scanning each word for hidden meaning while German officers browsed nearby. In the diffused light of Copenhagen afternoons, where Danish resistance members maintained contact with British intelligence through the narrow channels that remained open, postcards depicting local folklore or historical scenes sometimes contained careful modifications to background details that indicated coastal defense configurations or troop movements observed by local fishermen. The soft lap of harbor waters against stone quays provided a gentle soundtrack to these dangerous information transfers. The technical aspects of postcard production themselves sometimes served intelligence purposes. Specially prepared cardstock could contain embedded chemicals that, when treated with the proper reagent, would reveal hidden text or imagery. In the careful quiet of Allied intelligence laboratories, technicians developed papers that could subsequently be dissolved in solution to extract microfilm documents concealed within their apparently ordinary structure. Among the vast archives of communications intercepted by Allied intelligence services throughout World War II, postcards represented a unique challenge requiring different analytical approaches than military or diplomatic communications. The interpretive subtlety needed to distinguish between innocent correspondence and covert messaging necessitated a different kind of intelligence analyst, often drawn from academic fields like linguistics or art history, rather than traditional military backgrounds. The seasonal imagery of holiday postcards provided particular opportunities for hidden communication. Winter scenes with snow-covered landscapes could be modified to indicate paths through mountain passes, while summer beach scenes might contain carefully positioned figures that corresponded to coastal defenses. The gentle changing of seasons brought with it new visual vocabularies for those sending concealed messages through the public postal system. Within the book-lined studies of university professors recruited into intelligence work, comparative analysis of postcard imagery revealed patterns of modification that helped identify resistance networks operating across occupied territories. The soft rustle of pages turning and occasional notation in research journals masked the critical importance of this scholarly approach to intelligence gathering that helped map the human geography of resistance. The domestic spaces where postcards were received and displayed themselves became sites of secret communication. A card propped against a kitchen window might signal to passing resistance members that the house remained safe, while one removed from display could warn of danger. The gentle routines of household management thus incorporated elements of clandestine communication networks operating beneath the veneer of ordinary life under occupation. In the hushed atmosphere of museum archives today, where preservation specialists handle these fragile paper artifacts with conservation gloves and controlled humidity, the historical significance of these seemingly ordinary communications continues to emerge through careful research. The soft whisper of archival tissue paper being placed between stored postcards provides a fitting sound for these messages that were themselves barely whispered across the dangerous territories of wartime Europe. The linguistic patterns employed in coded postcard messages reflected the cultural and educational backgrounds of those communicating. Literary allusions might provide reference points for shared meaning between university-educated resistance members, while working-class networks often employed trade-specific terminology or local dialect phrases that would seem natural to censors but carried additional meaning to informed recipients. The gentle flow of seemingly ordinary language thus concealed rivers of secret communication running beneath. Along the tree-lined avenues of Madrid, where Spain maintained its uncomfortable neutrality while harboring sympathies for Axis powers, Allied intelligence officers operating under diplomatic cover received tourist postcards whose carefully selected views of Spanish architecture contained information about German submarine activities observed along the Atlantic coast. The soft rustle of plane tree leaves overhead provided natural sound cover for the exchange of these innocuous-looking cards between intelligence assets. The philatelic aspects of wartime postcards offered additional channels for secret communication. The specific placement of stamps, the types selected, or even minor modifications to the stamp imagery itself, could convey predetermined meanings. In the focused concentration of specialized intelligence units, analysts catalogued these variations and their potential significance, creating reference guides for field operatives that translated postal minutiae into actionable intelligence. Within the ornate reading rooms of the Vatican, where the microstate maintained its delicate neutrality throughout World War II, church officials sometimes acted as unwitting intermediaries for postcard communications between separated family members across conflict lines. The soft murmur of prayers and rustle of religious garments provided acoustic cover for these exchanges that blended humanitarian assistance with occasional intelligence value noted by observant parties on both sides. The tactile quality of wartime postcards themselves sometimes contained hidden information. Papers treated with chemicals might feel slightly different to trained fingers, while indentations made by writing on overlaying pages could be detected by careful touch even after the top sheet was removed. One can almost imagine the concentrated expression of a resistance member in Prague, running sensitive fingertips over an apparently blank card to detect the faint impressions of vital information recorded and then physically removed. Along the windswept coastlines of Western Ireland, where local postal workers maintained their daily rounds through isolated communities, occasional postcards from America to local families contained carefully worded references that helped track German submarine activities observed by local fishermen and reported through this circuitous route to Allied intelligence. The gentle rhythm of rural postal delivery, accompanied by the distant sound of Atlantic waves, belied the strategic importance of these seemingly innocent family communication. The nutritional deprivation of wartime Europe revealed itself even in the materials of postcard communication. As the conflict stretched into 1944 and 1945, paper quality deteriorated noticeably, with wood pulp replacing finer materials and colors becoming muted due to chemical shortages. These material changes themselves became part of the historical record, each postcard a physical testament to the economic strangulation affecting Axis territories as Allied blockades tightened. Within the careful routine of prison camp mail censorship, where Axis authorities monitored communications to and from military and civilian internees, prisoners developed ingenious methods for hiding information within apparently compliant messages. The methodical stamp of censorship approval sometimes ironically authenticated cards containing hidden references to camp conditions or escape preparations that had successfully evaded detection. The commercial production of postcards continued throughout much of World War II, though with significant changes in imagery and materials reflecting wartime priorities and restrictions. Publishing houses in occupied territories operated under strict censorship, while those in Allied nations incorporated patriotic themes and subtle propaganda elements. The quiet persistence of this everyday communication medium, despite global conflict, speaks to its fundamental importance in maintaining human connections across dividing lines. In the diffused light of Swedish winter afternoons, where the neutral country maintained its precarious position between warring powers, intelligence officers from multiple nations cultivated postal workers who could identify and redirect specific postcards suspected of containing hidden information. The soft sound of sorting machines and ink stamps provided acoustic cover for these operations that transformed ordinary postal facilities into fronts in the silent intelligence war. The psychological impact of receiving coded communications created its own emotional landscape for resistance members and intelligence operatives. The constant vigilance required to detect hidden meanings within apparently ordinary messages, combined with the knowledge that misinterpretation could have fatal consequences, generated a particular kind of stress that veterans of these networks would later describe as a permanent alteration to how they read even the most innocent communication. Within the oak-paneled conference rooms of Allied intelligence services, analysts compiled reference collections of postcard imagery from across Europe, cataloging standard printed versions against which potentially modified cards could be compared. The gentle sound of filing cabinet drawers opening and closing accompanied this meticulous work that transformed tourist ephemera into a database for detecting unauthorized alterations that might indicate covert communications. The cartographic elements of picture postcards sometimes served strategic intelligence purposes beyond their obvious touristic function. Minor modifications to street layouts or the addition or omission of specific buildings could convey current information about urban areas under occupation where conventional maps might be outdated or deliberately falsified by authorities. The soft rustle of these cards changing hands in neutral territory cafes belied their potential military significance. Along the rural delivery routes of southern France, where postal carriers traveled between isolated farming communities. Resistance networks occasionally recruited sympathetic mail workers who could identify and temporarily remove from the mail stream postcards containing operational information before German authorities could examine them. The rhythmic hoofbeats of postal delivery horses provided a timeless soundtrack to these acts of quiet defiance that helped maintain resistance communication networks. The botanical imagery common on decorative postcards provided another vocabulary for hidden messages. Specific flower combinations or slight modifications to standard floral arrangements could convey predetermined meanings to informed recipients, while appearing as merely decorative elements to censors. The gentle appreciation of these natural elements served as perfect cover for unnatural circumstances that required covert communication channels. Within the soft lamplight of suburban London homes converted to intelligence processing centres, specialised teams of analysts examined postcard communications from occupied territories, looking for evidence of civilian morale, economic conditions, and other sociological intelligence that might inform Allied strategy. The evening rustle of these cards being sorted and analysed continued long after conventional office hours ended, each apparently mundane message potentially containing valuable contextual information. The preservation challenges posed by wartime postcard materials reflect the material privations of the conflict. Inferior papers, substandard inks, and poor adhesives meant that many such communications deteriorated rapidly compared to their pre-war counterparts. In climate-controlled museum storage facilities today, conservation specialists work to stabilize these fragile artifacts, the gentle hum of dehumidifiers providing background to their efforts to preserve these paper witnesses to history. Among the most sophisticated applications of postcard communication were the microdot systems perfected by various intelligence services throughout World War II. These technically advanced methods reduced entire documents to microscopic images that could be hidden within the period of a sentence or incorporated into the shading of a picture element. The focused concentration required to properly place these tiny information packages, using specialized equipment in carefully maintained safe houses, contrasted dramatically with their innocent appearance in final form. The sonic landscape of postal censorship offices created its own rhythm within the war effort. In large processing centers where suspicious correspondence was flagged for expert review, the soft shuffling of paper, occasional murmur of consultation, and steady thump of approval or rejection stamps formed an auditory backdrop to this front of the intelligence conflict that operated without dramatic explosions or gunfire, yet with equally significant consequences. Within the marble-lobbied hotels of Lisbon, where the neutral Portuguese capital served as a crossroads for international travelers and intelligence operatives alike, casual exchanges of tourist postcards between apparent strangers sometimes masked the transfer of vital information between Allied agents and resistance contacts from occupied territories. The gentle background music from hotel lobby pianists provided perfect acoustic cover for these brief encounters that connected otherwise isolated intelligence networks. The tactile variations in postcard stock sometimes served communication purposes themselves. Papers manufactured with embedded silk threads, visible only when held to light, could identify authentic communications from trusted sources, while specially treated cardstock might contain chemicals that would react with specific developers to reveal hidden text. The sensory experience of handling these specialized communication tools required training that few outside intelligence circles received. Along the fog-shrouded docks of Swedish port cities, where neutral shipping still connected to multiple warring nations, postal workers, sorting international mail, occasionally identified and redirected postcards, bearing certain characteristics that intelligence services had flagged as potentially containing hidden information. The rhythmic creaking of ship timbers and distant foghorns provided natural cover for these quiet acts of intelligence gathering that operated within the mundane functioning of civilian postal services. The developmental psychology of children raised during wartime created unexpected advantages for postcard-based communication systems. Young people growing up under occupation often developed heightened observational skills and ability to detect inconsistencies that made them valuable, if ethically problematic, resources for resistance communication networks. The innocent questions of a child about why a certain postcard looked different from others could reveal sophisticated security awareness developing within the youngest generation. Within the carefully maintained neutrality of Turkish diplomatic offices, where the non-belligerent nation maintained relations with all major powers. Postal communications, including picture postcards from across the European theatre, sometimes revealed information about conditions that formal diplomatic channels obscured. The soft sounds of office routine, papers being sorted and filed, covered the strategic importance of these apparently mundane communications that helped inform Turkish policy throughout the conflict. The chemical technologies employed to create and detect hidden messages underwent continuous refinement throughout World War II. Simple organic compounds gave way to sophisticated formulations that required specific activating agents to become visible. In specialized laboratories on both sides, scientists worked in careful quiet to develop invisible inks that would resist detection by standard censorship methods, the gentle bubbling of test solutions and scratch of technical notations accompanying this unseen arms race in covert communication. Among the personal effects of resistance members discovered decades after the war, collections of seemingly ordinary postcards, sometimes revealed, under expert examination, sophisticated communication systems operating through visual modifications, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. The soft white cotton gloves of museum curators now handle these artifacts with reverence, each card representing both a personal connection maintained across conflict lines and potentially a link in intelligence chains that helped shape military outcomes. The material culture of postcard communication reflected broader wartime resource allocations. In Allied nations, relatively consistent quality continued throughout the conflict, while Axis territories experienced progressive degradation in paper stock, print quality, and available imagery as strategic materials were diverted to military purposes. The physical properties of these paper artifacts thus chronicle the economic aspects of total war that affected even the most mundane communication channels. Within the book, lined offices of academic specialists recruited to intelligence work. Comparative analysis of apparently innocent postcard imagery revealed patterns that helped identify resistance networks operating across occupied territories. The gentle turning of reference volume pages and occasional notation in research journals provided quiet accompaniment to this scholarly approach to intelligence gathering that helped map clandestine communication channels, maintaining resistance cohesion. The auditory privacy of church confessionals occasionally provided cover for the exchange of postcards containing hidden information between resistance members using religious services as meeting opportunities. The soft murmur of prayers and distant organ music created natural sound, masking for these brief exchanges carried out under the legitimate protection of religious practice, blending spiritual and national resistance in occupied territories where churches maintained some operational independence. Along the wind-swept promontories of coastal Portugal, where local fishermen maintained their ancient traditions despite global conflict raging beyond neutral borders. Occasional tourist postcards passing through remote village post offices contained carefully modified imagery, providing intelligence about German submarine activities observed from these Atlantic vantage points. The rhythmic sounds of waves breaking against ancient stone harbors provided natural cover for these information transfers operating through civilian postal channels. The psychological warfare aspects of postcard communication extended beyond conventional intelligence gathering. German propaganda services produced specialized postcards intended to demoralize Allied populations by depicting powerful military equipment or comfortable conditions of prisoners, while Allied services countered with their own visual messaging. The subtle influence of these mass-distributed images on civilian morale operated in parallel with their occasional use for covert communication. Within the careful routine of diplomatic mail pouches, moving between embassies in neutral and belligerent nations alike, postcards often received less scrutiny than formal communications, creating opportunities for intelligence services to utilize this channel for information transfer. The soft rustle of these cards being sorted in embassy back offices, accompanied by the distant sounds of urban life continuing outside diplomatic compounds, masked their potential strategic importance in the wider intelligence ecosystem. The photographic technology used in postcard production itself sometimes served intelligence purposes. Specialized cameras could produce images containing details visible only under magnification, while printing techniques might include elements detectable only with specific technical equipment. In carefully maintained safe houses across Europe, resistance members with technical training used modified photographic enlargers and specialized chemicals to extract information hidden within apparently ordinary tourist imagery. Along the tree-lined boulevards of Geneva, where Switzerland maintained its traditional neutrality amid surrounding conflict, intelligence officers from multiple belligerent nations cultivated contacts among postal workers, who could identify and monitor the flow of picture postcards between specific senders and recipients. The gentle rustling of autumn leaves underfoot provided natural sound cover for these clandestine meetings that connected the mundane postal system to sophisticated intelligence networks. The linguistic patterns of postcard messages provided both opportunities and challenges for intelligence services. The conventional brevity and formulaic nature of tourist card greetings established patterns against which anomalies could be detected, while simultaneously providing cover for coded communications that mimicked these standard formulations. The soft murmur of linguists discussing subtle variations in phrasing filled specialized sections of intelligence services where postcard communications underwent expert analysis. Within the warm ambient atmosphere of Portuguese cafes, where Lisbon's status as a neutral meeting point created opportunities for intelligence exchanges, apparently casual tourists might trade postcards whose imagery or messages contained information valuable to Allied planning. The gentle background clatter of coffee cups and conversational hum provided perfect acoustic cover for these exchanges that connected otherwise isolated resistance networks to the broader Allied intelligence community. The technological aspects of wartime postcard production reflected broader industrial adaptations to conflict conditions. Printing facilities adjusted to material shortages by reformulating inks and adapting processes to use available substances, while distribution networks navigated transportation challenges and border restrictions. The quiet persistence of this communication medium, despite such obstacles, speaks to its fundamental importance in maintaining human connections across conflict lines. Among the specialized skills taught to intelligence operatives during World War II, the techniques for creating and detecting hidden messages in postcards required particular attention to detail and technical precision. In secluded country houses requisitioned for training purposes, agents learned to apply chemicals with steady hands and identify subtle modifications to standard imagery. The concentrated silence of these training sessions reflected the life or death importance of mastering these seemingly mundane communication methods. The geographical distribution of postcard production centers created natural intelligence gathering opportunities. As these civilian businesses continued operating under occupation, printing facilities maintained connections across borders for material supply and sometimes distribution, creating channels that resistance networks could utilize. The rhythmic sound of printing presses continuing their commercial operations provided cover for occasional clandestine activities incorporated within legitimate business functions. Within the quiet efficiency of American postal censorship operations, where millions of international communications were screened throughout the war years, specialized teams focused on picture postcards developed expertise in detecting anomalies that might indicate covert Axis communication attempts. The soft shuffle of these cards being sorted and examined, accompanied by the occasional notation or consultation, represented another front in the global intelligence conflict fought with paper and ink rather than conventional weapons. The preservation challenges faced by contemporary archivists handling World War II-era postcards reflect both the material compromises of wartime production and the intentional ephemeral nature of some covert communications. Cards produced using unstable compounds designed to deteriorate after reading present particular conservation difficulties. The gentle hum of climate control systems in specialized storage facilities provides fitting background to ongoing efforts to preserve these paper witnesses that were sometimes designed specifically not to survive. Along the carefully maintained neutrality of the Swiss-Italian border, where mountain passages provided crucial links between occupied territories and the outside world, postal workers in alpine villages occasionally facilitated the movement of postcards containing hidden intelligence about Italian industrial production, observed by factory workers sympathetic to the Allied cause. The soft sound of mountain winds and distant cowbells accompanied these acts of quiet resistance operating through ordinary postal channels. The educational backgrounds of those recruited to analyze postcard communications often differed from conventional intelligence personnel. Art historians, commercial printing specialists, and philatelic experts brought specialized knowledge that helped identify anomalies invisible to general observers. The gentle turning of reference volumes and careful comparison of apparently identical images under magnification characterized this scholarly approach to intelligence gathering that transformed academic expertise into strategic advantage. Within the polished wood interiors of neutral country post offices, where international mail continued to flow despite surrounding conflict, Subtle systems of monitoring and interception operated at the request of various intelligence services. The rhythmic sounds of sorting and cancellation stamps provided acoustic cover for these activities that connected the mundane postal system to sophisticated intelligence networks operating across conflict lines. The cultural significance of picture postcards as tourist souvenirs provided natural cover for their use in intelligence operations. The established pre-war tradition of sending these visual greetings from travels maintained its social legitimacy, despite wartime restrictions, allowing intelligence services to utilize this communication channel with minimal suspicion. The soft scratching of pens as travelers maintained this peacetime custom amid conflict reflected human determination to preserve normal connections despite extraordinary circumstances. Among the most sophisticated applications of postcard communication were the microdot systems perfected by various intelligence services throughout World War II. These technically advanced methods reduced entire documents to microscopic images that could be hidden within the period of a sentence or incorporated into the shading of a picture element. The focused concentration required to properly place these tiny information packages using specialized equipment in carefully maintained safe houses contrasted dramatically with their innocent appearance in final form. The architectural imagery commonly featured on tourist postcards sometimes served practical intelligence purposes when modified to reflect current conditions rather than pre-war appearances. Slight alterations showing damage to specific structures or changes in use could convey valuable information about bombing effectiveness or military requisitioning. The quiet appreciation of these scenic views by recipients masked their potential function as visual intelligence updates on urban conditions under occupation. Within the formal diplomatic protocols of international mail exchange, where even warring nations maintained certain communication channels through neutral intermediaries, postcards received less scrutiny than official communications, creating opportunities for intelligence services to utilize this channel. The soft rustle of these cards being sorted according to established regulations provided cover for occasional intelligence gathering operating within internationally recognized postal agreements. The psychological impact of receiving coded communications created its own emotional landscape for resistance members and intelligence operatives. The constant vigilance required to detect hidden meanings within apparently ordinary messages, combined with the knowledge that misinterpretation could have fatal consequences, generated a particular kind of stress that veterans of these networks would later describe as a permanent alteration to how they read even the most innocent communications. Along the sheltered coves of neutral Spain's northern coast, where local fishing communities maintained their ancient traditions despite neighboring conflict, occasional tourists sending picturesque coastal view postcards sometimes incorporated observations about German naval activities visible from these vantage points. The rhythmic sounds of fishing boats returning to harbor provided natural cover for these information transfers operating through civilian channels between professional observers and intelligence services. The commercial distribution networks for postcards themselves sometimes served as cover for intelligence operations. Traveling salesmen representing printing companies maintained legitimate business across regions and borders, creating opportunities for information gathering beyond the contents of the cards themselves. The gentle persuasion of these commerce-focused conversations masked occasional secondary functions connecting isolated information sources to centralized intelligence services. Within the hushed atmosphere of military intelligence archives today, where previously classified materials reveal the full extent of postcard-based communication networks during World War II, researchers continue to discover previously unrecognized connections and techniques. The soft whisper of archival folders being carefully opened accompanies this ongoing historical analysis that reveals the true sophistication of these paper-based intelligence systems operating beneath the surface of conventional military history. The philatelic aspects of wartime postcards offered additional channels for secret communication beyond the imagery or written message. The specific placement of stamps, the types selected, or even minor modifications to the stamp imagery itself, could convey predetermined meanings. In specialized intelligence units, analysts catalogued these variations and their potential significance, creating reference guides that translated postal minutiae into actionable intelligence. Along the mist-covered lakes of northern Italy, where partisan networks operated with increasing effectiveness in the later war years, seemingly innocent tourist postcards depicting scenic landscapes sometimes contained carefully modified details, indicating German troop movements or vulnerable supply lines observed by local resistance members. The gentle lapping of water against ancient stone embankments provided natural sound cover for the exchange of these information-bearing cards between resistance couriers. The technical aspects of paper production themselves sometimes served intelligence purposes during World War II. Specialized papers could contain embedded markers visible only under certain light conditions, or fibers that would react with specific chemicals to reveal hidden text. In the focused quiet of Allied technical laboratories, materials scientists developed increasingly sophisticated papers that appeared completely ordinary under standard examination, but contained hidden capabilities for secure communication. Within the careful protocols of prisoner of war camp mail systems, where Axis authorities monitored communications to and from military captives, ingenious coding systems developed using apparently innocent postcard messages. The methodical stamp of censorship approval sometimes ironically authenticated cards containing hidden references to escape preparations or camp conditions that had successfully evaded detection by censors focused on more obvious security concerns. The seasonal imagery of holiday postcards provided natural cover for increased correspondence volume that intelligence services could utilize. The conventional exchange of Christmas or Easter greetings created opportunities for communication spikes that would seem entirely normal to postal authorities. The gentle social traditions of these holiday exchanges thus provided cover for information transfers that might otherwise have drawn unwanted attention from security services monitoring communication patterns. Along the rugged coastlines of Neutral Island, where local communities maintained their traditional lives despite neighboring conflict, occasional postcards sent to relatives in America sometimes contained carefully worded references to maritime observations that made their way to Allied intelligence through Irish-American connections. The rhythmic sounds of Atlantic waves breaking against ancient shores provided natural cover for these information transfers operating through family postal connections rather than official channels. The artistic elements of postcard design offered subtle communication possibilities beyond written messages. Custom artworks might incorporate meaningful elements recognizable only to informed recipients, while modifications to standard imagery could convey predetermined information. The aesthetic appreciation of these visual elements by casual observers provided perfect cover for secondary communication functions operating within the standard social practice of exchanging pictorial greetings. Within the methodical operations of postal censorship, where millions of communications underwent review throughout the war years, the sheer volume created natural opportunities for coded messages to pass undetected. The soft sounds of papers being sorted and examined in large processing facilities masked the statistical reality that comprehensive inspection became increasingly challenging as mail volume grew, creating exploitable gaps in surveillance that intelligence services on all sides worked to identify and utilize. The psychological warfare applications of postcard imagery extended beyond conventional intelligence gathering. Mass-produced cards depicting idealized social conditions or military strength served propaganda purposes for all major belligerents, attempting to influence both domestic and international opinion. The subtle impact of these widely distributed images on civilian morale operated independently from their occasional secondary function as vehicles for covert communication between individuals. Along the café-lined streets of Lisbon, where Portugal's neutrality created a unique meeting ground for representatives of all warring nations, apparently casual tourists might exchange postcards whose imagery or written messages contained valuable intelligence gathered from occupied territories. The ambient sounds of city life, with trolley cars and pedestrian conversations, provided natural acoustic cover for these exchanges, connecting otherwise isolated resistance networks to Allied intelligence structures. The educational requirements for effective postcard-based communication reflected broader sociological patterns of wartime resistance. Literacy and visual analysis skills necessary for encoding and decoding sophisticated hidden messages meant that academic and professional classes often played disproportionate roles in these networks. The quiet continuation of intellectual life under occupation thus maintained human resources, crucial for these sophisticated communication systems operating beneath the surface of military conflict. Within the careful management of diplomatic mail channels, where even warring nations maintained certain communication protocols through neutral intermediaries, postcards received less scrutiny than formal diplomatic communications, creating opportunities for intelligence services. The soft rustling of these cards being sorted according to established procedures provided cover for their occasional function as vehicles for information transfer operating within internationally recognized postal agreements. The material analysis of wartime postcards by contemporary forensic historians reveals sophisticated techniques invisible to conventional examination. Spectroscopic analysis can now detect chemical traces of invisible inks, while digital enhancement reveals subtle modifications to printed imagery that carried coded meanings. The gentle hum of laboratory equipment continues the scrutiny begun by wartime intelligence services, though now for historical documentation rather than operational advantage. Along the snow-covered mountain passes connecting Switzerland to occupied France, where local guides maintained ancient smuggling routes, despite modern border controls, postal communications including postcards occasionally moved outside official channels, carried by couriers familiar with alpine terrain. The soft crunch of footsteps on fresh snow accompanied these dangerous journeys that connected isolated resistance networks to the outside world through paper communications too sensitive for conventional postal services. The typographical elements of postcard production offered subtle communication possibilities beyond obvious content. Minute variations in standard fonts, barely perceptible without careful comparison to reference samples, could indicate authentication or specific message categories to trained recipients. The aesthetic appreciation of these design elements by casual observers provided perfect cover for secondary communication functions operating within standard commercial printing variations. Within the carefully maintained neutrality of Vatican postal services, where the microstate continued mail operations throughout the conflict, church officials sometimes facilitated communications between separated families across war zones. The soft shuffle of religious garments and murmur of Latin prayers provided acoustic cover for these humanitarian services that occasionally carried information of interest to intelligence services, monitoring such channels for insights into conditions within otherwise isolated territories. The botanical imagery common on decorative postcards provided another vocabulary for hidden messages throughout World War II. Specific flower combinations or slight modifications to standard floral arrangements could convey predetermined meanings while appearing merely decorative to censors. The gentle appreciation of these natural elements served as perfect cover for unnatural circumstances requiring secure communication channels between isolated operatives or resistance cells. Along the ancient stone harbors of neutral Turkey, where traditional fishing communities maintained their rhythms despite neighboring conflicts, occasional tourist postcards depicting coastal scenes sometimes contained carefully modified details, providing intelligence about naval movements observed from these Mediterranean vantage points. The gentle lapping of waves against weathered quays provided natural sound cover for these information transfers operating through conventional tourist practices, rather than obvious espionage channels. The psychological burden carried by postcard censors themselves created operational vulnerabilities that intelligence services worked to exploit. The monotony of reviewing thousands of seemingly innocent communications bred inevitable fatigue and pattern recognition failures that resistance networks carefully studied. The soft sounds of rubber stamps approving communications for delivery sometimes represented not censor success but the human limitations of surveillance systems overwhelmed by volume and disguised intent. Within the oak-paneled meeting rooms of Allied intelligence services, specialized teams developed increasingly sophisticated methods for creating and detecting hidden messages as the war progressed. The concentrated silence of these technical discussions, interrupted only by occasional notation or demonstration, reflected the high stakes of this invisible technology race that transformed innocent-appearing postcards into secure communication channels operating across enemy territory. The geographical distribution of postcard production created unique intelligence gathering opportunities through commercial channels that continued functioning despite wartime restrictions. Printing companies maintained legitimate business connections across regions and borders, creating information networks that intelligence services could occasionally leverage. The rhythmic sounds of printing presses continuing their pre-war functions provided cover for secondary operations gathering economic and industrial intelligence through civilian business channels. Among the most innovative applications of postcard technology were the developments in microfilming that allowed entire document pages to be reduced to dots smaller than a standard period mark. These nearly invisible information packages could be hidden within ordinary postcard imagery or text, carrying hundredfold more information than the visible content. The focused precision required to properly place these microscopic elements contrasted dramatically with their innocent appearance in final delivered form. The preservation challenges faced by contemporary museum curators handling World War II-era postcards reflect both the material compromises of wartime production and the intentional ephemeral nature of some covert communications. Cards produced using specialized formulations designed to facilitate hidden messages present particular conservation difficulties. The gentle hum of climate control systems in archival storage facilities provides fitting background to ongoing efforts to preserve these paper witnesses that connect personal correspondence to global conflict. Along the fog-shrouded harbors of Sweden's western coast, where the neutral nation maintained maritime connections to multiple belligerents, postal workers sorting international mail occasionally identified and redirected postcards bearing certain characteristics that intelligence services had flagged as potentially significant. The distant sound of ship horns and harbor bells provided natural cover for these quiet acts of intelligence gathering, operating within ordinary civilian postal functions rather than dramatic espionage operations. The cultural expectations surrounding tourist postcard communications provided natural cover for resistance networks throughout occupied territories. The established social practice of sending brief, observation-focused messages from travels maintained its legitimacy, despite wartime restrictions, allowing information transfer with minimal suspicion. The soft scratch of pens, maintaining this peacetime custom amid conflict, reflected human determination to preserve normal connections, despite extraordinary circumstances. Within the carefully structured routine of military mail distribution, where communications between deployed forces and home front underwent systematic review, certain postcard types received less scrutiny due to standardized formats and predictable content. The methodical sorting sounds of these distribution centers masked occasional exploitation of these pattern expectations by intelligence services seeking reliable communication channels through otherwise heavily monitored military postal systems. The technological limitations of wartime postal censorship created exploitable opportunities that resistance networks carefully studied. The practical impossibility of chemically testing every communication for potential invisible inks meant that statistical sampling formed the basis of most detection systems. The quiet calculation of these probability factors by intelligence planners determined which communication channels offered the best security for critical information transfer between isolated resistance cells and central coordination. Along the mountain pathways connecting neutral Switzerland to occupied Italy, where ancient smuggling routes predated modern border definitions, occasional hikers carried postcards too sensitive for conventional postal services between isolated resistance groups and external contacts. The gentle sounds of alpine winds and distant cowbells accompanied these dangerous journeys that maintained human communication links when electronic alternatives were unavailable or too easily monitored by occupation authorities. The architectural imagery commonly featured on tourist postcards served practical intelligence purposes throughout World War II when modified to reflect current conditions rather than pre-war appearances. Slight alterations showing damage to specific structures or changes in use could convey valuable information about bombing effectiveness or military requisitioning. The casual appreciation of these scenic views by recipients masked their potential function as visual intelligence updates on infrastructure conditions under occupation. Within the formal atmosphere of international diplomatic pouch exchanges, where even warring nations maintained certain communication protocols through neutral intermediaries, postcards received less scrutiny than official documents, creating opportunities for intelligence transfer. The soft rustling of these cards being sorted according to established diplomatic procedures provided cover for occasional intelligence functions operating within internationally recognized mail immunities that continued despite broader conflict. The emotional significance of personal postcards created natural psychological cover for hidden communications throughout World War II. The authentic human connections maintained through these brief messages between separated families provided perfect contextual environment for occasional embedded information serving resistance purposes. The gentle humanity of these communications often disarmed censors looking for more obvious signs of espionage, rather than messages hidden within genuine personal correspondence. Along the rural delivery routes of occupied Netherlands, where postal carriers maintained their daily rounds through agricultural communities, resistance networks occasionally recruited sympathetic mail workers who could identify and temporarily divert postcards containing operational information. The rhythmic sounds of bicycle wheels on country lanes provided acoustic cover for these small acts of defiance that connected isolated resistance cells through modified civilian communication channels rather than obvious clandestine methods. The sociological patterns of postcard usage reflected broader class and educational dynamics that intelligence services studied carefully. The frequency and content of such communications varied significantly between social groups, creating baseline expectations that could be leveraged for cover or monitored for anomalies. The quiet analysis of these communication patterns by intelligence specialists revealed how ordinary social practices could serve extraordinary purposes during wartime disruption of conventional information channels. Within the careful routine of prisoner of war camp mail review, where Axis authorities monitored all communications to and from military captives, ingenious coding systems developed using standardized postcard formats permitted by Geneva Convention guidelines. The methodical stamp of censorship approval, sometimes authenticated cards containing hidden references that had successfully evaded detection by censors focused on more obvious security concerns, rather than subtle modifications to permitted communication formats. The technical production of wartime postcards reflected broader industrial adaptations to conflict conditions throughout occupied territories. Printing facilities adjusted to material shortages by reformulating inks and adapting processes to use available substances, with these chemical and material substitutions sometimes creating unintentional opportunities for hidden message technologies. The mechanical sounds of printing presses continuing commercial operations provided cover for occasional resistance activities incorporated within legitimate business functions. Along the windswept beaches of neutral Portugal, where local fishing communities maintained traditional practices despite neighboring conflicts, occasional tourist postcards depicting coastal scenes contained carefully modified details, providing intelligence about Atlantic naval activities observed from these Iberian vantage points. The rhythmic sounds of waves breaking against ancient shores provided natural cover for these information transfers, operating through conventional tourist practices rather than obvious espionage methods. The linguistic patterns employed in postcard messages reflected the cultural and educational backgrounds of senders, creating expectations that clever communicators could leverage for hidden purposes. Literary allusions might provide reference points for shared meaning between educated resistance members, while working-class networks often employed trade-specific terminology that would seem natural to censors, but carried additional significance to informed recipients. Our next topic takes us to the calm before a nighttime U-boat patrol. In the steel confines of the German submarine, the air hangs heavy with the scent of diesel fuel, damp ball and uniforms, and the lingering aroma of the evening meal. The year is 1942, and beneath the dark waters of the North Atlantic, a crew of 45 men prepare themselves for the long night ahead. One might almost feel the gentle sway of the vessel as it moves through the deeper currents, a subtle rocking that becomes as natural as breathing to those who call this metal tube their home. The Type 7 CU boat stretches nearly 220 feet from bow to stern, though within its pressurized hull, living space remains at a premium. Every corner and crevice serves a purpose, with hammocks strung in whatever space can be found between torpedoes and machinery. The control room sits at the heart of the vessel, a nerve center of valves, gauges, and instruments that govern the submarine's movement through the depths. Here, one can nearly hear the soft ticking of the depth gauge, and the occasional muted conversation of officers consulting charts, spread across the small navigation table. As twilight descends upon the surface world far above, the captain makes his way through the narrow corridors, stooping slightly beneath the pipes and cables that line the ceiling. His footsteps, muffled by the soft-soled boots worn by all submariners to reduce noise, barely register against the background hum of the electric motors. The men nod respectfully as he passes, their faces illuminated by the dim red lighting that preserves their night vision should they be called to the surface unexpectedly. In the forward torpedo room, technicians meticulously check the loading mechanisms, their movements slow and deliberate. The submarine carries 14 torpedoes, each over 20 feet long and weighing more than 3,000 pounds. One can nearly sense the weight of responsibility that rests on these young men, many not yet 25 years old, as they prepare the weapons that might soon be unleashed against Allied shipping. Their hands move with practiced precision, the product of months of training at submarine schools in Neustadt and Pillow. The narrow galley of the U-boat serves as both kitchen and additional sleeping space. The cook, often selected for his ability to prepare meals in the most challenging conditions, works with limited ingredients stored in every available space throughout the vessel. Tins of preserved meat, sacks of potatoes, and sealed containers of flour and sugar provide the basics for meals that become increasingly creative. As the patrol lengthens, one might almost taste the dense, dark bread that forms a staple of the German submariner's diet, often spread with a thin layer of butter when such luxuries remain available. Outside, the Atlantic waters press against the hull, a constant reminder of the thin barrier between life and oblivion. At periscope depth, approximately 60 feet below the surface, the submarine achieves a delicate balance between stealth and observational capability. The gentle sounds of water flowing over the hull create a continuous background murmur that many crew members find soothing after weeks at sea. This sound, coupled with the rhythmic throb of the electric motors, forms the distinctive acoustic signature of submarine life. In the radio room, operators listen intently through headphones, their fingers poised above Enigma machine keyboards. These encryption devices, with their complex rotors and plugboard connections, transform ordinary messages into coded transmissions that the German High Command believes unbreakable. One can almost feel the tension in the radio operator's shoulders as he monitors frequencies for any transmission from Befehlshaber der Unterseeboote, the headquarters of Admiral Karl Donitz, whose strategic vision guides the entire U-boat fleet. Within the control room, navigational charts spread across a small table reveal the planned patrol route, marked with careful pencil lines that weave between known convoy paths and Allied air coverage zones. The navigator, his face illuminated by the soft glow of a shaded lamp, makes minute calculations of position, current, and fuel consumption. One might almost see the focused concentration in his eyes as he plots the submarine's course through waters that grow increasingly dangerous with each passing month of the war. The strategic chess game played out across the vast Atlantic requires patience, precision, and an intimate understanding of both ocean and enemy. The off-duty crew members find what small comforts they can in their cramped quarters. Some write letters home on paper that already carries the distinct submarine smell, a combination of diesel, sweat, and the metallic tang of the recycled air. These letters, filled with carefully worded descriptions that will pass through military censors, represent tenuous links to the world they have left behind. Others engage in quiet card games or read dog-eared books, passed from hand to hand throughout the long patrol. Some simply lie in their narrow bunks, conserving energy and finding what rest they can before their next watch begins. Along the curved walls of the pressure hull, condensation forms in small beads that occasionally grow heavy enough to fall, creating a gentle patter that punctuates the otherwise mechanical sounds of the submarine. This moisture represents a constant challenge to comfort and health in the enclosed environment. Wet clothing never truly dries, and the damp chill penetrates to the bone during the long hours of inactivity. Yet the men have adapted to these conditions, wearing multiple layers of woolen garments and developing a stoic acceptance of the physical discomforts that define their service. In the engine room at the rear of the vessel, mechanics monitor the powerful diesel engines that drive the submarine when surfaced and charge the batteries essential for submerged operations. The balanced dance between surface running to recharge and silent underwater movement defines the operational rhythm of the U-boat. One can nearly hear the muted conversations of the engineering crew as they discuss fuel consumption rates and battery capacity, their words technical yet carrying the weight of the entire crew's survival. The officer's tiny wardroom serves as both dining area and conference room, where the captain and his lieutenants gather to discuss tactical decisions and patrol objectives. The space barely accommodates 6 men seated shoulder to shoulder around a folding table that doubles as a chart desk when needed. One might almost detect the lingering aroma of coffee, a precious commodity rationed carefully throughout the patrol. The porcelain cups, secured in special holders to prevent spillage during sudden maneuvers, represent one of the few luxuries aboard the Spartan vessel. Above the submarine, the Atlantic weather patterns move in their eternal cycle, unseen but never forgotten by the men below. The state of the sea affects every aspect of their operation, from the decision to surface for battery charging to the accuracy of torpedo launchers. The watch officer consults the barometer regularly, reading subtle atmospheric changes that might foretell approaching storms or calm seas. The crew has learned to feel the difference between normal ocean swells and the violent pitching caused by surface storms, even from their position dozens of feet below the waves. In the aft torpedo room, which doubles as sleeping quarters for nearly a third of the crew, sailors rest in hammocks strung above the massive weapons. The gentle sway of these improvised beds often provides better sleep than the fixed bunks elsewhere in the submarine, as they move in harmony with the vessel's motion rather than against it. One can nearly feel the cocoon-like embrace of the hammock, providing a small measure of privacy in an environment where such a concept barely exists. The submarine's medical officer, often a young physician with basic surgical training, maintains a small inventory of essential medicines and implements in a space hardly larger than a modern closet. His responsibilities extend beyond traditional medicine to monitoring the crew's psychological health during the long, stressful patrols. One might almost sense the quiet vigilance with which he observes the men for signs of the submarine's sickness, the peculiar blend of claustrophobia and anxiety that can affect even the most experienced sailors after weeks in the confines of the pressure hull. The periscope, that essential eye of the submarine, rises from its housing in a smooth hydraulic movement when needed for observation. The optical instrument, with its complex arrangement of prisms and lenses, provides the captain with his only visual connection to the world above. One might almost share the sense of vulnerability that accompanies each periscope exposure, as the thin metal tube potentially reveals the submarine's position to watchful Allied eyes. The periscope watch rotation allows only brief glimpses of the horizon, typically lasting less than 30 seconds to minimize detection risk. Throughout the submarine, the air recirculation system works continuously, its fans creating a constant background whisper as they move the limited oxygen supply through chemical filters that scrub carbon dioxide. The distinctive smell of the purification chemicals becomes so familiar that returning submariners often report dreaming of it for weeks after returning to shore. One can nearly taste the increasingly stale air that characterizes the latter days of a patrol, when every breath feels somehow inadequate yet remains vital to the crew's survival. In the battery compartments beneath the main deck, rows of massive lead-acid cells store the electrical energy that powers the submarine when submerged. These batteries, each weighing hundreds of pounds and containing corrosive sulfuric acid, represent both the vessel's lifeline and one of its greatest hazards. Technicians monitor hydrogen gas levels with obsessive attention, knowing that the slightest spark near an accumulated pocket of this invisible byproduct could prove catastrophic. The soft bubbling sound of the batteries during charging becomes another element in the submarine's ambient soundtrack. The submarine's galley produces meals at regular intervals that help mark the passage of time in an environment where natural daylight never penetrates. The schedule follows a naval tradition of watches and rotations, creating a rhythm that substitutes for the missing solar cycle. One might almost sense how this artificial pattern becomes internalized by the crew, their bodies adapting to a new definition of day and night, governed by duty schedules, rather than the sun. The call to meals brings momentary communal gathering in a life otherwise defined by functional separation and limited interaction. The captain's tiny cabin, hardly larger than a modern closet, yet still a private luxury compared to the shared spaces of the crew, contains a narrow bunk, a small desk, and shelves for navigational references and personal items. This space serves as both sleeping quarters and private office, where the commander reviews patrol orders, writes reports, and makes the difficult decisions that balance mission objectives against crew safety. One might almost feel the weight of responsibility that follows him into even these brief moments of solitude, as the lives of 44 men and the strategic objectives of the Reich rest equally on his judgment. Along the narrow passageways that connect the compartments of the submarine, every vertical surface serves some functional purpose. Gauges, valves, electrical panels, and stored equipment occupy nearly every available inch of wall space. The crew navigates this labyrinth with practiced efficiency, their bodies instinctively turning sideways to pass one another in the restricted space. One can nearly hear the quiet apologies murmured during these encounters, a small courtesy that helps maintain the social fabric necessary for men living in such intimate proximity. The sound detection equipment, primitive yet effective, allows trained operators to listen to the underwater environment through hydrophones mounted on the hull. With closed eyes and complete concentration, these specialists can distinguish between the biological sounds of marine life, the distant rumble of merchant ship propellers, and the more threatening high-pitched whine of destroyer engines. One might almost share their focused attention as they mentally filter the ocean's acoustic landscape, searching for the particular frequencies that might signal danger or opportunity. In the small head or bathroom facilities, crew members perform abbreviated versions of personal hygiene routines. Fresh water exists as a precious resource, with each man allocated minimal amounts for basic cleanliness. Specialized saltwater soap allows for washing without consuming the drinking supply, though it leaves skin feeling never quite clean. The discipline of water conservation becomes second nature to submariners, with habits that persist long after they return to shore. One can nearly sense the careful economy of movement as sailors navigate these most basic human necessities within the confines of submarine life. The submarine's limited food storage requires careful meal planning by the cook and supply officer. In the early days of a patrol, fresh provisions provide welcome variety, but these quickly give way to preserved items that can withstand the challenging storage conditions. Potatoes and onions, kept in mesh bags hung from any available projection, represent a dietary staple that gradually sprouts and softens as weeks pass. One might almost taste the increasingly creative combinations that emerge from the tiny galley. As the patrol lengthens, simple ingredients transform through necessity into dishes that provide both nourishment and a small measure of comfort. The hydroplane operators, stationed at their control wheels in the submarine's center, maintain the delicate balance that keeps the vessel at its commanded depth. These men develop an almost intuitive sense of the submarine's behavior, making tiny adjustments to the external control surfaces that determine whether the boat rises, dives, or maintains level trajectory. The physical connection of their hands to the mechanical controls creates a direct link between human intention and the submarine's movement through the water. One can nearly feel the subtle resistance of the control wheels as they translate ocean currents and ballast conditions into minute movements that keep 45 lives safely suspended in the underwater realm. Within the radio room, the periodic transmissions from Befehlshaber Unterseeboote headquarters provide both tactical information and a tenuous connection to the larger strategic picture. These messages, arriving in encrypted form requiring careful decoding, might direct the submarine to new hunting grounds, warn of Allied patrol activities, or coordinate wolf-pack operations with other U-boats in the vicinity. One might almost sense the anticipation that accompanies the receipt of these communications, each potentially altering the course of the patrol and the fate of the crew. The specialized clothing worn by U-boat personnel reflects the unique environmental challenges they face. Leather pants, though uncomfortable in the humid conditions, provide protection during engine maintenance when oil and fuel create hazards for normal fabric. The iconic leather jackets worn by officers during surface operations offer some defense against the biting North Atlantic wind and spray. Below decks, most men adopt a uniform dictated by practicality rather than regulation, with layers that can be added or removed as duty stations rotate between the relative warmth of the engine spaces and the chill of the torpedo rooms. One can nearly feel the texture of these well-worn garments, softened by salt and constant use. In the sonar room, operators wear padded headphones that isolate them within a world of underwater sounds. The faint clicking of shrimp, the distant calls of whales, and the ominous rhythmic beat of Allied propellers all form part of the acoustic landscape they must interpret. These men develop hearing so sensitive that they can often estimate the distance and type of vessel based solely on propeller cadence and engine harmonics. One might almost hear the hushed tone of the sonar man reporting a contact to the control room, his voice maintaining a disciplined calm that belies the potential significance of his discovery. The psychological space of the submarine exists as distinctly as its physical dimensions. In an environment where privacy is virtually non-existent, crew members develop subtle methods of creating personal boundaries. Some retreat into books or private thoughts during off-duty hours, while others find solace in small rituals of letter writing or maintaining personal items. The unspoken agreement to respect these invisible territories helps preserve individual identity within the intensely communal existence. One can nearly sense the delicate social ecosystem that evolves within the pressure hull, a balance between military discipline and the human need for autonomy. Along the exterior hull of the submarine, special acoustic tiles absorb and disperse enemy sonar signals, providing a measure of protection against detection. This technology, continuously refined throughout World War II, represents just one element in the ongoing tactical battle between submersible predator and surface hunter. Inside, the crew remains conscious that their survival depends partly on maintaining absolute silence during critical operations. One might almost feel the collective tension during silent running, when unnecessary speech is forbidden and every movement is executed with deliberate care to prevent sounds that might travel through the hull into the surrounding water. The navigation department maintains detailed records of the submarine's position, course, and speed in waterproof logbooks that would prove invaluable should radio communication fail. These precise entries, made hourly in elegant script, provide a continuous record of the patrol that will eventually become part of naval archives if the submarine returns safely to port. The navigator works closely with the captain to identify the optimal search areas based on intelligence about Allied shipping routes, weather forecasts, and fuel constraints. One can nearly visualize the pencil lines on charts that represent possibilities rather than certainties in the fluid environment of naval warfare. The submarine's diesel engines, massive mechanical hearts that power the vessel when surfaced, require constant attention from the engineering team. These engines, often manufactured by renowned German firms like Maschinenfabrik Augsburg-Nürnberg, produce over 2,000 horsepower when operating at full capacity. The engineers develop an intimate knowledge of every sound and vibration. Their ears are tuned to the slightest deviation that might indicate developing problems. One might almost feel the rhythmic thrumming that travels through the hull when these powerful motors run, a vibration that enters the bones and tissues of every crew member until it becomes as familiar as their own heartbeat. In the conning tower, the bridge watch prepares for their rotation on the exposed upper deck during surface running. They don weatherproof garments and check binoculars for clarity, knowing that their vigilance represents the first line of defense against aircraft and surface vessels. The ladder leading to the tower hatch rises vertically through a narrow tube, requiring a practiced technique to ascend quickly during emergency dives. One can nearly sense the momentary anticipation before the hatch opens, revealing either the star-filled darkness of a night ocean, or, less frequently during war patrols, the grey daylight of northern waters. The submarine's fresh water tanks contain a carefully monitored supply that must last for the duration of the patrol. This water, produced by evaporators that distill seawater when the diesel engines run, becomes increasingly precious as the weeks pass. The most stringent rationing applies to personal hygiene, while drinking water and cooking supplies receive priority allocation. Crew members develop habits of conservation that become automatic, using metal cups with precisely measured amounts for brushing teeth or washing faces. One might almost taste the metallic flavor that develops in water stored for extended periods in the steel tanks, a characteristic recognized by all experienced submariners. Throughout the narrow confines of the U-boat, personal possessions exist in minimal form. Each sailor receives an allocation of space barely larger than a modern shoebox, sufficient for spare undergarments, letters from home, perhaps a book or two, and small mementos that connect them to their former lives. Photographs of loved ones, carefully protected from the omnipresent moisture, often adorn these tiny personal spaces. One can nearly feel the emotional significance of these simple objects, their importance magnified by the austere environment and the ever-present awareness of mortality that accompanies submarine warfare. The captain's relationship with his executive officer forms the operational core of submarine command. These two men share the burden of decision-making, with the executive officer often managing internal vessel operations, while the captain focuses on tactical considerations and enemy engagement. Their conversations, conducted quietly in the wardroom or control center, balance technical possibilities against strategic objectives. One might almost sense the unspoken communication that develops between experienced command teams, where complex tactical options can be evaluated through the briefest exchange of glances and short phrases. Within the torpedo tubes themselves, an environment of precise engineering creates the launching system for the submarine's primary weapons. The inner doors, massive watertight hatches that isolate the tubes from the submarine's interior, must be meticulously maintained to prevent catastrophic flooding. Torpedo men develop specialized knowledge of the hydraulic systems, compressed air reserves, and mechanical interlocks that ensure safe operation. One can nearly hear the series of metallic sounds that accompany torpedo preparation, from the initial loading process, to the distinctive clunk of the outer door opening, to the rush of water entering the tube prior to launch. The submarine's deck gun, typically a 3.7 or 8.8 centimeter weapon mounted forward of the conning tower, represents a secondary armament rarely used during later war patrols due to increasing Allied air coverage. Nevertheless, the gun crew maintains regular training rotations practicing the rapid ascent to the deck and the loading procedures that might be required for engaging targets unsuitable for valuable torpedoes. One might almost feel the exposure experienced by these sailors during surface engagements, their position on the open deck placing them directly in the elements, and enemy fire with minimal protection. Along the submarine's keel, lead ballast blocks provide fundamental stability and trim capability. The precise distribution of this weight, calculated during the submarine's design and adjusted during periodic overhauls, ensures the vessel maintains proper orientation during both surface and submerged operations. Additional trim tanks throughout the hull allow fine adjustments to compensate for changes in weight distribution as supplies are consumed and equipment is moved. One can nearly sense the submarine's response to these adjustments. The almost imperceptible shift in orientation as water moves between trim compartments to maintain optimal hydrodynamic balance. The meteorological instruments aboard the submarine provide crucial data, not only for the vessel's operation, but also for the broader German weather forecasting services. U-boats patrolling the distant Atlantic collect atmospheric pressure readings, wind observations, and sea state conditions otherwise unavailable to European-based forecasters. This information, transmitted during regular communication windows, contributes to the weather predictions that influence both naval and air operations across multiple theaters. One might almost feel the satisfaction of the watch officer as he records these observations, knowing they serve purposes beyond the immediate tactical situation of his own vessel. In the control room, the diving plane's operator and helmsman work in coordinated tandem during submerged maneuvering. Their stations, positioned side by side, allow for immediate communication as they translate the captain's ordered course and depth into the physical movements that guide the submarine. These operators often develop an intuitive sense of the vessel's behavior, anticipating the slight delay between control input and the submarine's response. One can nearly visualize the focused concentration on their faces as they maintain precise depth during a silent approach to a convoy, their hands making minute adjustments to the control wheels based on instrument readings and physical sensation. The submarine's electrical system, a complex network of wiring, switches, and distribution panels, delivers power to every critical system from the electric motors that drive the propellers to the smallest navigation light. Electricians made responsible for this network perform continuous preventative maintenance to guard against the corrosive effects of the salt-laden atmosphere inside the pressure hull. The consequences of electrical failure range from minor inconvenience to potentially fatal scenarios, lending gravity to even routine inspections. One might almost sense the methodical attention these technicians bring to their work, their fingers tracing connections and testing circuits with delicate precision. Within the limited food storage spaces, certain items receive special treatment due to their importance to morale. Coffee, chocolate, and the occasional spirits ration represent luxuries that the supply officer distributes with particular care. These small comforts, often saved for celebrations of successful engagements or acknowledgement of particularly difficult conditions, provide momentary psychological relief from the stresses of patrol. One can nearly taste the exceptional sweetness of chocolate consumed after weeks of utilitarian meals, its flavor heightened by scarcity and the shared experience of the moment. The chronometers kept in the navigation station represent technological marvels of precision, their mechanisms carefully designed to maintain accurate time despite the movement of the vessel and variations in temperature. These instruments, typically manufactured by specialized German firms with centuries of horological expertise, provide the essential time references needed for celestial navigation during surface running. One might almost hear the soft ticking of these devices, a sound normally obscured by the submarine's operational noise, but becoming apparent during rare moments of complete silence when all machinery stands temporarily quiet. Along the pressure hull, a system of valves and piping allows for the controlled flooding and emptying of ballast tanks that determine the submarine's buoyancy. These systems, operated from the control room through a complex arrangement of mechanical linkages and indicators, require perfect functioning to ensure the submarine can dive and surface on command. Maintenance of these critical components takes precedence over almost all other technical work, with dedicated teams inspecting and testing the mechanisms on a regular schedule. One can nearly feel the reassuring solidity of these well-engineered systems, their reliability representing the difference between life and death for the entire crew. The few personal photographs permitted aboard the submarine often show similar themes, regardless of which sailor's space they occupy. Images of family gatherings, fiancés in summer dresses, parents standing proudly outside modest homes, or children with missing front teeth, create a collective mosaic of the world left behind. These pictures, carefully mounted to prevent damage from moisture, serve as visual anchors to a normal existence that grows increasingly distant as patrol weeks accumulate. One might almost sense the momentary psychological respite these images provide, brief windows into a reality removed from the constant tension of submarine warfare. In the radio direction finding equipment, Specialized receivers and rotating antenna arrays allow operators to triangulate the origin of Allied transmissions. This capability serves both defensive and offensive purposes, helping the submarine avoid areas of concentrated enemy activity, while also locating potential targets when convoy escorts communicate among themselves. The radio direction technicians develop specialized skills in rapidly identifying signal types and estimating distances based on transmission strength. One can nearly visualize their concentration as they adjust dials with delicate precision. Their ears are tuned to the faintest signals emerging from the atmospheric static that fills their headphones. The personal log maintained by each officer records not only official observations, but also private reflections intended to inform future operations should the submarine return safely. These documents, written in the quiet moments between watches, combine technical assessments with the human elements of patrol experience that might prove valuable to subsequent commanders. The entries often begin with straightforward meteorological and positional data, before expanding into nuanced evaluations of tactical decisions, equipment performance, and crew response to various conditions. One might almost feel the contemplative mood that accompanies these writing sessions, often conducted in the small hours when the submarine runs quietly beneath the Atlantic swells. Within the pressure hull, the atmospheric conditions fluctuate within parameters that would seem intolerable to those accustomed to terrestrial environments. The humidity regularly approaches saturation, creating a perpetual dampness that affects everything from paper documents to woolen clothing. The temperature varies between compartments, with the engine room often reaching uncomfortably high levels, while areas near the outer hull maintain a persistent chill. Carbon dioxide levels rise gradually throughout extended submerged periods, contributing to headaches and fatigue that the crew learns to endure as normal patrol conditions. One can nearly sense how these environmental factors become part of the background experience of submarine life, registered but accepted by bodies that gradually adapt to the unusual conditions. The torpedo targeting system combines optical observation through the periscope with mechanical calculation devices that account for the submarine's position, target speed, and direction, and the torpedo's own performance characteristics. The torpedo data computer, a marvel of pre-electronic mechanical engineering, contains internal gears and sliding scales that transform observational data into firing solutions. Officers trained in the use of this equipment develop a specialized mathematical intuition that allows them to verify the calculated results based on experience and situation awareness. One might almost see the confident precision with which they operate these instruments, their movements flowing from countless practice sessions conducted during training and previous patrols. Along the exterior hull of the Type 7 CU boat, the saddle tanks form distinctive bulges that serve dual purposes, providing both additional fuel storage and main ballast capacity. The design represents a careful compromise between competing needs for surface speed, diving time, underwater maneuverability, and operational range. Engineers at shipyards in Kiel and Hamburg continuously refine these elements based on combat experience, reported by returning commanders. One can nearly visualize the elegant hydrodynamic profile these tanks create, their form optimized through years of development and testing in the controlled environments of naval research facilities. The submarine's small library, consisting of perhaps 24 volumes shared among the entire crew, contains a carefully selected mixture of technical references, classical German literature, and contemporary fiction. These books, some bearing the marks of multiple patrols and different vessels, circulate continuously through off-duty hands. The reading material provides essential mental escape from the confines of the pressure hull, transporting minds to distant settings even as bodies remain in close quarters. One might almost feel the psychological relief these literary journeys offer, particularly during the extended periods of inactivity that characterize much of submarine patrol duty between actual engagements. In the control room logbook, the officer of the watch records every significant event, equipment status change, and command decision in a continuous chronological narrative of the patrol. The entries, made in waterproof ink, on specialized paper resistant to the humid conditions, build a comprehensive record that serves both operational and historical purposes. The discipline of this documentation continues even during combat situations, with designated personnel maintaining the log through attacks and counterattacks. One can nearly hear the quiet scratching of the fountain pen against paper as these entries accumulate, hour by hour, building the official account that might someday provide the only evidence of the submarine's activities should it fail to return. The personal hygiene adaptations required by submarine life include waterless shaving techniques, minimal bathing, and specialized products designed to function with salt water. Experienced submariners develop routines that maximize cleanliness within the severe constraints of the environment, prioritizing hands and face, while accepting that full-body washing becomes an exceptional rather than regular occurrence during extended patrols. The collective understanding of these limitations creates a social contract where normal standards temporarily suspend in recognition of shared circumstances. One might almost sense the psychological adjustment this requires, as men accustomed to terrestrial cleanliness standards accommodate to a new normal defined by operational necessity rather than comfort. Along the narrow walkways between equipment stations, hand grips and bracing points provide essential stability during rough seas or emergency maneuvers. These features, incorporated seamlessly into the submarine's interior design, allow crew members to move safely through the vessel, even when it pitches at steep angles during rapid diving or evasive action. The instinctive use of these supports becomes second nature to submariners, their hands automatically finding anchor points during movement without conscious thought. One can nearly feel the reassuring solidity of these grips, their presence a constant reminder of the design elements specifically introduced to enhance survivability in the unpredictable underwater environment. The submarine's onboard chemical carbon dioxide absorption system utilizes canisters of potassium hydroxide that extract the gas from recirculated air. This technology, vital for extended underwater operations, requires careful monitoring by designated crew members who check absorption rates and replace depleted canisters according to a strict schedule. The chemical reaction produces noticeable heat, making the air treatment compartment typically warmer than surrounding areas. One might almost sense the slight caustic quality that enters the submarine's atmosphere when fresh absorption chemicals activate, a briefly elevated alkalinity that experienced submariners recognize as the signature of recently changed scrubber units. Within the contained society of the submarine, informal traditions and superstitions develop alongside official naval protocols. Many crews maintain specific rituals before beginning a patrol, such as touching certain parts of the vessel for luck or arranging personal items in patterns believed to ensure safe return. Commanders often tolerate these practices, recognizing their value in maintaining morale even when they might seem irrational from a purely technical perspective. One can nearly visualize the subtle movements of a torpedo man patting the casing of a weapon before loading, or the navigator placing a small personal token beside the chart table before plotting the day's course. Actions connecting human psychology to mechanical operations through belief systems unique to the submarine service. The specialized tools used for maintenance aboard the submarine differ subtly from their shore-based equivalents. Wrenches feature shorter handles to accommodate tight working spaces, while diagnostic instruments combine multiple functions to reduce the overall number of items requiring storage. Tools constructed from brass or bronze predominate in areas where spark prevention remains critical due to potentially explosive gas accumulation. Maintenance personnel develop intimate familiarity with these implements, often recognizing individual tools by slight variations in wear patterns or balance. One might almost feel the worn wooden handles of these specialized instruments, polished smooth by the hands of multiple generations of submarine technicians performing similar tasks across years of naval operations. Along the conning tower exterior, a series of small drainage holes allows water to flow freely from the bridge area during surfacing. These seemingly minor design elements prevent dangerous weight imbalance that could occur if seawater accumulated in the upper structures. The holes require regular inspection to ensure they remain clear of marine growth or debris that might develop during extended deployments. One can nearly hear the distinctive gurgling sound these drains produce during the surfacing process, as compressed air forces water from the ballast tanks and the submarine transitions from underwater vessel to surface craft, momentarily straddling both environments during the vulnerable minutes of emergence. The submarine's drinking water undergoes regular testing for bacterial contamination, as the enclosed environment can quickly transform a minor water quality issue into a significant health emergency affecting multiple crew members. The medical officer performs these tests using compact analytical kits that provide basic microbial screening capability despite the limited laboratory facilities. The results determine whether additional chemical treatment becomes necessary, a decision balancing health protection against the unpleasant taste that purification chemicals impart to the water. One might almost taste the slightly metallic, chlorinated flavor that characterizes treated submarine water, a distinct profile immediately recognizable to anyone who has served in the underwater service. Within the torpedo tubes, a complex system of interlocks prevents operator error from causing catastrophic flooding accidents. These mechanical safeguards ensure that inner and outer doors cannot simultaneously open, regardless of the sequence of control lever activation. Torpedo officers develop comprehensive understanding of these systems through specialized training that emphasizes both the technical mechanisms and the physics of pressure differentials that make such precautions necessary. One can nearly feel the reassuring resistance of these interlocks, the way they physically prevent action sequences that might endanger the vessel, creating a mechanical reinforcement of procedural discipline that protects against moments of human error during stressful combat conditions. The submarine's ventilation system creates distinct microclimates throughout the vessel, with subtle but noticeable variations in temperature, humidity, and air movement between compartments. Crew members develop preferences for sleeping locations based partly on these environmental differences, with some favoring the slightly warmer forward torpedo room, while others prefer the cooler conditions near the auxiliary machinery spaces. These preferences become part of the complex accommodation system that develops informally as the crew adapts to their environment over the course of a patrol. One might almost sense these atmospheric variations when moving through the submarine, crossing invisible boundaries between slightly different comfort zones created by the interaction of mechanical systems with the vessel's physical structure. Along the exterior of the conning tower, small ridges and handholds provide crucial support for bridge personnel during surface operations in heavy seas. These features, nearly invisible when viewed from a distance, make possible the essential observation functions that cannot be performed from within the pressure hull. Watch officers develop specialized techniques for maintaining position despite ocean spray and vessel movement, their bodies learning to work with rather than against the rolling motion of the submarine in surface swells. One can nearly visualize the practiced movements of these sailors as they brace against designated points, their posture and weight distribution optimized through experience to maintain both stability and observational effectiveness in challenging conditions. The submarine's electrical batteries, massive lead-acid cells arranged in long banks beneath the walking decks, require meticulous maintenance to ensure reliable performance. Specialized hydrometers measure the specific gravity of the electrolyte solution within each cell, providing early indication of potential problems requiring attention. The battery technicians perform these checks according to strict schedules, recording results in dedicated logs that track the performance history of each bank. One might almost see the careful precision with which they draw small samples of the caustic liquid, their movements deliberate and protected by rubber gloves and aprons that guard against dangerous splashes that could damage both skin and the limited clothing supplies aboard. Within the small medical bay, supplies reflect the unique health challenges of submarine service. Beyond standard first aid materials, the inventory includes specialized treatments for pressure-related injuries, respiratory complaints common in the artificial atmosphere, and psychological supports for the particular stresses of extended underwater deployment. The medical officer maintains these resources with careful inventory control, knowing that resupply remains impossible until the completion of patrol. One can nearly feel the measured consideration that accompanies each medical decision, weighing immediate treatment benefits against the finite nature of available supplies, and the unknown medical challenges that might emerge in coming weeks. The submarine's internal communication system consists of sound-powered telephones that require no electrical input to function. These devices, connected to circuits running throughout the vessel, allow instant voice contact between control room, engine spaces, torpedo rooms, and other critical stations. The system's independence from the main electrical supply ensures communication capability even during emergency power conservation or equipment failure. Crew members develop distinctive communication protocols that maximize information transfer while minimizing words, a specialized linguistic efficiency born of operational necessity. One might almost hear the clipped, precise phrases that constitute this submarine language, statements stripped to essential content, yet conveying complex tactical and technical information between specialized personnel executing coordinated actions. Along the upper decks, carefully designed scuppers channel water flow during surface running to minimize the time seawater remains on horizontal surfaces. This feature reduces the distinctive visual trail that streaming water can create behind a recently surfaced submarine, potentially revealing its position to aerial observation. The deck watch becomes particularly attentive to proper drainage during night surfacing operations, when the submarine recharges batteries and refreshes its air supply. One can nearly visualize the careful inspection these sailors conduct before the main hatches open, ensuring that the vessel presents minimal visible signature during its vulnerable surface period, when tactical advantage depends on avoiding detection by increasingly prevalent Allied air patrols. The submarine's emergency escape equipment includes specialized breathing devices designed to provide short-duration oxygen supply during ascent from a disabled vessel. Each crew member receives training in the use of these Draeger lung units, practicing the precise sequence of actions required to activate the chemical oxygen generation, establish proper mouthpiece seal, and control breathing rate to maximize survival chances. Though rarely used in actual emergencies due to the extreme depth challenges of most submarine losses, the equipment provides both practical capability and psychological reassurance. One might almost sense the quiet comfort these devices provide. Despite their limited practical utility, their presence in dedicated storage compartments, offering tangible evidence that even worst-case scenarios include some possibility, however remote, of individual survival. Within the submarine's documentation safe, waterproof containers protect the most sensitive materials carried aboard, including codebooks, identification signals, and patrol orders. These items, entrusted primarily to the communications officer, remain subject to emergency destruction protocols that activate in situations where capture appears imminent. The weighted destruction bags, designed to carry these materials swiftly to the ocean floor beyond recovery possibility, stand ready near appropriate exit points. One can nearly feel the significance attached to these documents, their security representing not just the safety of the individual vessel, but the broader operational security of the entire U-boat campaign and potentially the strategic position of Germany itself in the ongoing naval conflict. The submarine's small arms locker contains a limited arsenal primarily intended for surface engagements with merchant vessels or possible boarding operations. The inventory typically includes several machine pistols, standard naval sidearms, and occasionally specialized weapons for particular mission profiles. Though rarely employed in the evolving nature of Atlantic submarine warfare, these weapons receive regular maintenance to prevent corrosion in the perpetually humid environment. Designated crew members conduct periodic inspections and cleaning, ensuring readiness despite infrequent use. One might almost visualize the meticulous disassembly and reassembly process, hands moving through well-practiced motions as they apply protective compounds to metal components, particularly vulnerable to the corrosive effects of salt-laden air. Along the outboard hull surfaces, zinc sacrificial anodes protect more critical metal components from galvanic corrosion. These pieces, designed to deteriorate preferentially, preserve the integrity of propeller assemblies, rudder components, and other external systems exposed to seawater. The anodes represent just one element of the comprehensive corrosion management strategy necessary for vessels operating in the highly reactive saltwater environment. One can nearly see these dull grey components affixed at strategic points across the submarine's exterior, their gradually diminishing form providing visual evidence of their continuous protective function throughout the patrol period. The submarine's plotting table in the control room features specialized tools for calculating intercept courses based on target information gathered through periscope observation or hydrophone detection. The parallel rulers, compass dividers, and specialized protractors allow navigation officers to quickly determine optimal positioning for attack approaches or evasive maneuvers. These instruments, secured against movement during depth changes or rough surface conditions, represent the mechanical computational aids that support critical tactical decisions. One might almost watch the practiced movements of the navigation team as they transfer bearing information from observation to chart, their hands moving with deliberate precision across the laminated surface while translating ephemeral sightings into tactical advantage. Within the cramped confines of the radio room, operators maintain continuous listening watches on frequencies used by Allied vessels, even during periods when the submarine observes radio silence. This passive information gathering provides valuable tactical intelligence without revealing the submarine's presence through transmission. The radio personnel develop specialized knowledge of typical communication patterns, allowing them to distinguish routine messages from those indicating convoy course changes or escort vessel coordination. One can nearly hear the concentration with which these specialists attend to their headphones, filtering useful signals from the constant background static of atmospheric interference and distant transmissions that fill the electromagnetic spectrum monitored by their sensitive receivers. The submarine's photographic equipment, typically including a compact camera with underwater housing modifications, serves both official documentation requirements and the personal desire to record experiences for posterity. Designated crew members with photography training capture images of significant events, enemy vessels before and after engagement, and occasional group portraits during rare moments of relaxation. The film remains carefully stored in moisture-resistant containers until return to port allows proper development. One might almost sense the value these undeveloped images hold, their latent content representing both potential intelligence value and the more personal function of preserving memories from an environment few civilians will ever experience direct. Along the periscope housing, specialized wipers and compressed air systems help maintain optical clarity during observation periods. These mechanisms, operated from within the control room, remove water droplets and marine residue that might otherwise obscure critical visual information during target assessment or navigational sightings. The periscope operator develops tactile familiarity with these controls, activating them almost unconsciously when visibility issues arise during extended observation sessions. One can nearly visualize the momentary blur and then improved clarity that results from these cleaning systems, the image sharpening as water streaks away from the precision ground lenses that provide the submarine's primary visual connection to the surface world during submerged operation. The submarine's damage control equipment, distributed throughout the vessel in strategically positioned lockers, includes specialized tools for addressing the unique emergencies of underwater vessels. Wooden plugs of various sizes stand ready to seal small hull breaches, while chemical patches can temporarily repair certain types of plumbing failures. Dedicated damage control teams train regularly in simulated emergency scenarios, their responses becoming almost automatic through repetition. One might almost feel the calm efficiency these sailors develop, their actions proceeding according to well-established protocols that transform potentially catastrophic situations into manageable technical problems through immediate, coordinated response. Within the acoustic environment of the submarine, experienced crew members learn to distinguish dozens of specific sounds that indicate the functional state of various systems. The particular pitch of properly operating electric motors differs subtly from those requiring maintenance, while the sound of water moving through piping systems reveals information about trim adjustments and ballast operations. This acoustic awareness functions as a continuous diagnostic system supplementing formal instrumentation. One can nearly appreciate how this auditory knowledge transfers between veteran and novice submariners, the senior crew members drawing attention to particular sounds during quiet watches, gradually training younger sailors to recognize the complex acoustic signatures that distinguish normal operations from developing problems requiring attention. The submarine's limited fresh food storage includes specially designed containers that extend the usable life of perishable items through optimized ventilation and moisture control. Early in each patrol, these systems help preserve eggs, certain vegetables, and limited dairy products that provide welcome dietary variety before the inevitable transition to entirely preserved rations. The cook develops expertise in monitoring these supplies, adjusting meal plans to utilize items approaching the end of their viable storage period. One might almost taste the particularly appreciated breakfast that features the last fresh eggs of a patrol, typically served around the 10th day at sea, their flavor representing a final connection to shore-based comforts before months of canned and dried alternatives. Along the interior passageways, emergency lighting systems operate independently from the main electrical network, ensuring minimal illumination during power conservation periods or system failures. These fixtures, positioned to guide movement between critical stations, provide just enough light to prevent injury while minimizing battery consumption during extended submerged operations. Crew members develop the ability to navigate the submarine in these reduced lighting conditions, their movements guided by memorized layouts and tactile recognition of familiar surfaces. One can nearly see the faint red glow these systems cast during night operations, the limited illumination preserving night vision while allowing essential movement through the complex interior geography of pipes, equipment, and structural elements. The submarine's celestial navigation equipment includes specialized sextants designed for the rapid star sights that characterize surface navigation during brief evening surfacing periods. These instruments, featuring enhanced light-gathering optics and simplified reading mechanisms, allow navigation officers to obtain positional fixes during the limited windows when astronomical observation becomes possible between sunset and full darkness. The navigator develops particular skill in identifying key navigational stars even in partially cloudy conditions, maximizing information gathering during these critical periods. One might almost sense the focused concentration as the officer balances on the rolling bridge, instrument raised to eye level, capturing the angular measurements that will translate to position lines on the chart below. Within the engineering spaces, specialized tools allow for maintenance of the massive diesel engines even during ongoing operations. Removable floor plates provide access to lower components, while overhead track systems facilitate movement of heavier parts when repairs become necessary. The engineering crew develops remarkable spatial awareness of these complex mechanical systems, their mental maps including not just the equipment itself, but the optimal access routes for various maintenance scenarios. One can nearly visualize the choreographed movements of these technicians as they work in the confined space, their bodies navigating between hot surfaces and moving components with a practiced precision that minimizes both time and physical contact while executing essential adjustments. The submarine's voyage records include detailed fuel consumption logs that track the efficiency of both diesel engines during surface running. These meticulously maintained documents help predict remaining operational range and identify developing mechanical issues that manifest first as subtle changes in fuel efficiency. The engineering officer reviews these records daily, comparing current performance against established baselines for the particular engines installed in the vessel. One might almost appreciate the combination of mathematical analysis and mechanical intuition that informs these assessments. The officer's experienced judgment translating numeric values into operational decisions about sustainable cruising speeds and optimal maintenance timing. Along the exterior hull at the stern, the submarine's propellers represent masterpieces of metallurgical and hydrodynamic engineering. Cast from specialized bronze alloys resistant to both corrosion and cavitation, these precision components transform engine power into the thrust that drives the vessel through water in both surface and submerged conditions. The distinctive sound signature of each propeller design becomes a potential identification feature for allied sonar operators, creating an ongoing technical competition between propeller refinement and detection capabilities. One can nearly hear the particular acoustic pattern these propellers generate, a sound whose specific frequency characteristics and volume might determine whether the submarine remains undetected or faces depth charge attack from convoy escorts, whose hydrophones have captured this mechanical fingerprint. The submarine's manual for emergency procedures contains detailed instructions for scenarios ranging from fire control to emergency surfacing techniques. This document, printed on waterproof paper and bound in protective covers, remains accessible in multiple locations throughout the vessel to ensure availability during any compartmentalized crisis. Officers and senior enlisted personnel memorize critical sections, enabling immediate response, even if the physical manual becomes inaccessible due to damage or flooding. One might almost feel the reassurance this knowledge provides, the sense that even unprecedented situations have been anticipated and analyzed by experienced predecessors who developed systematic approaches to managing the unique dangers of submarine operations. Within the compressed social environment of the submarine, interpersonal relationships develop particular characteristics shaped by both the physical proximity and the shared risk that defines underwater service. The traditional naval hierarchy remains clearly defined, yet functional necessity creates collaborative dynamics across rank boundaries that might seem unusual in surface vessels. The universal awareness that survival depends on each person performing specialized functions, regardless of military status, creates a distinctive professional culture. One can nearly sense the particular quality of conversation that emerges in this environment, combining technical precision, dark humor about shared discomforts, and an unspoken acknowledgement of mutual dependence that transcends conventional military relationships, while still maintaining essential command structure. The submarine's fire control systems include specialized equipment designed for the unique challenges of confined space firefighting, where conventional water-based approaches might create electrical hazards or compromise buoyancy. Carbon dioxide flooding systems can rapidly displace oxygen in affected compartments, while dry chemical extinguishers address specific types of combustion without creating hazardous runoff. Dedicated fire response teams train in the use of breathing apparatus that allows them to operate in smoke-filled spaces when necessary. One might almost visualize the deliberate movements of these specially trained personnel during fire drills, their actions balancing the immediate danger of the simulated fire against the equally serious risks created by certain firefighting techniques in the underwater environment. Our next topic takes us to why your boots would eat your feet on the Eastern Front. In the frozen expanses of the Soviet Union during World War II, amid temperatures that plummeted to 40 degrees below zero, a silent enemy stalked soldiers more relentlessly than any human adversary. This enemy was not the sound of artillery or the fear of snipers, but the very boots upon their feet. These standard-issue footwear, designed for more temperate climates, became instruments of slow destruction in the Russian winter, gradually consuming the flesh they were meant to protect. The story of boots on the Eastern Front begins not on the battlefield, but in supply depots, far behind the lines, where military planners made decisions based on industrial capacity rather than environmental realities. For the German Wehrmacht in particular, the initial planning for Operation Barbarossa in 1941 included minimal considerations for winter warfare, reflecting the High Command's expectation of a swift victory before the arrival of General Winter. Along the endless road stretching from Warsaw to Moscow, the first German advance moved with remarkable speed. Soldiers marched in standard-issue jackboots, known as Marschstiefel, crafted from hard leather with hobnailed soles. These boots stood approximately 12.5 inches tall and featured a distinctive squared toe. They were functional for the summer campaign across the flat plains of western Russia and Ukraine, where dust rather than snow was the primary concern. In the mild days of autumn, as leaves began to fall and morning frost appeared on tank turrets, few soldiers had any inkling of how their footwear would soon betray them. The Marschstiefel had served adequately through the campaigns in Poland, France, and the Balkans. The leather construction with its traditional hobnailed sole had a distinguished martial history dating back to the 19th century, and many soldiers took pride in the military bearing they provided, beneath the surface appearance of readiness. However, the German Quartermaster Corps was already facing troubling shortages. The production of leather boots required substantial quantities of quality leather, a resource that became increasingly scarce as the war expanded. By late 1941, many replacement boots were being manufactured with synthetic materials or lower quality leather, compromising their durability before they even reached the front. The Soviet forces, for their part, entered the conflict with a mixture of standard military boots and, more crucially, traditional Russian winter footwear. The standard Red Army boot was the Kirinovye Sapogi, a calf-length leather boot, not dissimilar to its German counterpart, though often of rougher construction. More significant for winter warfare were the Valenki, traditional Russian felt boots that had served the people of the steppes for generations in deep cold. Through the quiet evenings of late summer, as soldiers gathered around field kitchens awaiting their rations, one might hear veterans of earlier campaigns discussing the merits of different boot care techniques. Polish and dubbing were precious commodities, carefully applied to maintain the suppleness of leather against the elements. These small rituals of maintenance marked the passing of days, a soldier's attempt to control what little he could in the uncertainty of war. In the supply depots of both armies, a drama of logistics played out that would have dire consequences for the men at the front. The German supply system, designed for the rapid blitzkrieg strategy, stretched increasingly thin as the advance continued eastward. Priority went to ammunition, fuel, and food. Winter clothing and appropriate footwear remained largely in warehouses in the Reich, their shipping deferred in favor of more immediate combat necessities. One can almost feel the growing apprehension among forward supply officers as autumn deepened and requisition forms for winter equipment received no response. The neat columns of paperwork accumulated, while the thermometer readings steadily declined. In the quiet moments between bombardments, quartermasters looked to the eastern horizon and wondered when the promised winter gear would arrive. The first snows fell lightly, almost beautifully, across the vast Russian plain in October 1941. German soldiers, many experiencing Russian winter for the first time, watched with curiosity rather than dread as the first delicate flakes settled on their uniform sleeves. The standard-issue Marschstiefel, still adequate in these early cold days, carried them forward through ankle-deep snow toward objectives that seemed perpetually just beyond reach. Beneath distant skies that grew heavier with grey clouds each passing day, the moisture began its insidious work. Leather boots, even when well maintained, were not impermeable. The snow melted against body heat, gradually seeping through stitching and leather pores. Socks, often limited in supply and opportunity for changing, remained damp against skin that had no chance to properly dry. The Soviet soldiers, particularly those from the Siberian and northern regions, carried generations of winter knowledge. They knew that tight boots were deadly in winter, as they restricted blood flow already compromised by cold. The Valenki, with their loose fit and thick felt construction, allowed air to circulate and provided superior insulation. Even more importantly, Soviet troops often wrapped their feet in strips of cloth, creating layers that could be adjusted and dried separately. In the quiet hours of night watch, with only the distant crackle of sporadic gunfire breaking the silence, one might imagine the sensation of cold slowly penetrating through leather and wool, reaching for toes that curled instinctively away from its touch. The soldiers stood their posts, shifting weight from foot to foot, a subtle dance against the creeping numbness that signified the first stage of what doctors would clinically term peripheral cold injury. The first cases of frostbite appeared in German field hospitals by early November 1941. Medical officers noted with growing concern how the presentations differed from typical combat injuries. There was an eerie silence to cold injuries. They arrived not with the dramatic urgency of bullet wounds, but with a quiet inevitability that seemed to mirror the relentless advance of winter itself. Through medical tents pitched against the wind, orderlies moved between rows of men whose primary complaints centered not on bullets or shrapnel, but on feet that had changed color, lost sensation, or developed unusual mottling. The progression was insidious, first numbness, then a deceptive warming sensation as nerve endings began to fail, followed by the distinctive white, waxy appearance of deep tissue freezing. The German medical system, exceptional in many respects, found itself confronting conditions for which its training had not adequately prepared. Frost-bitten feet required specialized treatment that was often unavailable near the front. The standard procedures involved careful, gradual rewarming, but the conditions of field hospitals rarely permitted this ideal approach. Too often, soldiers with mild frostbite returned to duty only to suffer more severe recurrence. Along the muddy tracks that passed for roads in the Russian autumn, supply trucks struggled forward, their wheels spinning in muck that would soon freeze solid. The winter clothing and footwear that might have saved thousands remained tantalizingly out of reach, delayed by logistics, priority decisions, and the sheer distance between German factories and the advancing front lines. In quiet moments between battles, German soldiers developed improvised solutions. Boot liners were fashioned from newspapers, straw, or any available insulating material. Some cut pieces from blankets to wrap their feet before putting on boots. Others learned from watching Russian peasants and created foot wrappings, similar to the traditional Russian portyanki, strips of cloth wound carefully around the foot in overlapping layers. The Soviet response to the winter was multifaceted, drawing on centuries of adaptation to the harsh climate. Regular rotation of troops from front lines allowed for proper warming and drying of footwear. Field kitchens maintained supplies of hot water, not just for food but specifically for troops to warm their feet. Most crucially, the supply of valenki continued throughout the winter, providing protection that the leather boots simply could not match. One might almost hear the muffled conversations in German bunkers as soldiers compared their deteriorating boots. The leather, subjected to cycles of wetting and freezing, began to crack and warp. Seams stretched and split. Hobnails loosened in their settings. The very structure of the footwear began to fail precisely when it was most needed. A betrayal of function that seemed to mirror the larger strategic miscalculations of the campaign. Through the long nights of December 1941, as temperatures fell to their lowest points, the true horror of inadequate footwear revealed itself. The phenomenon that soldiers grimly called boot-eating feet progressed beyond simple frostbite to conditions that threatened not just comfort or fighting ability, but life and limb themselves. In field hospitals across the front, medical personnel witnessed the progression of cold injuries through their devastating stages. Superficial frostbite might heal with proper care, but deep frostbite penetrated to bone and sinew. The damaged tissue, starved of blood and oxygen, began to die. Gangrene, the terminal stage of tissue death, presented as discolored mummified extremities that gave off the distinctive sweet yet putrid odor that experienced medical staff recognized with dread. The treatment options for severe cases were limited and brutal. In the quiet surgical tents, the soft voices of doctors consulting over the worst cases carried a fatalistic tone. Amputation often became the only option, preventing the spread of infection that could claim the entire limb or even life itself. Records indicate that thousands of German soldiers lost toes, portions of feet, or entire feet to cold injuries during that first winter. Between the quiet hills of Ukraine and the forests surrounding Moscow, the strategic implications of foot injuries became increasingly apparent. German commanders, Daily reports showed combat effectiveness declining, not primarily from enemy action, but from the accumulated toll of cold. Units reported strength reductions of 20 to 30% from cold injuries alone, with foot problems representing the majority of these casualties. The Soviet forces, though also suffering in the extreme conditions, maintained greater effectiveness through their winter adaptations. The felt Valenki boots, while not perfect, offered dramatically better protection against deep cold. The system of foot wrappings allowed for adjustment and periodic drying, but prevented the prolonged moisture exposure so devastating to tissue. In the stillness of medical evacuation trains heading westward, one might imagine the quiet suffering of men whose war had ended not with heroic action, but with the slow, painful deterioration of extremities. The rhythmic clicking of train wheels marked time for soldiers contemplating futures forever altered by the loss of mobility. For many, the psychological impact of amputation proved as difficult to bear as the physical pain. The German High Command, confronting the reality of widespread cold casualties, began urgent efforts to address the footwear crisis in late 1941 and early 1942. Orders went out for the manufacture and distribution of felt overboots, similar to the Russian Valenki. Industry in occupied countries was redirected to produce winter gear, including specialized footwear for Eastern Front conditions. Through the snow-covered supply routes, German quartermaster units struggled to distribute what winter gear did arrive. Priority naturally went to frontline combat units, leaving support personnel to manage with inadequate protection. Even when specialized winter boots reached the front, there were rarely enough for all soldiers, creating difficult decisions for unit commanders about allocation of this life-saving equipment. The quiet wisdom of veterans emerged as an important factor in survival. Soldiers who had experienced the first winter passed knowledge to replacements about foot care techniques that could mean the difference between safety and amputation. They taught newcomers to avoid tight lacing but restricted circulation, to carry spare socks inside their uniforms where body heat would keep them dry, and to massage feet regularly to stimulate blood flow. In the frozen forests where sentries stood their lonely watches, soldiers learned to recognize the warning signs in their own bodies. The absence of pain, counterintuitively, became something to fear rather than welcome. Numbness spreading beyond the toes signaled advancing frostbite. The temptation to warm frozen feet directly near fires had to be resisted, as rapid thawing of frozen tissue caused greater damage than the initial freezing. The second winter of the Eastern Front campaign in 1942 to 1943 saw German forces better prepared in terms of equipment, though still not adequately so. The supply situation remained problematic, but more winter-specific footwear reached the front lines. German industry had developed several variations of felt overboots and specialized winter footwear, though quality often suffered under the pressures of wartime production. Among the snowbound trenches and bunkers, soldiers developed communal survival strategies. Units established rotation systems for sentry duty to limit cold exposure. Shelters included designated areas for drying boots and socks. Buddy systems ensured regular checks for signs of frostbite, particularly recognizing that affected individuals often failed to notice their own symptoms until significant damage had occurred. The Soviet counteroffensives, launched in conditions their forces were better equipped to endure, often deliberately targeted German units weakened by cold casualties. Red Army commanders recognized that winter itself was a powerful ally, and timed operations to exploit the enemy's vulnerability. The strategy proved devastatingly effective, particularly in the encirclement of the German Sixth Army at Stalingrad. Through medical tents where the wounded awaited treatment, one might detect the distinct hierarchy of injuries that emerged. Combat wounds received immediate attention for their acute threat to life, while cold injuries, despite their long-term severity, often waited. This triage reality meant that many cases of early frostbite progressed to more serious stages before treatment, multiplying the eventual cost in amputations and permanent disability. The German medical system gradually developed more effective protocols for treating cold weather injuries as the war progressed. Field hospitals established specialized wards for frostbite cases. Treatment evolved to include careful gradual rewarming, specialized dressings, and earlier intervention. Nevertheless, the fundamental problems of inadequate footwear and extreme cold remained largely unsolved. In the quiet villages behind the lines, where wounded soldiers recovered in requisitioned buildings, a peculiar phenomenon emerged. Men who had survived the threat of enemy fire without injury found themselves evacuated for frostbitten feet, a reality that seemed somehow less honorable despite its equal pain and disability. This perception added a psychological dimension to the physical suffering of cold weather casualties. The Soviet approach to winter footwear continued to demonstrate the advantages of indigenous knowledge. Beyond the Valenki boots themselves, the system of foot wrappings allowed for adaptation to changing conditions. In moderate cold, fewer layers provided necessary mobility, while extreme conditions called for multiple wrappings. The system also allowed for regular drying of individual components rather than attempting to dry entire boots. Along the frozen roads where supply columns inched forward, the contrast between forces became visible even in silhouette. German soldiers moved with the characteristic stiffness of men trying to protect painfully cold extremities, while their Soviet counterparts maintained greater mobility through their better adapted footwear. This difference in basic movement capability influenced tactical outcomes across the front. Through the third winter of the war in 1943 to 1944, both sides had developed more systematic approaches to cold weather operations. German forces, now on the defensive and retreating westward, benefited from shortened supply lines, but suffered from diminishing industrial capacity. Footwear quality declined further as material shortages led to increased use of synthetic substitutes for leather and wool. In field hospitals where surgeons worked by lamplight, the grim arithmetic of amputation continued. Records suggest that approximately 80% of all amputations performed on German soldiers on the Eastern Front resulted from cold injuries rather than combat wounds. This statistic reveals the true scale of the footwear crisis and its impact on the German war effort. The Soviet advance westward brought its own challenges. As Red Army forces moved into less familiar territory, their supply lines extended, occasionally causing shortages even of their proven winter equipment. Nevertheless, the fundamental design of their winter footwear and their systematic approach to cold weather operations continued to provide significant advantages. Through quiet evenings in field hospitals, medical officers documented the patterns of injury they observed. They noted that cold weather foot injuries fell into distinct categories with different progression and treatment requirements. Trench foot resulted from prolonged exposure to cold, wet conditions without actual freezing. Frostbite involved actual freezing of tissue with severity rated in degrees based on depth of damage. Chilblains represented a milder form of cold injury that, while painful, rarely led to tissue death. The German adaptation to cold weather challenges evolved through hard-won experience. By 1944, most units had established standard operating procedures for cold weather, including regular foot inspections and mandatory sock changes. Boot maintenance became a supervised activity rather than individual responsibility, ensuring that all footwear received proper waterproofing and care. In the snow-covered fields where battles were fought with decreasing German hope of victory, foot casualties continued to undermine combat effectiveness. Unit after unit reported similar patterns, cold injuries reducing strength by significant percentages before combat even began, then combat casualties further diminishing the already weakened forces. This double attrition accelerated the overall decline of German military capability. Through the quiet wards where recovering soldiers contemplated their futures, the long-term consequences of severe cold injuries became apparent. Beyond the immediate loss of tissue through amputation, many survivors experienced chronic pain, abnormal sensitivity to cold, and recurring ulceration at injury sites. These conditions often persisted for decades after the war, a lingering reminder of those frozen days on the Eastern Front. The Soviet medical system, though often less technologically advanced than its German counterpart, demonstrated remarkable effectiveness in treating and rehabilitating cold injury cases. Drawing on extensive pre-war research into cold weather medicine, Soviet hospitals employed specialized treatments, including controlled temperature exposure therapy and graduated rehabilitation programs that returned a higher percentage of cold injury cases to duty. Along the windswept plains where tanks maneuvered in the distance, the logistics officers of both sides fought their own critical battle against the cold. Supply records reveal the enormous quantities of footwear consumed by the Eastern Front. The German army alone requisitioned over 3 million pairs of winter boots for the 1943 to 1944 winter, though production and delivery fell far short of this number. In the quiet moments between artillery barrages, soldiers engaged in the intimate routine of foot care that could determine their fate. Veterans taught newcomers to inspect feet methodically, checking between toes and around ankles for the first signs of damage. They demonstrated proper drying techniques and the application of foot powder or animal fat as protection against moisture. These small rituals represented a form of control in the chaotic environment of the front. The German synthetic footwear alternatives, developed as the war progressed, provided mixed results. The pressing need for alternatives to increasingly scarce leather led to innovations including pressed paper compositions, synthetic rubbers, and various canvas combinations. While some designs offered improved insulation, they frequently lacked durability, especially in the harsh conditions of the Eastern Front. Through hushed conversations in recovery wards, soldiers exchanged knowledge about the strange progression of cold injuries. They described the deceptive cycle of pain followed by apparent improvement as numbness set in, followed by the horrifying discovery of blackened, dead tissue when boots were finally removed. This pattern became so well known that experienced soldiers feared the absence of discomfort more than pain itself. The Soviet Valenki production system represented a remarkable mobilization of traditional craftsmanship for military purposes. Felt boot-making facilities, many evacuated from western regions to the Ural Mountains and Siberia, operated continuously throughout the war. The production process remained largely traditional, with wool carded, layered, and shaped by hand before pressing and finishing. This labor-intensive process delivered a product precisely adapted to the conditions of the Russian winter. In the dim light of field aid stations, medical personnel developed a graduated approach to cold injuries. Mild cases received treatment near the front, with careful warming, drying, and limited duty until recovery. Moderate cases requiring more extensive care, but not surgical intervention, went to field hospitals in the rear areas. The most severe cases, particularly those requiring amputation, traveled to fully equipped facilities far behind the lines. Through the final winter of the war in 1944 to 1945, the German forces contended with catastrophic supply shortages in all categories, including winter footwear. The collapse of production and transportation systems meant that many units received no specialized winter equipment whatsoever. Soldiers resorted to wrapping feet in captured Soviet footwear, requisitioned civilian boots, or improvised coverings made from blankets and other materials. In the snow-covered forests of East Prussia and Poland, German forces retreating westward encountered conditions similar to those that had plagued them in Russia, but now with even fewer resources to combat the cold. Historical accounts describe soldiers marching with feet wrapped in newspaper and rags, their government-issued boots long since destroyed by conditions they were never designed to withstand. The Soviet advance maintained its winter capability even as operations extended far beyond Russian territory. The systematic approach to cold weather warfare, centered on appropriate footwear and regular rotation for drying and warming, continued to provide advantage even as supply lines stretched westward. The difference in cold weather casualties between opposing forces remained significant through the final phases of the conflict. In the quiet hospital trains moving westward toward Germany, the human cost of inadequate footwear could be counted in row upon row of men with bandaged stumps where feet had once been. Medical records from the final year of the war indicate that cold injury cases continued to outnumber combat wounds in hospital admissions during winter months, a testament to the enduring failure to solve the fundamental challenge of protecting extremities. The German military analysis of the Eastern Front campaign, conducted both during and after the war, identified inadequate winter preparation, particularly footwear, as one of the critical factors in their defeat. General Heinz Guderian, in his post-war memoirs, specifically cited cold weather casualties as a major contributor to the failure of Operation Barbarossa and subsequent operations. Through whispered conversations in prisoner of war camps, captured German soldiers expressed bitter recognition of how their equipment had failed them. Many described the progression from confidence in their standard-issue boots to desperate improvisation, as those same boots literally fell apart around their increasingly damaged feet. The phrase "my boots ate my feet" emerged as grim shorthand for this experience. The Soviet historical analysis emphasized the strategic advantage gained through their superior adaptation to winter conditions. Marshal Georgy Zhukov specifically credited the traditional Russian approach to winter footwear as a significant factor in maintaining combat effectiveness during critical winter offensives. The humble Valenki boot earned recognition as a genuine strategic asset in Soviet military planning. Along the quiet wards of veterans' hospitals that would operate for decades after the war, The long-term legacy of the Eastern Front cold injuries remained visible. Men who had suffered severe frostbite often experienced lifelong complications, including chronic pain, abnormal sensitivity to minor temperature changes, and recurring ulceration. Medical science documented the phenomenon of cold sensitization, where previously frost-bitten areas remained vulnerable to recurrence at temperatures that would not affect normal tissue. The post-war medical literature documented extensively the progression and long-term consequences of the cold injuries sustained on the Eastern Front. German, Soviet, and later NATO medical researchers studied the cases to develop improved prevention and treatment protocols. The knowledge gained from this terrible natural experiment informed cold weather military operations and civilian medical practice for generations to follow. In the still hours of rehabilitation centers, where men learned to walk with prosthetic feet or adapted to partial foot amputations, the psychological impact of cold injuries revealed its full dimension. Unlike combat wounds, which carried a certain heroic narrative, cold injuries often generated feelings of preventable loss and institutional betrayal. Survivors frequently expressed the sentiment that their suffering resulted not from enemy action, but from their own leadership's failure to provide adequate equipment. The material science of military footwear underwent significant development as a direct result of Eastern Front experiences. Post-war military boot design incorporated lessons learned at tremendous human cost. Layered construction, improved waterproofing, insulation systems, and moisture-wicking materials all evolved from the recognition of how catastrophically standard footwear had failed in extreme conditions. Through the quiet archives where military records accumulated, the statistical impact of the footwear crisis became clear. German military historians estimated that between the winters of 1941 and 1945, approximately 250,000 German soldiers suffered cold injuries, severe enough to require hospitalization. Of these, roughly 100,000 experienced amputations of toes, partial foot, or complete foot. The Soviet medical system, which had demonstrated greater effectiveness in treating and rehabilitating cold injuries, established specialized facilities for these cases. The rehabilitation programs developed during and after the war emphasized not just physical recovery, but vocational retraining, recognizing that many former soldiers would be unable to return to pre-war occupations that required standing or walking for extended periods. In the peaceful fields where battles once raged, farmers occasionally uncovered the remains of soldiers whose final moments had been spent in the agony of advanced frostbite, unable to retreat or seek medical attention. Forensic examination of these remains sometimes revealed the characteristic bone damage associated with deep freezing, a silent testimony to suffering that occurred decades earlier. The military training systems of nations worldwide incorporated the lessons of the Eastern Front footwear crisis. Cold weather warfare training emphasized proper foot care as a fundamental survival skill rather than a matter of comfort or discipline. The phrase "feet are a strategic asset" entered military doctrine, acknowledging that the humblest equipment could determine the outcome of the grandest strategy. Through the snow-covered memorial grounds where fallen soldiers rest, the legacy of cold injuries remains largely unacknowledged in public remembrance. While monuments commemorate those killed by enemy action, the thousands permanently disabled by inadequate footwear rarely receive specific recognition. Their suffering, though equally consequential to the outcome of the war, occupies a different category in historical memory. The technical specifications for military footwear evolved directly from Eastern Front experiences. Modern cold weather military boots incorporate multiple layers of insulation, moisture barriers, removable liners for drying, and specific design features to maintain circulation. The contrast between these sophisticated systems and the simple leather boots that failed so catastrophically highlights the technological distance traveled since World War II. In the hushed lecture halls of military academies, the Eastern Front footwear crisis became a standard case study in logistics and preparation. Officer training emphasized that environmental conditions could cause more casualties than enemy action, and that seemingly mundane equipment details could determine strategic outcomes. The boots that ate soldiers' feet entered military educational canon as a warning against technological arrogance and failure to respect environmental realities. Through medical research facilities where cold injury treatment continued to evolve, the clinical understanding of frostbite progressively improved. Modern protocols developed from Eastern Front experience emphasize rapid field treatment, specialized rewarming techniques, and in severe cases, new surgical interventions that can sometimes save tissue previously considered unsalvageable. Each advance represents another lesson extracted from the suffering of those frozen years. The psychological aspect of cold injuries received increasing attention in post-war medical literature. Researchers documented the distinct trauma experienced by cold injury survivors, noting patterns of grief for lost physical capability, anger at preventable suffering, and a particular form of alienation from civilian society that lacked framework to understand their experience. This psychological dimension added another layer to the already complex legacy of the Eastern Front footwear crisis. Along the paths of military museums where equipment displays showcase the evolution of warfare, the humble boot receives less attention than weapons and vehicles. Yet, knowledgeable curators recognize that the progression from the failed leather Marschstiefel to modern extreme cold weather footwear represents one of the most significant equipment evolutions driven by World War II experience. In the quiet communities where veterans settled after the war, local doctors became familiar with the distinctive patterns of cold injury complications. Former soldiers sought treatment for chronic pain, unusual sensitivity, and recurring ulceration decades after their original injuries. Medical records document how the boots that ate their feet continued to cause suffering long after the conflict ended. The technical challenge of creating effective winter footwear continued to engage military equipment designers throughout the Cold War era. Both NATO and Warsaw Pact forces devoted significant resources to developing cold weather boots that would avoid repeating the catastrophic failures of World War II. The ghost of frozen feet haunted military planning across the ideological divide. Through the silent pages of military field manuals, the lessons of the Eastern Front footwear crisis echo in detailed protocols for cold weather operations. Modern soldiers learned specific techniques for foot care in winter conditions, rotation schedules for drying boots and socks, early intervention procedures for initial cold injury symptoms, and proper fitting guidelines to maintain circulation. Each procedure represents knowledge purchased at tremendous human cost. The medical classification of cold injuries expanded and refined based on Eastern Front experience. Modern protocols distinguish between trench foot, immersion foot, chilblains, and 4 degrees of frostbite, each with specific treatment requirements. This nuanced understanding evolved directly from the massive clinical data generated by World War II cold casualties. In the peaceful retirement communities where the last veterans of World War II now reside, occasional conversations still turn to those frozen days on the Eastern Front. Survivors describe with remarkable clarity the progression from minor discomfort to life-altering injury, the desperate improvisations attempted to protect their feet, and the moment of horrific recognition when boots removed revealed blackened, dead tissue beneath. Through historical research into military equipment procurement, a complex picture emerges of how the footwear crisis developed. Records reveal that appropriate winter boots were actually designed and even manufactured in limited quantities, but priorities in transportation and distribution meant they rarely reached frontline troops in sufficient numbers. The tragedy unfolded not only from design failures but from logistical collapse under the pressure of overextended supply lines. The Soviet experience with Valenki boots demonstrates how traditional technology sometimes outperforms modern alternatives in specific environments. The felt boot, developed over centuries of Russian winter experience, proved superior to more sophisticated leather and rubber combinations in the extreme cold of the Eastern Front. This victory of indigenous knowledge over industrial design offers a counterpoint to conventional narratives of technological progress. In the quiet conservation laboratories where military artifacts are preserved, the remains of Eastern Front footwear tell their own story. German boots recovered from battlefield sites frequently show characteristic patterns of wear, improvised repairs, and modifications made by desperate soldiers attempting to adapt inadequate equipment to impossible conditions. Each degraded boot represents a personal struggle against cold that may have ended in injury or death. The strategic impact of the footwear crisis extended beyond individual suffering to influence major operations. Military historians note that during critical periods, particularly the winter of 1941 to 1942 outside Moscow, cold injuries reduced German combat strength by percentages large enough to determine the outcome of battles. In this sense, inadequate boots contributed directly to the failure of Operation Barbarossa and the ultimate German defeat. Through the methodical pages of quartermasters' reports, the scale of the footwear crisis becomes evident in cold statistics. By the second winter of the campaign, some German units reported boot replacement requirements exceeding 100% per month. meaning each soldier needed more than one new pair during that period. No supply system could sustain such consumption rates across a front stretching thousands of kilometers. The improvised solutions developed by frontline soldiers demonstrated remarkable ingenuity in the face of institutional failure. German troops wrapped feet in newspaper, straw, captured Russian felt, animal skins, blanket scraps, or any available material with insulating properties. Some created crude overboots from tire rubber or wooden clogs with fabric linings. These desperate innovations sometimes reduced injury severity, but rarely prevented it entirely. In the somber surroundings of military archives, personal letters home reveal the psychological impact of deteriorating footwear. Soldiers wrote of growing dread as they felt their boots literally falling apart around their feet, knowing no replacements would arrive. The helplessness expressed in these private communications stands in stark contrast to the confident tone of official communications during the same period. The medical understanding of how cold progressively damages tissue advanced significantly through treatment of Eastern Front casualties. Doctors documented the processes of cellular destruction from ice crystal formation, circulatory impairment from blood vessel constriction, and the paradoxical injury that occurs during improper rewarming. This knowledge continues to inform both military and civilian cold injury treatment worldwide. Through the statistical reports compiled after the war, the true scale of the footwear disaster emerges. Comprehensive German medical records indicate that approximately 30% of all military personnel who served on the Eastern Front experienced some form of cold injury, with over half of these cases involving the feet specifically. These figures represent hundreds of thousands of preventable casualties. In the clinical language of military medical journals, the progression of severe frostbite is catalogued in graphic detail. The initial white, waxy appearance of frozen tissue, the subsequent swelling and fluid-filled blisters during thawing, and finally the black, mummified appearance of necrotic tissue requiring amputation. Each stage represented not just a medical condition, but an individual human tragedy multiplied thousands of times across the front. The Soviet approach to prevention centered on their traditional knowledge of winter survival. Red Army soldiers rotated frequently from frontline positions specifically to dry footwear and treat early cold injuries. Their system of Portianki foot wrappings allowed for adjustment based on activity level and temperature, while the felt Valenki boots provided insulation even when wet. This systematic approach significantly reduced their cold injury rates compared to German forces. Along the quiet corridors of military logistics schools, the Eastern Front footwear crisis serves as a canonical example of how seemingly minor equipment details can determine strategic outcomes. Students learn how the failure to provide appropriate boots contributed to the failure of an entire campaign, a lesson in how the humblest item can undermine the grandest strategy when environmental conditions are not respected. Through the detailed records of field hospitals, the progression from initial cold exposure to amputation can be traced in individual case histories. Medical staff documented the deceptive nature of severe frostbite, where soldiers sometimes reported improvement as sensation disappeared, only to discover catastrophic tissue death days later. This pattern of delayed recognition contributed significantly to the high amputation rate. The post-war rehabilitation systems developed specifically for cold injury veterans represented a significant advance in prosthetic technology and rehabilitation medicine. The unusual patterns of partial foot amputation resulting from frostbite required specialized prosthetic designs. Research into improving mobility for these veterans drove innovations that eventually benefited civilian amputees with similar conditions. In the contemplative atmosphere of military equipment museums, the evolution of winter footwear tells a story of lessons painfully learned. The progression from failed World War II designs to modern extreme cold weather boots represents one of the most significant equipment developments in modern military history, though one rarely highlighted in popular accounts of military technology. The psychological phenomenon of survivor guilt manifested uniquely among cold injury veterans. Many expressed profound regret at their inability to help comrades who suffered alongside them, as their own deteriorating condition rendered them incapable of assistance. This aspect of the cold injury experience remained largely unexplored in early post-war psychological literature, but has received increased attention in more recent studies. Through the meticulous analysis of military historians, the connection between footwear failures and specific battle outcomes has been established. During the critical defense of Moscow in December 1941, Soviet counteroffensives encountered German units with cold injury rates exceeding 40%. This degradation of German combat effectiveness directly influenced the successful defense of the Soviet capital, a turning point in the war. The long-term economic impact of mass cold injuries created significant post-war challenges. German disability systems faced hundreds of thousands of veterans requiring lifelong medical care and often unable to fully participate in the workforce due to mobility limitations. The economic cost of inadequate boots thus extended decades beyond the military defeat they helped to cause. In the scholarly literature of environmental medicine, the Eastern Front experience established foundational understanding of how the human body responds to extreme cold. Research based on these cases identified the physiological processes of cold adaptation, the limits of human tolerance, and the specific vulnerabilities of extremities. This knowledge continues to inform wilderness medicine, disaster response, and military operations in cold environments worldwide. Through the oral histories collected from veterans in their later years, the sensory experience of cold injury emerges with haunting clarity. Survivors described the particular quality of pain during rewarming, often comparing it to thousands of needles or glass shards penetrating the flesh. They recall the distinctive smell of necrotic tissue and the horror of watching their own extremities turn black and effectively die while still attached to their bodies. The technical specifications for military footwear changed dramatically based on Eastern Front experiences. Modern extreme cold weather military boots feature multiple component systems, including vapor barriers, insulating layers, moisture-wicking materials, and specialized closures designed to maintain circulation while excluding snow. These complex systems evolved directly from the catastrophic failures observed during World War II. In the quiet conversations of military equipment developers, the boot is now recognized as a sophisticated technical challenge rather than a simple article of clothing. Contemporary military footwear undergoes extensive environmental testing, with specific performance requirements for temperature ranges, moisture management, and durability. This rigorous approach developed directly from recognition of how catastrophically simple leather boots failed in Russian winter conditions. The historical irony of the Eastern Front footwear crisis lies in the fact that appropriate designs already existed before the campaign began. Traditional Russian winter footwear, particularly the Valenki felt boot, had evolved over centuries to address precisely the conditions German forces encountered. The failure to adopt or adapt this indigenous technology represents a case of fatal technological arrogance, a belief that modern industrial products would automatically outperform traditional designs. Through the detailed case studies used in military medicine training, the progression of cold injuries serves as a warning about environmental threats. Medical personnel learn to recognize the deceptive nature of severe cold injuries, where the absence of pain often indicates worsening damage rather than improvement. This counterintuitive pattern, documented extensively on the Eastern Front, continues to challenge intuitive medical assessment. The logistics failure that left hundreds of thousands of soldiers with inadequate footwear reflects broader strategic miscalculations about the nature of the Eastern Front campaign. The decision to prioritize offensive weapons and ammunition over defensive equipment like winter clothing and appropriate boots reflected the fundamental German error in assuming a short campaign. When this assumption proved false, the logistics system could not adapt quickly enough to prevent mass casualties from environmental causes. In the reflective writings of military commanders after the war, the footwear crisis frequently appears as a symbol of larger strategic failures. Field marshals and generals who survived the conflict often cited the image of frostbitten soldiers with improvised foot coverings as emblematic of how the campaign unraveled. The boot that failed to protect the foot became metaphorically linked to leadership that failed to protect the army. Through the statistical analysis of military medical records, researchers identified specific risk factors that increased vulnerability to cold injuries. Previous frostbite created susceptibility to recurrence. Dehydration and malnutrition significantly lowered cold tolerance. Immobility, particularly during sentry duty, created perfect conditions for tissue freezing. These insights continue to inform cold weather operations planning for both military and civilian organizations. The technical challenge of creating functional winter footwear for military operations continues to engage designers and material scientists. Modern extreme cold weather boots represent some of the most sophisticated footwear ever developed, with layered construction, specialized materials, and ergonomic features, all aimed at preventing the catastrophic failures observed on the Eastern Front. Each technical advance represents another lesson extracted from that terrible experience. In the quiet hospital wards where the most severely injured recovered, medical staff observed the psychological phases that cold injury patients typically experienced. Initial relief at survival often gave way to shock upon realizing the extent of tissue loss, followed by grief for lost capability, and finally either adaptation or lasting depression. This pattern became so recognizable that psychiatric protocols developed specifically for supporting cold injury patients through each phase. Through the carefully preserved medical photographs documenting cold injuries, the visual record of the footwear crisis remains disturbing, even decades later. Clinical images show the progression from early frostbite through advanced necrosis to post-amputation healing. These images, originally created for medical education, now serve as powerful historical evidence of the human cost of logistical and design failures. The persistent myth that alcohol provides protection against cold received deadly reinforcement during the Eastern Front campaign. Many soldiers used their vodka or schnapps rations in the mistaken belief that the warming sensation indicated increased protection. Medical records document how this practice actually increased cold injury rates by causing vasodilation, but ultimately accelerated heat loss. This dangerous misconception continues to require correction in modern cold weather training. In the analytical framework of military logistics, the footwear crisis exemplifies the concept of cascading failure. Initial shortages led to extended wear of deteriorating boots, which increased cold injury rates, which reduced the number of effective soldiers, which increased the burden on remaining troops, who consequently had less opportunity to dry and maintain their own footwear, creating a downward spiral of decreasing effectiveness across entire units. Through the quiet testimonies of medical personnel who treated mass cold injuries, the emotional toll of confronting preventable suffering emerges. Doctors and nurses described the particular anguish of treating young men whose permanent disability resulted not from enemy action, but from equipment failure. The psychological burden of amputating otherwise healthy limbs damaged only by cold created significant stress among medical staff themselves. The ecological knowledge, embedded in traditional Russian footwear designs, represents an interesting counterpoint to industrial military production. The Valenki boot, developed through centuries of adaptation to the Russian winter, proved superior to mass-produced leather footwear. Despite its technological simplicity, this victory of traditional ecological knowledge over industrial design offers important lessons about appropriate technology for specific environments. In the meticulous accounting of military supply records, the magnitude of the footwear replacement challenge becomes clear. By 1943, German quartermaster reports indicate boot consumption rates 10 times higher than pre-war planning estimates. This unsustainable demand collided with decreasing production capacity as bombing reduced German industrial output, creating a supply crisis that could not be resolved under wartime conditions. Through the testimony of prisoners of war, the desperation of troops facing winter with inadequate footwear becomes visceral. Captured German soldiers described cutting up blankets to wrap their feet, stealing boots from dead comrades or even enemies, and in extreme cases deliberately seeking minor injuries that would justify medical evacuation from the freezing front. These accounts reveal the breakdown of both equipment and morale under environmental pressure. The specialized medical protocols developed for treating cold injuries evolved directly from Eastern Front experience. Modern wilderness medicine and military field treatment guidelines incorporate specific procedures for field assessment, transport considerations, rewarming techniques, and long-term management of cold-injured tissue. Each aspect of this protocol represents knowledge distilled from the mass casualties of those frozen campaigns. In the analytical framework of military history, the footwear crisis exemplifies how apparently minor logistical details can determine strategic outcomes. The want of appropriate boots contributed significantly to the failure of Operation Barbarossa, the Eastern Front offensive that represented Nazi Germany's main effort in World War II. Few historical examples demonstrate so clearly how humble equipment can undermine grand strategy when environmental conditions are not respected. Through the documented experiences of frontline medical personnel, the unique challenges of treating cold injuries under combat conditions emerge. Field hospitals struggled with the conflicting requirements of cold injury treatment. The need for gradual rewarming conflicted with the reality of overwhelming patient numbers and limited facilities. This tension between ideal medical procedure and battlefield reality resulted in higher amputation rates than might otherwise have been necessary. The technical evolution of military footwear after World War II reflects direct response to Eastern Front experiences. The vacuum-insulated boot, the vapor barrier boot, The multiple component boot system with removable liners, and the specialized rubber compounds developed for extreme cold, all emerged from recognition of how catastrophically simple leather footwear had failed. Each innovation addressed a specific failure mode observed during those winter campaigns. In the quiet communities where disabled veterans settled after the war, local medical providers became familiar with the distinctive long-term complications of severe cold injuries. Former soldiers sought treatment for chronic pain, abnormal cold sensitivity that triggered pain even in mildly cool conditions, and recurring ulceration at amputation sites. These conditions often required lifelong management, creating healthcare requirements that extended decades beyond the conflict itself. Through the statistical analysis of military effectiveness, the impact of cold injuries on combat power becomes quantifiable. Historical records indicate that during critical periods, particularly the winter of 1941 to 1942, cold injuries reduced German combat strength by 20 to 30% before any enemy contact occurred. This degradation of force without combat represents one of the most significant self-inflicted military disasters in modern history. The long-term disability patterns resulting from severe cold injuries created unique rehabilitation challenges. Unlike traumatic amputations, which typically create clean surgical sites, cold injury amputations often involved irregular tissue damage and compromised circulation in remaining tissue. These factors complicated prosthetic fitting and increased the risk of ongoing complications, requiring specialized rehabilitation approaches developed specifically for cold injury veterans. In the analytical framework of military medicine, the Eastern Front experience established the foundation for understanding cold injury epidemiology. Data collected from these mass casualties identified specific risk factors, including previous cold injury, dehydration, exhaustion, constrictive clothing or footwear, and extended immobility. This epidemiological understanding continues to inform prevention strategies for both military operations and civilian activities in cold environments. Through the careful documentation of field treatments attempted during the campaign, a record emerges of evolving medical understanding. Early in the conflict, many medical personnel employed counterproductive measures such as snow rubbing or rapid warming near fires, practices that actually increased tissue damage. As experience accumulated, field treatment gradually aligned with what modern medicine recognizes as appropriate: gradual rewarming, sterile protection of damaged tissue, and careful evacuation to surgical facilities. The psychological impact of cold injuries created unique challenges for military psychiatry. Unlike combat injuries, which carried connotations of sacrifice and heroism, cold injuries often generated feelings of preventable loss and institutional betrayal. Many soldiers expressed the belief that their suffering resulted not from enemy action, but from their own leadership's failure to provide adequate equipment, creating a distinct form of trauma that complicated psychological recovery. In the frameworks of military planning doctrine, the Eastern Front footwear crisis became a canonical example of failure to adequately assess environmental threats. Modern military planning specifically requires environmental analysis as a fundamental component of operational planning, with particular attention to equipment requirements for anticipated conditions. This doctrinal evolution represents direct response to the catastrophic environmental unpreparedness demonstrated during Operation Barbarossa. Through the systematic analysis of cold injury patterns, military medical researchers identified critical physiological principles that continue to inform both prevention and treatment. The understanding that tissue damage occurs primarily during freezing and thawing, rather than while frozen, the recognition of increased vulnerability after initial injury, and the importance of maintaining core temperature to protect extremities, all emerged from Eastern Front experience. The logistics failure that left hundreds of thousands of soldiers with inadequate footwear represents a striking example of how seemingly minor equipment details can determine strategic outcomes. The want of appropriate boots contributed significantly to the failure of Operation Barbarossa, demonstrating how humble equipment can undermine grand strategy when environmental conditions are not respected. In the quiet reflections of military commanders after the war, the image of soldiers with frostbitten feet became symbolic of larger strategic miscalculations. Generals and field marshals frequently cited inadequate winter preparation, particularly footwear, as emblematic of the fundamental error in assuming a short campaign. The boots that failed to protect soldiers' feet became metaphorically linked to leadership that failed to protect the army. Through the detailed case studies preserved in military medical records, the progression of severe cold injuries can be traced from initial exposure to final outcome. These records document the deceptive nature of deep frostbite, where soldiers sometimes reported improvement as sensation disappeared, only to discover catastrophic tissue death days later. This pattern of delayed recognition contributed significantly to the high amputation rate among cold injury cases. The technical specifications for military footwear changed dramatically based on Eastern Front experiences. Modern cold weather military boots incorporate multiple insulating layers, moisture barriers, removable components for drying, and specific design features to maintain circulation while providing protection. The contrast between these sophisticated systems and the simple leather boots that failed so catastrophically highlights the technological distance traveled since World War II. In the analytical framework of military history, few examples demonstrate so clearly how seemingly minor logistical details can determine strategic outcomes. The failure to provide appropriate winter footwear contributed significantly to the German defeat on the Eastern Front, illustrating how environmental factors can outweigh tactical advantages when not properly addressed through equipment and preparation. Through the quiet hospital wards, where amputees learn to navigate their new reality, the full human cost of the footwear crisis materialized in thousands of individual tragedies. Young men who had marched east with confidence found themselves returning with permanent disability, facing futures fundamentally altered by the failure of simple leather boots to protect against Russian winter. Their collective experience represents one of the most significant preventable medical disasters of modern warfare. The boots that ate soldiers' feet on the Eastern Front thus stand as a powerful reminder of how environmental conditions can determine military outcomes as surely as strategy or weaponry. The failure to respect winter's power through appropriate equipment cost hundreds of thousands of casualties and contributed significantly to the outcome of World War II. This lesson, purchased at tremendous human cost, continues to influence military planning, equipment design, and medical practice to the present day. Our next topic takes us to why medics drank tea at gunpoint. In the soft grey mists of early morning, across the European battlefields of World War II, medical personnel moved with practiced efficiency among the wounded. Their white uniforms marked with red crosses served as beacons of hope amid the chaos of conflict. These individuals, bearing the responsibility of preserving life surrounded by death, often pushed themselves far beyond the limits of human endurance, creating a curious phenomenon that military commanders addressed in the most direct manner possible. The humble teacup became an unexpected tool in the battle against medical burnout. British and Commonwealth medical officers, deeply committed to their duty of care, frequently refused respite, even when their judgment had become compromised by exhaustion. In the most extreme cases, superior officers would draw their sidearms, not as threats but as unmistakable commands, insisting that these dedicated healers pause for tea. This seemingly dramatic intervention reflected a profound understanding that medics could not be allowed to work themselves to collapse, as their skills remained too precious to lose. Beneath the rumble of distant artillery in a field hospital near Normandy in 1944, Captain William Harrington of the Royal Army Medical Corps observed a young medical lieutenant who had operated for 30 hours without break. The lieutenant's hands had begun to tremble slightly as he prepared for yet another surgery. Captain Harrington approached him, service revolver drawn but pointed safely downward, and with gentle firmness directed the younger man to the mess tent. There, the captain personally prepared a cup of tea, standing watch until every drop was consumed and the lieutenant had accepted 4 hours of mandatory rest. The regimented tea breaks of peacetime Britain had evolved in wartime into a complex ritual of survival and mental preservation. Each medical unit developed its own traditions around the preparation and consumption of tea, transforming a simple beverage into a momentary sanctuary from the horrors that surrounded them. For medical personnel particularly, the familiar routine of heating water, measuring leaves, and observing the proper steeping time provided a psychological anchor when all other aspects of normal life had been swept away by the tides of war. Along the muddy paths connecting aid stations to field hospitals in Italy, one could often find small clusters of medics huddled around portable stoves, their faces illuminated by small flames as they heated their precious water. You might almost feel the weight of their fatigue as they passed dented metal cups among themselves, each sip a small restoration of humanity in circumstances that threatened to strip it away. These moments, brief though they were, preserved not only physical energy, but the capacity for compassion that made these men and women effective healers. In the rain-swept medical tents of the Burma campaign, tea drinking took on additional significance. The oppressive heat and humidity created perfect conditions for tropical diseases that claimed more lives than enemy bullets. Medical officers discovered that regular consumption of properly prepared tea helped prevent dysentery among their personnel, as the boiled water eliminated many waterborne pathogens. What began as a cultural comfort became a medical necessity, leading to strict enforcement of tea breaks even during the most intense periods of combat casualty treatment. The British 8th Army medical units serving in the North African campaign developed perhaps the most elaborate tea rituals of the war. In the relentless desert sun, where temperatures regularly exceeded 100 degrees Fahrenheit, the seeming contradiction of hot tea providing relief from hot weather became a matter of scientific interest to medical officers. They observed that the hot beverage induced perspiration, which, when evaporating from the skin, created a cooling effect more efficient than cold drinks. Here too, senior medical officers sometimes resorted to good-natured threats to ensure their personnel maintained this essential practice. Colonel Geoffrey Marston of the Australian Army Medical Corps became legendary among his unit for what the men called his tea-time revolver. One can nearly hear the dry humour in his voice as he would announce to overworked surgeons, "Gentlemen, this service pistol, and I cordially invite you to join me for tea. I assure you neither of us will accept your regrets." Though delivered with a wry smile, all understood the serious purpose behind the colonel's theatrical approach. In the 3 years of his command, not a single medical officer under his supervision suffered complete collapse from overexertion. The preparation of tea itself became a carefully guarded skill among frontline medical units. Far from the standardized tea bags that would become common in later decades, World War II-era tea required knowledge and care in its making. The quality of available water varied dramatically between theaters of operation, requiring adjustments to steeping time and temperature. Medical personnel, already precise in their professional procedures, applied similar exactitude to their brewing methods, creating detailed instructional documents that circulated informally among hospital units. Within the cramped confines of naval medical facilities, the challenges of preparing proper tea during combat conditions became particularly acute. The constant motion of vessels, especially the smaller destroyer-class ships, made every step from heating water to drinking without spillage an exercise in adaptability. Naval medical officers developed specialized brewing equipment, including gimbaled kettles that maintained a level position regardless of the ship's roll and pitch. These ingenious devices ensured that even during intense naval engagements, medical personnel could be ordered to observe their restorative tea rituals. The gentle swaying of hospital ships crossing the English Channel created a soothing background to the careful work of nurses preparing tea for both patients and themselves. These floating havens of medical care maintained the strictest adherence to proper tea service, even utilizing china cups when circumstances permitted. For wounded men who had endured the chaos and deprivation of frontline combat, this simple return to civilization often marked the first moment they believed they might actually survive their ordeal. The nurses, understanding this psychological benefit, performed their tea duties with ceremonial dignity that belied the genuine medical purpose behind the practice. Beneath the thick canopy of Pacific Island jungles, American medical units gradually adopted similar practices from their British and Australian counterparts. Though initially skeptical of what some dismissed as foreign affectation, the medical officers of units serving in places like Guadalcanal and New Guinea soon recognized the practical benefits of scheduled tea consumption. The discipline it imposed, combined with the mild stimulant effect of the caffeine and the hydration provided by the liquid itself, improved both morale and performance among medical personnel working in the most challenging environments of the Pacific Theater. Field surgeons operating in forward aid stations often experienced the most extreme examples of the tea at gunpoint phenomenon. These medical officers, positioned closest to actual combat to provide immediate life-saving interventions, frequently worked through artillery barrages and small arms fire. Their dedication to the wounded sometimes manifested as a reluctance to cease treatment even when their own physical and mental reserves had been depleted. In such circumstances, senior officers or experienced non-commissioned officers would physically remove them from their duties, often with explicit orders reinforced by the visible presence of sidearms, insisting they consume tea and observe at least minimal rest periods. In the snow-covered forests of the Ardennes, during the winter of 1944 to 1945, preparation of tea required overcoming significant environmental challenges. Medical units supporting troops during what became known as the Battle of the Bulge found that standard equipment froze or functioned poorly in the extreme cold. Improvised methods developed rapidly, with medics using the heat from vehicle engines to warm water and insulating teapots with scraps of blankets or uniform materials. The steam rising from these hard-won cups of tea seemed to carry away some small measure of the bone, deep cold, that plagued everyone in those difficult weeks. The specific blend of tea available to medical units varied considerably throughout the war years. Early in the conflict, when supply lines remained relatively intact, British and Commonwealth medics might enjoy familiar commercial brands from home. As the war progressed and shipping became increasingly targeted by enemy action, more austere government-issue tea became standard. By 1943, the distinctive taste of this basic blend had become so associated with medical treatment that some patients reported they could not imagine recovery without it, a psychological association that clever medical officers exploited to full advantage. Medical personnel themselves developed superstitions around their tea consumption. Some would refuse to begin complex surgical procedures without first having completed their tea ritual, believing it brought steadiness to their hands. Others saved small amounts from their ration to create concentrated infusions they would consume during particular difficult operations, valuing the mild stimulant effect. These personal rituals, though lacking scientific basis, provided psychological comfort that improved overall performance, a fact recognized by insightful commanding officers who ensured tea supplies remained available even when other comforts were sacrificed. In the dusty field hospitals of North Africa, where sand seemed to infiltrate every piece of equipment and every morsel of food, tea preparation included elaborate filtering processes. Medical orderlies became experts at improvising straining devices from available materials, ensuring that the precious liquid remained free from the omnipresent grit. One can almost taste the slightly metallic flavor of tea prepared in these conditions, where even the water itself often carried mineral content unfamiliar to European palates. Yet this very distinctiveness became part of the experience, a sensory marker that helped distinguish safe periods from those of active danger. The sound of spoons stirring sugar into tea became, for many medical personnel, a soothing acoustic reminder of normality in the otherwise chaotic auditory landscape of a field hospital, where moans of pain mingled with shouted orders and the distant percussion of combat. This gentle tinkling of metal against ceramic or tin carried psychological significance far beyond its volume. You might almost hear this delicate counterpoint to the machinery of war, a small domestic sound preserved amid destruction that helped maintain the humanity of those who heard it. Along the narrow corridors of underground medical bunkers on the Italian front, orderlies would move with careful precision, balancing trays of teacups during air raids. These subterranean treatment facilities, carved from the rocky soil near Monte Cassino and similar battlegrounds, provided relative safety from bombardment, but created challenging working environments for medical staff. The darkness, broken only by electric lamps powered by temperamental generators, combined with the constant humidity to create conditions where hot tea provided both physical and emotional warmth. Senior medical officers in these facilities became particularly strict about enforcing rest and refreshment periods, knowing that the oppressive atmosphere could accelerate exhaustion. The medical personnel serving aboard submarines faced perhaps the most severe challenges to maintaining tea rituals. The extremely limited fresh water supplies and restricted cooking facilities made each cup a precious commodity to be savored with careful attention. In these circumstances, the insistence on proper tea breaks came not at gunpoint, but through the submarine commander's direct orders, an acknowledgement that the sole medical officer aboard must be preserved at all costs. Submariners developed particular respect for their medical staff's tea privileges, understanding that this small luxury directly impacted their own chances of survival should injury or illness strike in their isolated environment. Within the sprawling complex of military hospitals established in southern England following the Dunkirk evacuation, tea service evolved into an elaborate system that served multiple medical purposes. Nursing sisters discovered that monitoring a patient's ability to prepare and consume tea independently provided valuable information about recovery progress, particularly for those suffering from upper body injuries or neurological damage. The ritual became incorporated into formal rehabilitation protocols, with specific tea-related tasks assigned according to clinical recovery goals. The familiarity of the activity masked its diagnostic function, allowing natural assessment without the stress patients might feel during formal examination. The gentle glow of early morning light filtering through canvas hospital tents often revealed medical officers performing their first official duty of the day. The careful preparation of the morning tea ration, this task, which might have been delegated to subordinates, was frequently reserved by senior physicians as a moment of contemplation before the demands of the day engulfed them. You can almost see the methodical movements, the measured spooning of leaves, the patient waiting for proper steeping, all serving as a meditative preparation for the difficult decisions that would soon follow. Many veteran doctors credited this ritual with preserving their decision-making clarity throughout extended campaigns. In the frozen expanses of the Russian front, German medical units observed with professional interest the elaborate tea customs of their Soviet counterparts. Despite the bitter ideological conflict between their nations, medical personnel on both sides recognized the universal challenges of their profession. Captured documents indicate that German medical officers adopted modified versions of the strong sweet tea protocols they observed being enforced among Russian doctors, sometimes with similar disciplinary measures for those who attempted to work beyond safe limits. This professional cross-pollination of survival techniques represented a small but significant cooperation that transcended the surrounding hostilities. The distinctive aluminum teapots issued to British field medical units became coveted items among Allied forces. Designed specifically for durability and efficient heat retention, these utilitarian items rarely remained with their original owners for the duration of their service. American medical personnel in particular developed an appreciation for the superior design compared to their own equipment, leading to frequent unauthorized requisitioning that headquarters eventually addressed by including similar items in American medical supply catalogs. One can nearly feel the satisfying weight of these practical vessels, their rounded bodies blackened by countless fires yet maintaining perfect functionality through years of hard use. Beneath the constant threat of aerial bombardment in London's teaching hospitals, medical students, accelerated through abbreviated training programs, learned to associate tea with the rare moments of educational calm. Their instructors, many of them veterans of the First World War, understood the pedagogical value of these intervals. Concepts explained during tea often remained clearer in memory than those presented during formal lectures, a phenomenon that led to scheduled tea tutorials, where the most crucial medical information would be imparted. These young doctors would carry this association to the field, continuing the practice with their own medical units and reinforcing the centrality of tea to military medical culture. In the rain-soaked jungle outposts of Burma and Malaya, medical officers facing the dual threats of Japanese forces and tropical disease found tea consumption provided unexpected prophylactic benefits. The tannins present in properly brewed black tea demonstrated mild antimicrobial properties that, while insufficient alone, complemented other preventative measures against dysentery and similar ailments. This scientific justification reinforced the cultural practice, leading to standing orders that all medical personnel consume minimum quantities at regular intervals. Officers would inspect tea mugs to ensure compliance, their sidearms visible reminders of the non-negotiable nature of these health-preserving rituals. The careful monitoring of tea supplies became a significant logistical concern for medical unit commanders. Unlike ammunition or even certain medications, which might be conserved during periods of relative calm, tea consumption remained constant, regardless of combat intensity. Supply officers learned to calculate precise requirements based on personnel numbers, developing specialized requisition channels that sometimes operated independently from standard quartermaster systems. The success of these efforts directly impacted medical effectiveness, creating a situation where seemingly mundane beverage supplies carried operational significance that justified extraordinary measures to maintain them. Within the bustling wards of the larger field hospitals, the timing of tea breaks created complex scheduling challenges for nursing staff. The need to maintain continuous patient care while ensuring all personnel received their restorative intervals required elaborate planning and coordination. Sister Agnes Thorne of the Queen Alexandra's Imperial Military Nursing Service became known for her innovative rotation system, developed during the North African campaign and later implemented throughout British medical facilities. Her method ensured no medical professional worked longer than 4 hours without mandatory tea, a practice credited with significantly reducing error rates during complex treatments. The soft murmur of conversation during medical tea breaks provided another crucial function beyond physical restoration. These brief periods allowed for informal consultation among colleagues, creating opportunities to discuss difficult cases or share specialized knowledge without the formality of official conferences. Senior medical officers observed that many treatment innovations emerged from these casual exchanges, leading some to position themselves strategically during tea intervals to monitor and encourage productive professional dialogue. This practice of tea-time medical rounds became standard in many units, combining necessary rest with valuable knowledge transfer. Along the heavily damaged streets of recently liberated European cities, medical units supporting civilian relief efforts adapted their tea rituals to include local populations. French, Belgian, and Dutch civilians, many suffering from malnutrition after years of occupation, received their first exposure to proper British tea preparation alongside emergency medical care. This cultural exchange created unexpected bonds between medical personnel and the communities they served, with local citizens often contributing scarce herbs to supplement military tea supplies. The resulting hybrid beverages became unique markers of specific campaigns, with medical veterans later recalling each liberated region by its distinctive tea variation. The meticulous record-keeping characteristic of military medical practice extended to the monitoring of tea consumption among personnel. Unit diaries and official reports frequently included notations regarding supply levels, preparation methods, and even qualitative assessments of tea's impact on staff performance. Medical researchers assigned to field units conducted informal studies correlating tea consumption patterns with various metrics of clinical effectiveness, building an evidence base that would later inform post-war medical practice in both military and civilian contexts. One can almost picture these dedicated professionals noting observations in rain-speckled journals by lamplight, their scientific curiosity undiminished by the surrounding conditions. In the temporary medical facilities established immediately following amphibious landings, tea preparation presented unique challenges. The salt contamination of available water sources required additional purification steps, creating delays that combat medical officers found unacceptable during periods of intense casualty treatment. Engineering corps attached to medical units developed specialized filtration equipment specifically for tea preparation, prioritizing this seemingly minor function because of its observed impact on medical staff endurance. These purpose-built devices became standard issue for landing operations following their successful deployment during the Sicily campaign in 1943. The steady hands required for delicate surgical procedures benefited measurably from the precisely timed tea breaks enforced throughout British medical services. The combination of brief rest, mild caffeine stimulation, and liquid refreshment created optimal conditions for fine motor control, a fact demonstrated repeatedly in performance assessments conducted under varying conditions. Medical officers who attempted to continue working through scheduled breaks showed progressive degradation in technique that became evident in patient outcomes, providing concrete justification for the sometimes forceful insistence on tea consumption that characterized military medical culture of the period. Among the Territorial Army medical units mobilized from Scotland came distinctive tea traditions that influenced broader practice. These physicians and nurses, many from remote Highland communities, brought with them preparation methods involving prolonged steeping and the addition of small amounts of spirits when available. Senior military medical authorities initially attempted to standardize all tea procedures according to Southern English norms, but field reports consistently indicated superior performance metrics among units maintaining their regional variation. This evidence eventually led to revised regulations acknowledging the value of diverse approaches united by the common element of enforced tea consumption for all medical personnel. Within the sterile environment of mobile surgical hospitals, tea preparation required additional protocols to maintain hygienic standards. Medical technicians developed specialized equipment that combined essential sterilization processes with tea-making functionality, allowing the simultaneous preparation of surgical implements and medicinal beverages. The distinctive aroma of tea made in these conditions carried notes of antiseptic agents that veterans would forever associate with their wartime experiences. You might almost detect the faint scent of iodine and tea leaves mingling in the air of these facilities, where healing work continued with methodical precision regardless of external circumstances. The provision of tea for captured enemy medical personnel created interest in diplomatic situations throughout the conflict. Military medical services operated under Geneva Convention protections that fostered professional respect, transcending national divisions. When German or Japanese medical officers came into Allied custody, their British counterparts often made particular effort to prepare tea according to their guests' preferences, a courtesy that facilitated valuable exchange of medical information beneficial to wounded of all nationalities. These small gestures of professional solidarity amid global conflict demonstrated the unique position military medical personnel occupied their shared commitment to healing sometimes creating moments of humanity in otherwise dehumanizing circumstances. Along the crowded docks where hospital ships received the wounded from combat zones, specialized tea distribution systems evolved to meet the unique demands of maritime medical evacuation. Nursing orderlies developed techniques for securing mugs to stretchers, allowing patients to benefit from the warm beverage even during the complex transfer procedures from smaller craft to the main vessels. The logistics of providing hot tea during these operations required dedicated personnel and equipment, resources that military planners allocated without hesitation after statistical analysis demonstrated significant improvements in patient stability when this small comfort was maintained throughout the evacuation process. The particular challenges faced by medical personnel supporting airborne operations created some of the most dramatic examples of enforced tea consumption. Paramedic units preparing for jumps into combat zones experienced natural anxiety that, when combined with the intense focus required for their duties, created conditions where individuals would routinely forgo basic self-care. Squadron medical officers addressed this tendency by implementing mandatory pre-jump tea formations, during which senior officers would move through the ranks with drawn sidearms, maintaining a theatrical but effective insistence that every medic consume a full mug before equipment checks could commence. This practice became so ingrained that paramedical units developed specialized collapsible tea-making equipment that accompanied them into drops, ensuring continuation of the ritual even behind enemy lines. In the quiet pre-dawn hours at casualty clearing stations, medical personnel developed heightened appreciation for the sensory qualities of properly prepared tea. The aroma of the brewing leaves provided olfactory relief from the omnipresent medical smells that otherwise dominated their environment. Many reported that this alternative scent helped reset their sensory perception, preventing the olfactory fatigue that could diminish their ability to detect important clinical indicators such as wound infection or internal bleeding. This seemingly incidental benefit provides insight into the holistic thinking that characterized military medical practice, where even routine refreshment served multiple therapeutic functions. The winter campaign in Italy during 1943 brought particular challenges to medical tea procedures. The combination of extreme cold, mountainous terrain, and extended supply lines created conditions where even basic comfort measures required extraordinary effort. Medical officers observed that personnel willingness to undertake these efforts, specifically for tea, when similar exertion might be refused for other purposes, revealed the central importance the beverage had assumed in their professional culture. Reconnaissance patrols reported occasionally identifying forward medical post locations by the distinctive aroma of brewing tea. The only concession to comfort these units permitted themselves regardless of tactical situations. Within the specialization of combat psychiatry, tea rituals assumed particular therapeutic significance. Medical officers treating cases of combat exhaustion, what later generations would recognize as post-traumatic stress, discovered that involving affected individuals in the precise procedures of tea preparation provided valuable occupational therapy. The familiar domestic activity, with its emphasis on order and ritual, created a transitional psychological space between combat chaos and eventual recovery. Psychiatric units developed elaborate tea ceremonies specifically designed to engage patients in progressively more complex social interactions, using the shared cultural touchstone as a bridge back to functional military or civilian life. The careful attention to water temperature that proper tea preparation required created unexpected benefits for field surgical units. Medical officers noted that personnel who developed expertise in assessing water heat for tea making demonstrated superior judgment when preparing antiseptic solutions and other temperature-sensitive medical materials. This correlation led to formal incorporation of tea preparation training into field medical instruction, with technical accuracy in this seemingly mundane task becoming a subtle assessment of potential surgical aptitude. Instructors could observe candidate attention to detail and procedural discipline in a low-stakes context before entrusting them with more critical responsibility. In the dense fog that frequently enveloped field hospitals along the Rhine during the final winter of the war, tea distribution became a primary method of maintaining contact between different sections of sprawling medical facilities. Orderlies moving between treatment tents carried distinctive teapots, whose silhouettes could be recognized in conditions where normal visibility extended only a few feet. The regular rhythm of these deliveries provided temporal structure when normal timekeeping methods proved impractical. with medical teams marking surgical phases and treatment intervals by the predictable appearance of tea bearers through the mist. One can nearly feel the disorienting quality of this environment, where sound traveled strangely and visual references disappeared, making the simple continuity of tea service an essential psychological anchor. The liberation of prisoner of war camps, containing Allied medical personnel, revealed the extraordinary length these individuals had gone to maintain tea rituals during captivity. Despite severe deprivation affecting all aspects of life, captured doctors and nurses had improvised tea-making equipment from available materials and cultivated substitute plants when actual tea became unavailable. Military debrief interviews with these former prisoners indicated that maintaining this specific element of professional practice had contributed significantly to preserving both technical skills and group cohesion during the extended hardship of imprisonment. These accounts provided some of the most compelling evidence for the psychological importance tea had assumed within military medical culture. Among the desert medical units, supporting the long-range desert group and similar special forces, tea preparation achieved perhaps its most refined tactical integration. These highly mobile medical teams, operating with minimal equipment deep in Axis territory, developed methods for preparing tea using fuel sources that produced no visible smoke and equipment that created no light signature detectable by enemy observation. The resulting beverage, often brewed from carefully preserved tea tablets, specifically developed for these operations, provided essential hydration and stimulation for medical personnel working in extreme conditions with no possibility of relief or evacuation. The discipline involved in maintaining these practices under such circumstances reflected the broader excellence of these specialized units. The gentle pattering of rain on field hospital tents created a soothing background to many tea rituals throughout the European campaigns. Medical personnel reported that this combination of sensory experiences produced particularly restorative effects, the natural rhythm of rainfall complementing the civilizing influence of proper tea consumption. During extended periods of clear weather, some medical officers would attempt to recreate this acoustic environment by having orderlies sprinkle water on tent canvas during designated tea intervals, an apparent extravagance that psychological observation justified as contributing measurably to staff resilience during high casualty periods. You might almost hear the soft percussion of droplets on taut fabric, punctuated by the delicate clink of spoons against cups as medical teams gathered for their essential respite. In the carefully maintained gardens surrounding permanent military hospitals in Britain, medical personnel on rotation from frontline service often experienced their first opportunity to resume fully proper tea customs. These brief periods of normalized professional practice, amid familiar surroundings, provided psychological restoration that command structures recognized as essential to sustained effectiveness. The contrast between battlefield improvisation and home front propriety created a transitional experience that helped medical veterans process their experiences while preparing for return to combat zones. Many reported that these interludes centered around proper afternoon tea, served in actual china cups, sustained them through subsequent deployments more effectively than any other form of leave. The distinctive regional variations in tea preparation became subjects of good-natured rivalry among medical units drawn from different parts of Britain and its Commonwealth. Welsh medical detachments maintained that their longer steeping methods produced superior restorative effects, while Scottish units insisted their stronger brewing approach provided better stimulation for extended duty periods. Canadian medical personnel introduced innovations involving maple products when available, while Indian Army medical units contributed specialized spice additions that gradually gained popularity throughout Allied forces. This diversity within a common practice created points of cultural exchange that enriched the shared professional identity of military medical services across national boundaries. Along the narrow trails connecting forward aid stations to more established field hospitals, the transportation of tea-making equipment received priority that might seem surprising in combat conditions. Supply officers allocated precious space on medical evacuation vehicles for these materials, sometimes at the expense of items with more obvious clinical application. This apparent inversion of priorities reflected the empirical observation that medical personnel deprived of proper tea service showed measurable degradation in performance, but directly affected patient outcomes. The practical wisdom of veteran medical commanders recognized that maintaining this aspect of professional culture produced benefits that justified the logistical commitment it required. The medical facilities supporting Bomber Command operations developed particularly rigorous tea protocols in response to the unique pattern of their casualty reception. Unlike ground force medical units where wounded arrived in irregular patterns determined by combat intensity, airbase hospitals experienced predictable surges corresponding to the return of aircraft from missions. Medical officers institutionalized precisely timed tea service in the quiet intervals between these intense activity periods, with mandatory participation enforced by direct order and supervision. Flight surgeons carried sidearms as standard equipment, and contemporary accounts confirm these were occasionally displayed to ensure compliance with tea breaks when personnel attempted to continue working through designated rest periods. Within the specialized burn treatment units that developed in response to the particular injuries common among tank crews and aircraft personnel, tea preparation incorporated therapeutic elements beyond the benefits to medical staff. Nursing sisters discovered that the familiar aroma provided psychological comfort to patients suffering these uniquely traumatic wounds, while the steam generated during brewing could be directed to help maintain the elevated humidity beneficial for certain burn dressing protocols. These practical adaptations transformed a staff maintenance ritual into an integrated element of patient care, demonstrating the innovative approach to resource utilization that characterized military medicine during this period of rapid therapeutic advancement. The careful observation of tea consumption patterns among medical personnel became an important diagnostic tool for unit commanders monitoring staff welfare. Changes in individual tea habits often provided the first indication of developing combat fatigue or other psychological stress reactions, allowing for early intervention before clinical effectiveness became compromised. Medical officers trained in psychiatry developed assessment protocols that incorporated casual observation during tea breaks, noting variations in preparation method, consumption speed, and social interaction that might indicate personnel requiring preventative rotation or temporary relief from duty. This surveillance, conducted with professional discretion, preserved the effective strength of medical units through timely identification of developing stress conditions. In the relative calm of hospital ships crossing between theaters of operation, medical personnel experienced rare opportunities for proper tea service that closely approximated peacetime standards. These vessels, protected by their distinctive white paint and Red Cross markings, maintained formal afternoon tea as a matter of official routine, with attendance compulsory for all medical staff not directly engaged in essential patient care. The psychological transition these ceremonies facilitated helped personnel adjust between the radically different medical environments they would encounter at each end of their voyage. One might almost hear the gentle clink of proper china and the soft background of ocean waves that accompanied these civilized interludes amid global conflict. Among the medical units supporting resistance forces in occupied territories, tea rituals assumed additional significance as markers of cultural identity maintained despite enemy presence. British medical personnel parachuted into France to support resistance operations brought tea supplies considered excessive by conventional logistical standards, but justified by their importance to professional function and symbolic value to the Allied cause. French civilians working alongside these medical teams often adopted the tea practices they observed, creating a visible connection to the Allied nations, providing support. These small cultural exchanges, centered around shared brewing and consumption of a distinctive beverage, strengthened the interpersonal bonds essential for effective clandestine medical operations. The specialized medical facilities treating combat aviators suffering from altitude-related conditions incorporated tea service directly into their therapeutic regimens. Flight surgeons observed that the combination of theobromine, caffeine, and tannins present in properly brewed tea produced mild stimulant effects that aided recovery from oxygen deprivation without exacerbating associated symptoms such as headache or nausea. The resulting treatment protocols specified precise tea preparation methods focused on maximizing these beneficial compounds, while minimizing others that might produce less desirable effects. Medical technicians assigned to these units received specific training in these preparation techniques, elevating a traditional refreshment to the status of calibrated therapeutic intervention. Within the tropical disease wards that treated the particular medical challenges of the Pacific and Southeast Asian theaters, tea consumption protocols reflected both cultural tradition and emerging scientific understanding. Medical officers noted correlations between regular tea intake and reduced incidence of certain waterborne illnesses, leading to formalized requirements that all personnel consume minimum quantities at specified intervals. The antimicrobial properties of properly prepared tea, while insufficient as primary treatment, provided valuable supplementary protection in environments where multiple pathogens presented constant threats to medical effectiveness. Senior officers enforced these preventative measures with the same seriousness given to other medical protocols, occasionally resorting to direct display of authority symbols, including sidearms when faced with personnel reluctance during particularly demanding operational periods. The gentle glow of hurricane lamps illuminating evening tea service in field hospitals created a distinctive atmosphere that many medical veterans would later recall with particular clarity. The limitations of wartime illumination, which made detailed medical work challenging after sunset, conversely provided ideal conditions for the psychological restoration these brief ceremonies offered. You might almost see the soft pools of golden light amid the surrounding darkness, creating islands of momentary peace, where medical personnel could gather between the demands of their relentless work. Unit photographers occasionally captured these scenes, producing images that would later become iconic representations of the resilience that characterized military medical service throughout the conflict. In the snow-covered medical facilities supporting the Ardennes campaign during the winter of 1944, the practical challenges of tea preparation became tests of professional resourcefulness. Water sources froze solid, heating fuels became scarce, and normal equipment functioned poorly in extreme cold. Medical personnel responded with innovative adaptations, melting snow in surgical pans, burning medical alcohol when other fuels were unavailable, and insulating teapots with bandage materials to maintain temperature. These determined efforts to maintain their essential ritual despite environmental obstacles demonstrated how thoroughly tea service had become integrated into the fundamental operational practices of military medicine, its maintenance prioritized even in the most challenging circumstances. The unique tea customs that developed within specialized maxillofacial treatment units reflected the particular challenges these medical teams faced. Personnel working continuously with the devastating facial injuries common to modern warfare experienced psychological strain that commanded specific attention from unit leaders. Their tea breaks incorporated brief mindfulness practices, with medical officers leading moments of guided attention to the sensory experience of the beverage before return to their demanding tasks. Contemporary accounts indicate these structured intervals provided essential psychological spacing that enabled sustained effectiveness in work that combined technical complexity with extreme emotional demands. The ritual aspects of communal tea consumption created natural opportunities for these restorative practices without requiring formal therapeutic designation that might have encountered professional resistance. Along the winding mountain paths, where mule trains supplied remote medical outposts in the Italian campaign, tea preparation adapted to the unique constraints of extreme terrain. Medical units operating in positions accessible only by narrow trails developed specialized equipment that could be disassembled for transport on pack animals, then rapidly reconstructed to provide the essential tea service necessary for sustained operation. The mule handlers themselves, recognizing the importance of their cargo, developed specialized packing techniques to protect tea supplies from adverse weather conditions during the difficult ascents to these isolated positions. Their efforts ensured that even the most remotely positioned medical personnel maintained access to this essential element of their professional practice, preserving operational effectiveness in locations where evacuation or reinforcement remained practically impossible. Within the triage facilities where incoming casualties received initial assessment and routing to appropriate treatment, tea breaks for medical personnel followed particularly strict protocols. The intense pressure of rapid decision-making in these environments created conditions where judgment could deteriorate without noticeable subjective awareness by the individuals involved. Medical officers instituted mandatory rotation systems centered around tea consumption, with armed military police sometimes assigned to enforce compliance during periods of heavy casualty flow. These seemingly dramatic measures reflected practical recognition that proper triage represented the most significant factor in overall treatment effectiveness, justifying whatever measures proved necessary to maintain optimal cognitive function among personnel performing this critical role. The distinctive sound of stirring sugar into tea became a recognized audio cue in many medical facilities, signaling the brief intervals when non-emergency requests might appropriately be directed to staff. Patients learned that the gentle rhythm of spoon against cup indicated moments when medical personnel had transitioned from direct treatment activities to their mandated rest period, creating natural opportunities for questions or comfort requests that might otherwise remain unvoiced. This organic development of communication protocols around tea preparation demonstrated how thoroughly the practice had integrated into the overall operational rhythm of military medical services, becoming a synchronizing element that benefited both staff and those under their care. Our next topic takes us to the secret language of trench graffiti. In the shadow-filled corridors of history, where the echoes of conflict still resonate through time, one finds the subtle witnesses of human experience etched into the very walls that sheltered men in their darkest hours. Along the sprawling network of trenches that defined the battlefields of World War II, soldiers from all nations left behind an intricate tapestry of words, symbols, and images that now serve as intimate records of their thoughts, fears, and hopes. These markings, often overlooked by conventional historical accounts, offer us a uniquely personal glimpse into the lives of those who waited in the damp earth, uncertain of their fate. The tradition of soldiers leaving their mark upon their surroundings extends back through centuries of warfare, but it was during the unprecedented scale of World War II that trench graffiti evolved into something approaching a universal language. Men separated by nationality, ideology, and circumstance found common expression through simple carvings and paintings applied to trench walls, bunker interiors, and temporary shelters. These markings ranged from the utilitarian to the artistic, from the profane to the poetic, each one telling a story that formal military records could never capture. Beneath the rumble of distant artillery, in the relative quiet of forward positions along the Italian front, American soldiers of the 34th Infantry Division developed a particular fondness for carving their unit insignia into the limestone cave systems they occupied during the winter of 1943. Archaeological surveys conducted in the decades following the war have documented hundreds of these symbols, often accompanied by names, service numbers, and hometowns carefully preserved in the dry cave environment. One can almost hear the scraping of combat knives against stone as young men from Minnesota and Iowa claimed their small piece of immortality. The impulse to leave one's mark seems fundamentally human, a declaration that echoes the ancient cave paintings of our ancestors. You might almost feel the weight of the carving tool in your hand, the rough texture of concrete or wood beneath your fingertips, as you consider what message to leave behind. For soldiers facing mortality daily, these acts of creation stood in defiant contrast to the destruction surrounding them. Along the muddy duckboards of the Eastern Front, Soviet troops developed elaborate codes within their graffiti, symbols that communicated information about unit movements, supply caches, and potential dangers to comrades who might pass through later. A simple arrow with 3 notches might indicate the presence of enemy snipers, while a circular pattern could mark the location of a hidden food store. These practical communications evolved organically without official sanction, spreading through the ranks like folklore, changing slightly with each retelling. German bunkers along the Atlantic Wall, the massive defensive system stretching from Norway to Spain, became galleries of soldier artwork that ranged from skilled portraits to crude caricatures. On the cold concrete walls of these fortifications, one finds recurring motifs of homeland landscapes, stylized eagles, and carefully rendered female figures that speak to longing for what had been left behind. One can nearly hear the soft brushstrokes as a young artilleryman from Dresden carefully painted the spires of his hometown cathedral on the ceiling of his sleeping quarters, creating a window to another world that existed only in memory. The weather played a crucial role in the creation and preservation of trench graffiti. In the humidity of Pacific Island fortifications, Japanese soldiers often used charcoal from cooking fires to create temporary markings that would fade with the frequent rains, an impermanence that seemed to reflect their understanding of their own tenuous situation. By contrast, the deeper underground bunkers of the Siegfried Line preserved pencil markings with remarkable clarity, protected from the elements for decades. In the rain-soaked earth of northern France, where the Allied push following D-Day encountered fierce resistance, Canadian forces developed a distinctive style of relief carving that took advantage of the soft chalk bedrock. Using bayonets and entrenching tools, soldiers would create negative space images by removing material around their chosen design. The resulting white-on-white artwork became visible only when low-angle light cast shadows across the surface, revealing names, regimental crests, and occasionally elaborate scenes of home or battle. You might almost feel the chill of dawn mist on your face as the first light reveals these ghostly images on a trench wall. The materials used for creating graffiti reflected the improvised nature of trench life. Bullets were melted down to create lead pencils that wrote on almost any surface, Lamp black from burning oil mixed with water created a durable ink. Spent shell casings, hammered flat, became engraving tools. In the resourcefulness of these creations, we glimpsed the adaptability that characterized survival in frontline conditions. British forces stationed in North Africa developed a particular tradition of leaving dated signatures hidden within the stonework of defensive positions, often accompanied by short poems or regional sayings that identified their origins without explicitly stating them. A reference to Coal Hills might indicate a soldier from Newcastle, while mentions of certain saints could place someone from Cornwall. These subtle geographical identifiers became a way of connecting with unknown countrymen who might later occupy the same position, creating a thread of continuity across time and distance. The relationship between official military authority and the unsanctioned voice of graffiti created interesting tensions. Some unit commanders recognized the morale value of allowing personal expression and actively encouraged artistic soldiers to decorate common areas. Others viewed unauthorized markings as a form of insubordination, ordering their removal and occasionally punishing those responsible. This conflict between institutional control and individual expression mirrored larger tensions within military hierarchy. Among the most poignant examples of trench graffiti were the calendars etched into surfaces, with each day carefully crossed off as it passed. These simple tallies served both practical and psychological purposes, helping soldiers maintain their connection to standard time. When the disorienting cycles of combat and rest disrupted normal patterns, one can nearly hear the quiet scratch of a knife point marking another completed day, another step closer to some imagined end. Japanese defensive positions on Iwo Jima revealed an entirely different tradition of military marking. Rather than individual expressions, many of the cave walls contained carefully brushed kanji characters, expressing collective sentiments about duty, honor, and sacrifice. These officially sanctioned phrases reflected the emphasis on group identity over individual experience that characterized Japanese military culture during World War II. The uniformity of these messages stands in stark contrast to the personalized nature of Allied graffiti. The technical aspects of trench construction influenced the nature and placement of graffiti in significant ways. In the carefully engineered German trenches of the Eastern Front, with their precise right angles and reinforced firing positions, graffiti tended to appear in designated rest areas rather than combat sections. By contrast, the more hastily constructed American positions in the Ardennes forest during the Battle of the Bulge showed a more random distribution of markings, reflecting the chaotic conditions under which they were created. You might almost sense the tension in fingers numbed by cold as a soldier from Philadelphia carved his sweetheart's name into a wooden support beam during the bitter winter of 1944. The incomplete nature of many such carvings tells its own story of interruption, of moments of personal reflection suddenly ended by the call to action or the arrival of an officer. Insects and vermin, the unwelcome companions of trench dwellers everywhere, occasionally became subjects of graffiti themselves. Humorous drawings of oversized rats or lice appeared on walls throughout the theaters of World War II, transforming these sources of misery into objects of shared comedy. A particularly famous example from a British position near Caen depicts a family of rats wearing German helmets, the caption below reading, "Our true enemies." The ability to find humor in such conditions speaks to the remarkable resilience of the human spirit. Along the defensive perimeters of island outposts in the Pacific, where American forces often waited weeks between actions, a distinct form of narrative graffiti emerged. Soldiers would begin a story on one section of wall, and others would continue it, creating collaborative fiction that sometimes stretched for dozens of entries. These anonymous tales ranged from adventure yarns to ribald jokes to surprisingly thoughtful reflections on the nature of their circumstances. One can nearly hear the murmured discussions as new additions were discovered and debated during long hours of waiting. The differences between graffiti created during active combat periods versus those made during lulls reveals much about the psychological state of the creators. Markings made under fire tend toward the brief and utilitarian, with shaky execution, while those created during quieter times show greater attention to detail and more reflective content. The steadiness of a hand reveals much about the conditions under which it worked. In the crumbling fortifications of Monte Cassino, where Allied forces fought a series of brutal engagements to dislodge German positions in early 1944, archaeologists have documented an unusual concentration of religious imagery, among the graffiti left by both sides. Crosses, prayers, and references to saints appear with greater frequency here than in most other World War II battlefields, perhaps reflecting the influence of the nearby ancient abbey or the particularly desperate nature of the fighting in this sector. The daily routines of trench life created natural opportunities for artistic expression. During guard duty, especially night watches when alertness was essential but activity minimal, many soldiers passed the slow hours by working on elaborate carvings or drawings. These nocturnal creations often have a dreamlike quality, as if existing in the liminal space between wakefulness and sleep that characterized so much of frontline experience. You might almost feel the rough grain of a wooden ammunition crate under your fingers, repurposed as a carving surface when paper was scarce. The ingenious use of available materials demonstrates how the creative impulse persists even in the most challenging circumstances, finding expression through whatever means are at hand. Among the most technically accomplished examples of trench art were the relief maps carved into clay or soft stone, depicting local terrain with remarkable accuracy. Created by soldiers with surveying experience or natural artistic talent, these three-dimensional representations served both practical purposes for patrol planning and as impressive demonstrations of skill that boosted morale. The tactile nature of these creations, meant to be understood through touch as much as sight, connected the abstract concepts of military maps to the physical reality of the landscape. Soviet snipers operating in the ruins of Stalingrad developed a unique form of psychological graffiti, deliberately leaving tallies of their kills in locations where they knew German forces would later find them. These grim scoreboards, often accompanied by taunting messages, were designed to undermine enemy morale and create hesitation. The calculated nature of these markings stands in contrast to the more spontaneous expressions found elsewhere. The rotation of units through established positions created layers of graffiti that archaeologists now study as stratigraphy, each layer telling the story of a different group's occupation. In some particularly well-preserved examples from North African bunkers, one can identify up to 7 distinct periods of habitation, each with its characteristic style and content. One can nearly hear the conversations across time as later occupants responded to or modified the messages left by their predecessors. Along the winding communication trenches that connected frontline positions to rear areas, a distinct category of directional graffiti emerged. Informal signs, arrows, and landmarks helped newcomers navigate the confusing labyrinths, especially at night, when flashlights were forbidden. These practical markings often incorporated humor or regional references, such as naming different sections after streets from hometown cities or popular pubs. The equipment and uniforms of soldiers influenced their graffiti in subtle ways. The British battle dress with its numerous small pockets was perfect for carrying pencil stubs and small carving tools, resulting in a higher frequency of detailed work among Commonwealth forces. American GIs, with their more limited carrying capacity, tended towards simpler designs that could be executed with whatever came to hand. These material constraints shaped the aesthetic possibilities available to different armies. In the scattered shepherd huts of the mountainous Italian campaign, where small units often sheltered during advances, American forces developed a tradition of leaving behind small illustrated instruction manuals for units that would follow. These practical guides, showing the location of water sources or areas vulnerable to artillery fire, were often embellished with cartoonish figures and humorous captions that belied their serious purpose. You might almost feel the camaraderie extended across time, one group of soldiers looking out for the next. The psychological dimensions of trench graffiti deserve particular attention. For men living under constant stress, with limited opportunities for self-expression, the act of making a mark provided a rare moment of control in an environment where individual agency was severely restricted. Mental health specialists who studied combat stress after World War II noted that creative activities, including graffiti, served as important coping mechanisms that helped preserve psychological resilience. Beneath the scattered pine forests of Finland, where Finnish forces constructed an elaborate network of bunkers during their defensive war against Soviet advances, a unique tradition of landscape graffiti emerged. Rather than limiting their work to interior walls, soldiers would carve designs into living trees, creating galleries that changed and grew with the forest itself. Some of these arboreal artworks still exist today, The original carvings expanded and distorted as the trees continued to grow for decades after the conflict ended. The logistical challenges of trench warfare influenced the content of graffiti in ways that reflected the primary concerns of daily life. References to food appear with remarkable frequency, ranging from elaborate menus of imagined feasts to bitter complaints about ration quality. The persistence of hunger as a theme across different armies and theaters illustrates how basic physical needs dominated consciousness, even amid the larger dangers of combat. Rain and its effects on trench conditions became a common subject for artistic expression, particularly on the notoriously muddy Western Front. Humorous drawings depicting soldiers sinking into impossible depths of mud or building arcs in flooded dugouts provided a way to process the misery of these conditions through shared humor. One can nearly hear the squelch of boots in deep mud as soldiers made their way along trench lines that had become shallow canals after heavy rainfall. The relationship between official military insignia and unofficial graffiti created interesting visual dialogues within trench systems. Formal unit symbols would be adapted, modified, or satirized in personal markings, sometimes subtly subverting their intended messages of martial pride. A division known for its eagle emblem might find that symbol transformed in soldier artwork to show the bird engaged in decidedly unmilitary activities, a form of gentle insubordination that rarely provoked official response. Among the most historically valuable forms of trench graffiti were the impromptu maps created by soldiers familiar with local conditions. These unofficial cartographies often contained information absent from official military maps, such as the locations of unmarked minefields, reliable water sources, or areas particularly vulnerable to enemy observation. When units were hastily redeployed, these crude but practical guides left for unknown successors reflected a sense of professional responsibility that transcended formal chains of command. The acoustic environment of trench life influenced the content of graffiti in surprising ways. In areas where artillery bombardment was particularly heavy, sound itself became a subject for visual representation. Stylized renderings of explosion patterns, with accompanying onomatopoeic words, appear with unusual frequency in heavily shelled sectors. These attempts to capture auditory experience in visual form reflect the profound sensory impact of industrial warfare on those who endured it. You might almost feel the vibration of distant shellfire through the chalk walls of a dugout, the constant background rhythm that shaped perception in frontline positions. This awareness of vulnerability influenced the tone and content of graffiti, sometimes resulting in philosophical reflections that seem surprisingly profound given the circumstances of their creation. Jewish soldiers serving in Allied forces occasionally left Hebrew inscriptions or Star of David symbols on trench walls, actions of identity that carried additional weight given the nature of the conflict. These markings, sometimes hidden in less visible locations, served as quiet acts of defiance and expressions of faith, maintained despite the surrounding chaos. Archaeological examinations of these sites reveal the careful placement of these symbols, often positioned where they would be seen only by those specifically looking for them. The transition from daylight to darkness in trench systems created distinctive patterns of activity, including dedicated time for artistic expression. The period of stand to at dusk, when all soldiers would maintain heightened alertness for possible enemy action, was followed in quiet sectors by evening routines that often included carving or drawing by lamplight. The flickering illumination of improvised trench candles gave these nighttime creative sessions a particular atmosphere that participants frequently mentioned in letters home. Along the static defensive lines of the Pacific Islands, where Japanese forces constructed elaborate tunnel systems in anticipation of American attacks, a distinctive form of commemorative graffiti developed. Soldiers assigned to positions they expected to defend to the death would create detailed biographical inscriptions, including family information and final messages. The ceremonial nature of these markings, often created with considerable artistic care, reflected the psychological preparation for what many considered inevitable sacrifice. The rate of literacy among different armies influenced both the form and content of their trench graffiti. The nearly universal literacy of American forces resulted in text-heavy markings, while Soviet units with more variable education levels relied more heavily on symbolic representation. These differences created distinct visual languages that archaeologists can now use to identify the national origin of unmarked positions, based solely on the style of remaining graffiti. The role of humor in trench graffiti cannot be overstated. Even in the most desperate circumstances, soldiers maintained the capacity for ironic observation, and self-deprecating comedy. A famous example from the Normandy campaign shows a meticulously drawn arrow pointing upward with the caption "Complaint Department," a sardonic reference to the impossibility of escaping the conditions of frontline service. One can nearly hear the rueful laughter such simple jokes might have provoked among men with few other sources of amusement. In the complex cave systems of Okinawa, where Japanese forces prepared for dogged defense in early 1945, archaeologists have discovered an unusual concentration of graffiti depicting hometown landscapes. These detailed renderings of specific locations, often identifiable to modern researchers, speak to the psychological importance of place memory for soldiers serving far from home. You might almost feel the poignancy of these drawings, created by men who understood they would likely never see the actual locations again. The geological conditions of different battlefields directly influenced the permanence and character of trench graffiti. In the clay soils of Belgium, markings tended to be scratched rather than carved, resulting in more ephemeral records that required frequent renewal. By contrast, the limestone regions of Italy allowed for deeper, more permanent engravings that have survived with remarkable clarity for decades. These material considerations shaped the aesthetic possibilities available to soldier artists. The gear specific to different military roles created specialized forms of graffiti. Artillery crews, with access to chalk for marking shell casings, developed elaborate decorative traditions around their ammunition. Infantry signalmen, carrying spools of wire, would fashion small sculptural works during quiet periods. Tank crews engraved the interior surfaces of their vehicles with complex patterns that accumulated over months of service. Each military specialty thus developed distinctive artistic practices shaped by their particular equipment and duties. Among the most technically sophisticated forms of trench graffiti were the sun calendars created in fixed positions. By carefully observing how light entered embrasures or ventilation holes throughout the year, knowledgeable soldiers could create markings that would be illuminated only on specific dates, creating a connection to astronomical time that transcended the immediate circumstances of war. These patient works, requiring weeks of observation to complete, speak to the human need for temporal orientation even in chaotic conditions. The presence of civilian structures within military zones created unique graffiti environments. When forces occupied abandoned villages or farms, the domestic spaces became canvases for soldier art that often reflected the incongruity of military occupation. Dining rooms would be decorated with imaginary menus, bedrooms with drawings of idealized female figures, creating a dialogue between the structure's intended purpose and their wartime adaptation. One can nearly hear the echo of domestic life that still inhabited these spaces, influencing how soldiers chose to mark them. The strategic importance of different sectors influenced the nature of graffiti found there. In quiet holding positions along secondary fronts, elaborate and time-consuming artworks could flourish. In highly contested areas, subject to frequent turnover, graffiti tended toward the brief and urgent. The density and sophistication of markings thus provides archaeologists with indirect evidence of the tactical significance assigned to different locations by military planners. Religious expression through trench graffiti crossed national and ideological lines, with soldiers from ostensibly atheist armies like the Soviet forces sometimes creating traditional Orthodox crosses in hidden locations. These personal assertions of faith, often at variance with official doctrine, remind us that institutional policies rarely captured the full complexity of individual belief. The quiet persistence of religious symbols in unexpected contexts speaks to the enduring human need for spiritual framework during times of extreme stress. You might almost feel the contemplative silence of a soldier pausing in his carving to listen for approaching aircraft, the constant vigilance that contextualized every moment of creative expression in forward positions. This awareness of potential interruption gave trench art an immediacy and spontaneity that distinguishes it from civilian work created under more secure conditions. The acoustic properties of different trench constructions influenced where graffiti would appear. In positions where voice carried easily, markings tended to concentrate in areas where quiet conversation was possible. In sections where artillery noise reverberated particularly intensely, visual communication through drawn messages sometimes replaced verbal interaction entirely. These adaptations to the sensory environment demonstrate the practical ingenuity that characterized frontline problem-solving. Along the elaborate tunnel systems of Sevastopol, where Soviet forces maintained underground resistance for months during the German siege, Archaeologists have documented an extensive system of coded directional markings that combined practical navigation with morale-building messages. Simple arrows would incorporate subtle symbols indicating the presence of medical stations, ammunition stores, or command posts, creating a functional wayfinding system that remained opaque to potential captors. The daily routines of equipment maintenance provided opportunities and materials for artistic expression. The paraffin wax used to protect rifle mechanisms from moisture became a sculpting medium. Used cleaning patches, impregnated with gun oil and carbon, served as improvised drawing tools. The zinc plating from ammunition crates could be fashioned into etching plates. These repurposed military materials created distinctive aesthetic effects that directly reflected their original function. In the confined spaces of pillboxes along the Gustav Line in Italy, where small groups of German soldiers maintained defensive positions through the winter of 1943, a distinctive form of conversational graffiti emerged. Rather than individual expressions, these positions contain written dialogues, with different hands responding to previous comments in an ongoing discussion that sometimes continued for months. One can nearly hear these whispered conversations, conducted through chalk and charcoal rather than voice, to maintain silence during daylight hours. The influence of civilian artistic traditions on military graffiti varied significantly between armies. American markings frequently incorporated elements of commercial advertising and comic book illustration, reflecting the visual culture familiar to young GIs. British graffiti often showed influences from pub signage and traditional regimental design. Soviet work frequently adapted the visual language of revolutionary propaganda. These cultural signatures allowed units to identify their predecessors in positions that changed hands multiple times. The physical constraints of trench architecture shaped the form and placement of graffiti in predictable ways. The curve of corrugated iron shelters created natural framing devices for elongated designs. The junction points of support timbers became preferred locations for unit insignia. The varied textures of sandbag walls invited particular kinds of surface treatment. Artists in any medium adapt to their available canvas, and trench graffiti artists proved remarkably inventive in exploiting the structural elements of their environment. You might almost sense the meditative quality of repeated carving motions, the psychological relief provided by focused attention on an artistic task rather than the surrounding threats. Veterans who created trench art frequently described the activity as a form of escape, a way to temporarily inhabit a different mental space while physically remaining at their post. The seasonal variations in trench conditions influence both the creation and preservation of graffiti. Winter positions, where frozen ground made new excavation impossible, tend to show higher concentrations of elaborate artwork created during the enforced inactivity of cold weather deployment. Summer positions characterized by higher mobility and different tactical considerations generally contain more ephemeral markings. These seasonal patterns create a climatological record embedded within the archaeological evidence. Among the most poignant categories of trench graffiti were the memorials created for fallen comrades. Unlike official monuments created after the conflict, these immediate responses to loss have an intimacy and specificity that formal commemorations rarely capture. A name, a date, occasionally a brief phrase of remembrance carved near where someone fell served as temporary markers until more permanent arrangements could be made, if they ever were. The simple dignity of these improvised memorials speaks to the bonds formed under combat conditions. The influence of trench graffiti extended beyond the physical locations where it was created. Soldiers would sometimes sketch particularly striking examples in letters home, creating a secondary circulation of these images in civilian contexts. Military photographers occasionally documented elaborate examples for unit histories or propaganda purposes. Through these channels, what began as private expressions entered broader cultural awareness, shaping how those at home understood the conditions their loved ones endured. The relationship between alcohol consumption and graffiti creation remains a subject of some historical debate. Certainly, the distribution of rum rations in British forces and similar provisions in other armies coincided with periods of increased artistic activity in quiet sectors. The mild disinhibition provided by authorized drinking may have facilitated creative expression that military discipline might otherwise have suppressed. One can nearly hear the quiet camaraderie of these moments, when the rigid boundaries of military hierarchy temporarily soften. In the complex network of resistance tunnels beneath Warsaw, where Polish fighters maintained an underground presence throughout the German occupation, a distinctive category of calendar graffiti evolved. Rather than marking days past, these forward-looking tallies counted toward anticipated events, liberation or planned actions, creating a visual representation of hope, maintained against overwhelming odds. The psychological importance of these oriented time frames helped sustain morale during extended periods of hiding. The influence of pre-war occupations on trench graffiti created interesting patterns that military archaeologists have only recently begun to systematically document. Professional sign painters produced distinctive lettering styles, carpenters showed greater facility with three-dimensional relief work. Metal workers excelled at repurposing shell casings and ammunition components. These transferred skills created signature styles that sometimes allow researchers to track the movements of specific individuals through different positions based solely on their artistic output. You might almost feel the texture of different improvised tools against your palm, the varying resistance of different surfaces to marking or carving. These tactile experiences, common to trench artists across all armies, created a kind of somatic language shared by those who would never meet, but who participated in the same fundamental activity under similar constraints. Along the heavily fortified Atlantic Wall, where German forces prepared for the anticipated Allied invasion, an interesting phenomenon of architectural graffiti developed. Rather than simply marking existing surfaces, soldiers with construction experience would sometimes incorporate decorative elements into the actual structure of bunkers and gun emplacements. Specially shaped concrete forms, improvised mosaics of embedded shell fragments, and relief designs pressed into setting concrete created permanent installations that blurred the line between functional military engineering and artistic expression. The influence of traditional folk art on trench graffiti varied significantly between different national armies. Eastern European forces, particularly Romanian and Hungarian units, showed strong continuity with pre-war peasant carving traditions. Japanese positions often contained elements reminiscent of traditional calligraphy and woodblock printing techniques. These cultural continuities provided psychological connection to civilian identities temporarily suspended by military service. The impact of combat exhaustion on artistic expression created distinctive characteristics that medical personnel eventually learned to recognize. Excessive repetition of motifs, unusually precise geometric patterns, or obsessive reworking of simple designs sometimes indicated psychological stress, requiring intervention. Progressive disorganization of previously skilled work could signal the onset of combat fatigue. These visual indicators occasionally allowed alert officers to identify struggling soldiers before more obvious symptoms manifested. In the desert fortifications of El Alamein, where forces faced not only each other but also the extreme environmental conditions of the North African climate, graffiti frequently focused on water imagery. Detailed drawings of lakes, rivers and rainfall appear with unusual frequency in these positions, reflecting the psychological preoccupation with the absent element most crucial to survival. One can nearly hear the parched quality in a throat that has known too many water-restricted days, the sensory deprivation that made such imagery particularly powerful. The technical challenge of creating pigments in forward positions led to remarkable improvisations across all armies engaged in World War II. Rust scraped from equipment provided earthy reds. Crushed blue medical tablets yielded rare azure tones. Ground limestone created workable whites. The chemistry of these improvised materials speaks to the ingenuity born of necessity that characterized so many aspects of frontline existence. Among the most elaborate examples of trench art were the perspective drawings created by professionally trained architects and draftsmen serving in combat units. These technically sophisticated renderings, often depicting post-war reconstruction or idealized future buildings, represented a particularly poignant form of psychological projection. By visualizing a world beyond the immediate circumstances of war, these artist-soldiers maintained connection to civilian professional identities that helped preserve their sense of future possibility. The relationship between authorized and unauthorized markings within military structures created interesting juxtapositions that reveal much about the cultures of different armies. German positions typically show clear separation between official directional or identification markings and personal expressions. American locations demonstrate more fluid boundaries, with official symbols often playfully adapted or incorporated into individual artwork. These different approaches to authority manifested visibly in the physical environment of military spaces. You might almost sense the communal approval that greeted particularly successful examples of trench art, a quiet pride of having one's creative work recognized by peers whose opinion carried the special weight of shared experience. Veterans' accounts frequently mention the importance of this recognition, which often meant more than official commendations within the intimate social world of frontline units. The strategic placement of some trench graffiti suggests purposes beyond simple expression or commemoration. Markings visible from enemy positions sometimes contain deliberate misinformation about unit identity or strength. Carefully positioned drawings occasionally serve to indicate firing lanes or ranges, without the need for more obvious markers that might draw enemy attention. These tactical applications demonstrate how graffiti could serve both expressive and practical military purposes simultaneously. In the forest defensive positions along the Ardennes front, where American forces faced the unexpected German offensive in December 1944, a distinctive form of territorial marking emerged. Units would designate their area responsibility through carved boundary indicators that borrowed symbols from civilian property demarcation, but adapted them to military purpose. These improvised property lines helped maintain organizational clarity during the confusion of rapidly changing battle conditions. The physical condition of soldiers directly influenced the character of their artistic output in ways that create recognizable patterns. Work created during periods of adequate supply tends to show more confident execution and more elaborate design. Graffiti from units experiencing food or sleep deprivation typically exhibits tremor, simplified motifs, and incomplete execution. These visible markers of physical status provide archaeological evidence of supply conditions not always documented in official records. Along the complex cave systems of Pacific Islands, where Japanese forces prepared defensive positions expected to be held to the last man, a striking category of ancestral graffiti developed. Soldiers would create elaborate family trees or lists of ancestors, maintaining connection to traditional lineage, despite their isolated circumstances. One can nearly hear the whispered recitation of family names that might have accompanied these careful documentations of continuity threatened by present danger. The influence of popular entertainment on trench graffiti created interesting cultural signatures that varied between different national armies. American positions frequently contained references to radio programs, film stars, and comic book characters familiar from civilian life. German bunkers often showed more traditional cultural references to classical literature or folk traditions. These different points of reference reflected the varying relationships between military and civilian culture in the nations involved in World War II. In the temporary field hospitals behind combat zones, a distinctive type of convalescent graffiti emerged. Wounded soldiers, during their recovery, would create detailed records of their combat experience or unit history, preserving memories while processing traumatic events. Medical staff sometimes encouraged these activities as therapeutic, recognizing their value in psychological recovery. The unusually reflective quality of these works, created during enforced inactivity, contrasts with the more immediate expressions typical of frontline positions. The need for secrecy in certain military operations led to the development of specialized marking systems that functioned as graffiti but carried coded operational significance. The French resistance became particularly adept at creating innocuous-looking street markings that conveyed information about German troop movements or potential targets. These public yet private communications represent one of the most sophisticated developments of the graffiti tradition during World War II. You might almost feel the cautious pressure of a hand creating such markings, aware that too obvious a pattern might attract unwanted attention, yet needing to make the symbol clear enough for its intended audience. This balance between visibility and secrecy required considerable sophistication from both creators and interpreters. Among the most historically valuable forms of trench graffiti were the detailed equipment drawings, created by soldiers encountering enemy weapons or vehicles for the first time. These observational sketches, often annotated with notes on perceived capabilities or vulnerabilities, provided intelligence that sometimes reached official channels in adapted form. The practical military value of such documentation demonstrates how informal soldier communications occasionally influenced formal decision-making in significant ways. The relationship between natural and human elements in trench systems created unique artistic opportunities that soldiers regularly exploited. Tree roots, exposed by excavation, would be carved into figurative shapes, Natural rock formations would be enhanced to resemble faces or animals. These collaborations between nature and human creativity speak to an impulse for integration rather than dominance, a recognition of partnership with the landscape that contrasts with the destructive aspects of military activity. In the mountainous regions of the Italian campaign, where Allied forces slowly advanced northward against determined German resistance through 1943 and 1944, elevation itself influenced the content of trench graffiti. Positions with commanding views tended to include more landscape-oriented artwork, while bunkers with limited visibility focused more on interior scenes or abstract decoration. The psychological impact of spatial relationship to the surrounding territory thus manifested in visible artistic choices. The technical limitations of different marking methods influenced the aesthetic development of trench graffiti in predictable ways. Carving favored bold, simplified designs with strong outlines. Painting allowed for more detailed rendering, but with less permanence. These material constraints created distinctive visual languages that trench artists worked within and occasionally transcended through technical innovation. Along the defensive perimeters of airfields, where ground crews maintained vigilance against potential attack, a distinctive category of aircraft graffiti developed. Detailed technical drawings of both friendly and enemy planes, often with identifying features highlighted for quick recognition, served both practical training purposes and as expressions of the particular expertise of these specialized personnel. One can nearly hear the didactic explanations that might have accompanied these impromptu visual aids during informal training sessions. The influence of combat experience on artistic expression created visible evolution in the work of soldiers who left multiple examples in different locations. Early war graffiti typically shows more conventional patriotic themes and optimistic content. Work from the same units later in the conflict often demonstrates more complex emotional range, darker humor, and more sophisticated symbolic language. These changes track the psychological impact of extended combat exposure in ways that written records sometimes fail to capture. Among the most technically impressive examples of trench art were the scale models constructed during extended deployments in static positions. Using ammunition components, ration tins, and other salvaged materials, soldiers with engineering backgrounds would create detailed replicas of vehicles, weapons, or buildings, sometimes incorporating moving parts or electrical elements. These complex projects, requiring weeks or months to complete, served as both technical challenges and time-consuming distractions from the psychological pressure of frontline service. You might almost sense the focused concentration required for such detailed work, the way it could temporarily transport the creator from immediate circumstances into a flow state of creative engagement. Veterans who participated in such projects frequently described them as rare opportunities for complete absorption that temporarily suspended awareness of danger or discomfort. The relationship between official war artists, formally tasked with documenting the conflict, and the anonymous creators of trench graffiti creates interesting historical parallels. Both sought to capture the essential experience of the war, but from radically different perspectives and with different intended audiences. Where official artists necessarily considered eventual public reception, trench artists created primarily for themselves and their immediate comrades, resulting in more intimate and sometimes more honest representation. In the defensive tunnels of Corregidor, where American and Filipino forces made their last stand against Japanese advances in early 1942, time-specific graffiti became particularly significant. As the situation grew increasingly desperate, dated messages took on the quality of historical documentation, created in real time by those who understood they were witnessing momentous events. The awareness of creating records for posterity gave these markings a self-conscious quality rarely seen in more routine military contexts. The influence of specific battles on graffiti content allows military historians to identify psychological turning points that might not be obvious from official documentation. The marked shift in tone and content of German trench art following the Battle of Stalingrad, for instance, reveals the profound impact of this strategic defeat on frontline morale, long before official records acknowledged the changing tide of the Eastern Front campaign. Along the fortified coastlines where invasion was anticipated, a distinctive category of observational graffiti emerged. Soldiers on extended watch duties would create detailed panoramic renderings of the territory under observation, sometimes incorporating grid references or distance calculations that transformed artistic representation into practical military tool. These functional landscapes represent a unique merger of aesthetic and tactical considerations. The materials of war themselves often became the medium for artistic expression in ways that created ironic commentary on their intended purpose. Artillery shells were engraved with decorative patterns. Ammunition boxes were transformed into carved picture frames. Bullet casings became components of miniature sculptures. This repurposing of destructive elements for creative expression represents a particularly poignant form of psychological reclamation. In the forest regions of the Eastern Front, where Soviet partisan units maintained hidden bases throughout the German occupation, tree graffiti served as both communication system and morale-building tradition. Messages carved high on tree trunks, visible only to those who knew to look for them, created a parallel information network that helped maintain coordination between scattered resistance groups. One can nearly hear the hushed excitement of a patrol discovering new markings from another unit, confirmation that they were not alone in their struggle. The influence of national artistic traditions on trench graffiti created distinctive regional styles that trained observers could identify, even when other unit markings were absent. Italian positions typically showed greater attention to human figures and classical proportions. Japanese sites revealed characteristic economy of line and asymmetrical composition. These cultural signatures persisted despite the homogenizing pressure of military standardization, revealing the enduring influence of artistic heritage even in extreme circumstances. You might almost feel the subtle satisfaction of maintaining cultural identity through aesthetic choices, of asserting continued connection to civilian traditions temporarily suspended by the demands of warfare. These expressions of cultural continuity provided psychological anchoring that helped preserve individual identity within the necessarily conformist structure of military organization. Among the most historically significant examples of World War II graffiti were those created by prisoners of war in temporary holding areas near the front lines. These hastily scratched messages, often containing unit information, date of capture, and destination if known, served as intentional documentation created under duress. Later prisoners would sometimes find and add to these records, creating chains of information that occasionally helped military authorities track the movement of captured personnel. The strategic value of certain trench graffiti extended beyond its immediate context. Intelligence officers would sometimes photograph enemy positions specifically to document their markings, which could reveal unit identity, duration of occupation, or morale condition. The extraction of information from these seemingly casual expressions demonstrates the multiple levels on which military intelligence operated during World War II. In the volcanic islands of the Pacific Campaign, where American forces advanced through heavily defended Japanese territory in 1944 and 1945, natural caves became galleries of confrontation, where opposing forces sometimes responded directly to each other's markings. Japanese defenders would leave defiant messages, which American troops would later annotate with their own responses, creating dialogue across battle lines that military censorship would have otherwise prevented. The practical challenges of creating graffiti during combat operations led to the development of specialized techniques adapted to frontline conditions. Quick-use stencils cut from ration cardboard allowed for rapid reproduction of unit insignia. Prepared pigment sticks, similar to modern oil pastels, permitted marking without setup time. Prefabricated carving guides ensured recognition of essential symbols even when executed under stress. These technical adaptations demonstrate the systematic approach that characterized even seemingly spontaneous military activities. Along the supply routes that supported frontline positions, transport troops developed distinctive traditions of vehicular graffiti. Trucks, ambulances, and motorcycles would be personalized with names, artwork, and tallies of missions completed. These mobile canvases created visible records of service that connected rear echelon troops to the forward units they supported. One can nearly hear the prideful explanations of these markings that drivers might offer when delivering supplies to infantry positions. The influence of civilian identity on military graffiti appears most strongly in references to specific hometowns or regions. American positions frequently contain references to local sports teams, neighborhood landmarks, or regional expressions that establish geographic identity within the homogenized structure of military organization. These persistent connections to place provided psychological continuity that helped soldiers maintain sense of self, despite the disorienting experience of global deployment. You might almost sense the comfort derived from such specific references. the way they could momentarily transport one from the anonymous terrain of the battlefield to vividly remembered locations from civilian life. This mental movement between present circumstance and remembered place created psychological flexibility that helped maintain resilience under stress. Among the most elaborate examples of collaborative trench art were the immersive environment creations documented in certain long-term defensive positions. Groups of soldiers would transform entire dugouts or rest areas into representational spaces that mimicked civilian establishments like pubs, theaters, or town squares. These detailed installations, incorporating painted scenery, repurposed objects, and theatrical lighting effects created from military materials, represent remarkable achievements of improvisational creativity under severe resource constraints. The relationship between frontline graffiti and official military history creates interesting tensions for contemporary scholars. The spontaneous, uncensored nature of these markings often contradicts the more sanitized narratives of official records, revealing aspects of the war experience that institutional accounts might minimize or omit entirely. The growing archaeological attention to these informal documents represents an important broadening of historical methodology beyond reliance on authorized sources. In the desert campaigns of North Africa, where water conservation was a constant preoccupation, soldiers developed techniques for creating graffiti that required minimal moisture. Dry incising, dust stenciling, and shadow projection allowed for artistic expression without sacrificing precious liquids needed for survival. These adaptations to environmental constraints demonstrate the remarkable flexibility of human creativity, even under extreme limitation. The strategic significance of certain defensive positions directly influenced the elaborateness of their graffiti. Locations expected to be held for extended periods, such as the Atlantic Wall fortifications or the Gustav Line in Italy, show evidence of more substantial artistic investment than temporary positions established during mobile campaigns. The correlation between anticipated duration of occupation and artistic elaboration created a visible record of strategic planning not always explicit in written orders. Along the narrow footpaths connecting observation posts in mountainous regions, where isolated teams maintained vigilance over critical terrain, distinctive forms of narrative graffiti tracked the experiences of previous observers. Subsequent occupants would add to these records, creating collaborative chronicles that sometimes extended for months. One can nearly hear the quiet conversations between soldiers who never met, but who shared the peculiar experience of extended isolation in strategically vital but remote locations. The influence of training and education on trench graffiti reflects the varying demographic composition of different military forces. Units with higher concentrations of university-educated personnel typically produced more text-based and conceptually complex markings. Those drawing primarily from industrial or agricultural backgrounds tended toward more pragmatic and visually direct expression. These different approaches reflect the class stratification that persisted within military organizations, despite their nominally egalitarian structure. You might almost feel the varied texture of these different expressive traditions, the way educational background shaped not just content, but the fundamental concept of what constituted meaningful communication. The democratic canvas of trench walls thus preserved social distinctions that military hierarchy simultaneously reinforced and obscured. Among the most psychologically revealing categories of trench graffiti were the fantasy landscapes created during periods of intense confinement or danger. Elaborate scenes of imagined destinations, some realistic and others clearly fantastical, appear with notable frequency in positions where troops endured extended bombardment or siege conditions. These mental escapes, rendered visible through artistic expression, provided psychological relief when physical departure was impossible. The relationship between official propaganda imagery and soldier-created graffiti reveals interesting patterns of acceptance and resistance. Early war markings often show close alignment with official iconography and messaging. As the conflict progressed, trench art increasingly developed independent visual language that sometimes subtly subverted official narratives. This evolution tracks broader patterns of changing relationship between frontline troops and strategic leadership over the course of World War II. In the fortified coastal positions where Japanese forces prepared for anticipated American landings throughout the Pacific Campaign, archaeologists have documented an unusual concentration of home-centered imagery. Detailed renderings of specific houses, neighborhood layouts, and domestic scenes suggest a psychological preoccupation with what was being defended rather than the military means of defense. The poignancy of these domestic visualizations, created by men who likely knew they would never return to the actual locations, speaks to the powerful motivating force of home, even in distant theaters of war. The technical sophistication of trench graffiti varied dramatically between different military specialties, reflecting their varying access to tools and materials. Signal Corps positions typically contain more elaborate electrical or mechanical components incorporated into their artwork. Medical stations show more precise anatomical renderings. Engineers created more structurally integrated designs. These specialty signatures allow archaeologists to identify the function of otherwise unmarked positions based solely on the character of remaining graffiti. Along the defensive perimeters established during the island-hopping campaign of the Pacific War, where American forces gradually advanced toward the Japanese mainland through 1943 and 1944, a distinctive tradition of progressive graffiti emerged. Each captured position would be marked with unit insignia, accompanied by an arrow pointing toward the next objective, creating a visual narrative of the campaign's direction and momentum. One can nearly hear the determined confidence expressed in these forward-looking markings, each one claiming territory while simultaneously focusing attention on what remained to be accomplished. The influence of specific training traditions on graffiti content created identifiable patterns that military intelligence eventually learned to recognize. Units schooled in certain tactical doctrines would unconsciously reproduce key diagrams or spatial arrangements in their casual markings. These telltale indicators sometimes provided valuable information about the specialized capabilities of enemy forces occupying a position. Information derived not from what they intentionally communicated, but from what they unconsciously revealed. You might almost sense the diagnostic thinking of intelligence officers examining such markings, their trained eyes extracting meaning from patterns the original creators never intended to convey. This secondary reading of primary documents represents one of the more sophisticated applications of graffiti analysis in military context. Among the most historically valuable forms of World War II graffiti were those created by civilian populations under occupation. Hidden resistance symbols, covert tallies of enemy movements, and coded messages about safe houses or weapons caches were disguised within seemingly innocent street markings. The double legibility of these communications, visible yet opaque, represents a particularly sophisticated development of visual language under extreme pressure. The relationship between military graffiti and subsequent commemoration creates interesting questions about historical preservation, as formal memorials and museums increasingly incorporate or reference these spontaneous expressions. Their original intimate character necessarily changes. The institutionalization of what began as immediate personal communication transforms their meaning in ways that continue to evolve in post-war memorial culture. In the fortified positions along the Gothic Line, where German forces prepared for Allied advances through northern Italy in late 1944, archaeologists have documented an interesting phenomenon of layered graffiti that tracks changing morale. Early defensive preparations show confident, even boastful markings about the impregnability of the position. Later editions, often by the same units, reveal increasing anxiety and doubt as Allied forces approached. These visible psychological shifts provide nuanced insight into the experience of troops facing deteriorating strategic circumstances. The practical challenges of documenting trench graffiti during active combat operations meant that much of this material was lost before it could be recorded. War correspondents occasionally photographed particularly striking examples, but systematic documentation was rarely possible under battlefield conditions. Our contemporary understanding relies heavily on archaeological investigation of preserved sites, creating an inherently fragmentary record that likely misses significant patterns visible to those who experienced these environments firsthand. Along the network of forest paths used by partisan forces throughout occupied Europe, where resistance movements maintained tenuous communication despite aggressive countermeasures, natural features became critical components of graffiti communication systems. Patterns of stones, broken branches positioned in specific arrangements, and marks on distinctive trees created navigation aids and message drops that remained invisible to those not trained to recognize them. One can nearly hear the hushed instructions passed between resistance members, teaching novices to read this subtle language hidden within normal forest variation. The influence of growing combat exhaustion on graffiti content becomes particularly visible in positions occupied during the final months of World War II. As the conflict extended beyond previous experience, artistic expressions increasingly focused on time itself, with elaborate calendars, countdowns, and temporal markers suggesting psychological preoccupation with endings. The question when appears with growing frequency in multiple languages across all theaters, revealing a universal concern that transcended national differences. You might almost feel the weary anticipation conveyed in these temporal markings, the mixture of hope and resignation that characterized the final stages of the conflict. The visual record of this collective psychological state provides insights that official military reports, with their necessary focus on strategic considerations, rarely capture with such immediacy. Among the most technically impressive examples of trench art were the illuminated designs created for nighttime visibility in forward observation posts. Using phosphorescent materials salvaged from instrument panels or signal equipment, soldiers would create markings visible only in complete darkness, serving both practical orientation purposes and as morale-building displays. These specialized creations, rarely surviving in their functional form, are known primarily through written descriptions, but represent significant technical innovation under field conditions. The relationship between civilian graffiti traditions and military adaptations reveals interesting cultural continuities across the disruption of war. Urban soldiers often brought street art techniques into military context, while rural recruits adapted farm marking systems to battlefield communication. These transferred skills created distinctive regional variations within the broader patterns of military marking, preserving cultural diversity despite the homogenizing pressure of military standardization. In the scattered shepherd huts of the Apennine Mountains, where Allied patrols sought information about German defensive preparations throughout 1944, a sophisticated system of intelligence graffiti developed. Local resistance members would leave seemingly casual markings that actually conveyed critical information about nearby enemy positions, creating an informal reconnaissance network that significantly enhanced Allied tactical awareness. The effectiveness of this system depended on its apparent randomness, which helped it escape German counterintelligence attention. The role of humor in sustaining morale under extreme conditions appears consistently in trench graffiti across all theaters of World War II. Even in the most desperate circumstances, soldiers maintained capacity for ironic observation and self-deprecating comedy. A famous example from the Ardennes campaign shows a meticulously drawn arrow pointing upward with the caption, "Complaint Department," a sardonic reference to the impossibility of escaping frontline conditions through normal institutional channels. Along the fortified hedgehog defensive positions established during the German retreat from Russia, where small groups maintained resistance against overwhelming Soviet advances, archaeologists have documented an unusual concentration of temporal graffiti. Rather than tracking days past, these markings often counted hours held against attack, celebrating increasingly brief units of resistance as strategic situation deteriorated. One can nearly hear the grim determination in these tallies, measuring success in increasingly smaller increments as larger victory became impossible. The influence of specific combat experiences on graffiti content allows military historians to track psychological responses to particular engagements. The marked shift in tone following the Battle of El Alamein, for instance, reveals the profound impact of this strategic turning point on British morale long before official records acknowledged its decisive nature. These real-time emotional responses provide valuable counterpoint to the necessarily more measured analysis of official military history. You might almost sense the collective mood shifts recorded in these markings, the way unexpected victory or defeat rippled through frontline units and manifested in their spontaneous expressions. The graffiti record thus preserves emotional data largely absent from tactical reports, but essential for understanding the human experience of warfare. Among the most historically significant examples of World War II graffiti were those created by concentration camp inmates forced to construct underground production facilities during the final years of the conflict. Hidden resistance markings, often disguised as construction guides or official symbols, documented both the conditions they endured and small acts of sabotage against German war production. The incredible courage required to create such records under constant threat of execution gives these markings particular historical importance. The technical evolution of trench graffiti over the course of World War II tracked broader developments in military technology. Early war markings relied primarily on traditional techniques adapted from civilian practice. Later examples increasingly incorporated synthetic materials, electrical components, and chemical compounds developed for military purpose, but repurposed for artistic expression. This adaptive use of new materials demonstrates the innovative spirit that characterized frontline problem-solving throughout the conflict. In the complex cave systems of Pacific Islands, where Japanese forces prepared for dogged defense against American advances, a distinctive spiritual dimension of graffiti emerged. Traditional protective symbols, prayers for ancestral guidance, and religious imagery appear with greater frequency than in most other theaters of the war. These expressions of transcendent concern reflect both cultural differences in approaching mortality and the particular psychological pressure of positions expected to be defended to the death. The strategic importance of weather prediction in planning military operations occasionally appears in specialized forms of trench graffiti. Soldiers with agricultural or maritime background would create observational records of cloud patterns, wind direction, and barometric indicators, applying pre-war expertise to battlefield conditions. These informal meteorological stations sometimes provided valuable supplementary information to official forecasting efforts, particularly in remote areas with limited instrumental monitoring. Along the reinforced concrete bunkers of the Atlantic Wall, where German forces prepared for the anticipated Allied invasion of Europe throughout 1943 and early 1944, archaeologists have documented an interesting progression of confidence markers in the graffiti record. Early constructions show triumphant declarations of impregnability, while later editions reveal growing uncertainty about the defensive system's effectiveness. One can nearly hear the changing conversations among engineering units as they gradually recognize the limitations of even the most elaborate physical defenses against the gathering Allied strength. The influence of specific equipment limitations on graffiti techniques created distinctive national styles that reflected broader patterns of military supply. American markings often incorporated colored materials from relatively abundant personal items like letter writing kits. Japanese positions typically show more monochromatic designs, reflecting stricter resource limitations. Soviet graffiti frequently utilized industrial materials, reflecting their economy's heavy manufacturing emphasis. These material signatures provide archaeological evidence of supply conditions not always documented in official records. You might almost feel the varied tools in hand, the different resistances of available surfaces, the particular challenges of making marks under different resource constraints. These physical experiences, common to trench artists across all armies, created a kind of somatic language shared by those who would never meet, but who participated in similar creative acts under parallel limitations. Among the most emotionally powerful categories of trench graffiti were the farewell messages created by units ordered to hold positions against overwhelming odds. These final communications, often addressed to family members they knew would never see the actual markings, represent attempts to extend identity beyond anticipated death. The knowledge that these messages would likely be found by enemy forces before any friendly personnel could recover them gives them a particularly poignant quality of speaking across battle lines to a common humanity. The relationship between official censorship and frontline expression created interesting tensions, visible in the content of trench graffiti. Where written communication home was heavily monitored, artistic expression often became an outlet for sentiments that could not be expressed in letters. The relative freedom of these unofficial communications makes them valuable historical sources for understanding the unfiltered experience of combat personnel, preserving perspectives, sometimes absent from more regulated documents. In the desert fortifications of Libya, where Italian and German forces faced British advances during the early years of World War II, an unusual category of aspirational graffiti developed. Detailed drawings of post-war plans, civilian projects, and personal ambitions appear with notable frequency, creating psychological counterweight to the immediate military circumstances. These visualized futures provided important psychological sustenance during the harsh physical conditions of desert warfare. The technical requirements of operational security influenced the development of temporary graffiti techniques adapted to frontline conditions. Methods for creating markings that would remain visible for necessary duration, but then deliberately fade or could be quickly removed, became particularly important for units operating behind enemy lines. Charcoal mixed with sand, clay-based pigments, and specialized chalk compounds all served this purpose of controlled impermanence. Along the forest roads of the Ardennes, where American forces faced the unexpected German offensive in December 1944, a distinctive category of warning graffiti emerged during the chaotic early days of the battle. Hastily created directional markers and threat indicators helped maintain organizational coherence, as units were scattered by the initial breakthrough. One can nearly hear the urgent conversations these markings replaced, communications rendered impossible by the disruption of normal command structures, but essential for coordinated response. The influence of extreme cold on graffiti techniques became particularly apparent on the Eastern Front, where Soviet and German forces contended with winter conditions that affected every aspect of military operation. Special mixtures incorporating antifreeze components, techniques for carving in frozen soil, and methods for creating steam-fixed pigments, all developed in response to temperature constraints that would have made traditional marking methods impossible. You might almost feel the challenge of trying to make permanent marks in an environment where everything freezes, the ingenuity required to adapt artistic practice to conditions that resisted conventional approaches. These technical solutions to environmental challenges reflect the broader pattern of improvisational problem-solving that characterized frontline experience throughout World War II. Among the most historically significant forms of trench graffiti were the targeting diagrams created by forward artillery observers. These specialized markings, usually hidden from enemy view but positioned for reference during fire missions, translated observed terrain features into range and bearing information, crucial for accurate indirect fire. The technical precision of these functional drawings contrasts with more expressive forms of soldier art, but represents equally important aspects of battlefield communication. The relationship between military graffiti and archaeological preservation creates continuing challenges for historians of World War II. As battlefield sites deteriorate through natural processes or development, these spontaneous records disappear at faster rates than more formal monuments. The growing recognition of their historical value has stimulated increased documentation efforts, but much information has been irretrievably lost through decades of neglect before their significance was fully appreciated. In the scattered landing zones of airborne operations, where paratroopers might be widely dispersed from their intended drop points, a specialized form of rally graffiti developed. Pre-arranged symbols, often based on unit insignia, but simplified for quick execution, helped scattered elements find each other in unfamiliar territory. These functional markings played crucial roles during the confusion of major airborne operations like Market Garden and the Normandy landings. The strategic importance of specific defensive positions often correlates with the density and elaborateness of their graffiti record. Locations deemed crucial by military planners typically show evidence of longer occupation, better supply, and consequently more developed artistic expression than positions of secondary importance. This correlation allows archaeologists to infer strategic significance from artistic evidence when written records are incomplete or unavailable. Along the network of resistance safe houses that operated throughout occupied Europe, a sophisticated system of evaluative graffiti developed. Seemingly casual marks, left by departing fugitives or messengers, would indicate to subsequent visitors whether the location remained secure or had been compromised. One can nearly hear the hushed explanations of these coding systems passed between resistance members, creating a parallel communication network invisible to occupation authorities. The influence of prolonged siege conditions on graffiti content becomes particularly visible in positions subject to extended isolation. As external communication diminished, internal record-keeping often expanded, with trench walls becoming substitutes for official documentation. Detailed chronologies, personnel records, and operational logs would be maintained through informal markings when paper records became impractical due to supply limitations or security concerns. You might almost sense the methodical determination behind such record-keeping, the understanding that these unofficial documents might become the only surviving account of experiences otherwise lost to history. This awareness of creating historical record under extreme circumstances gives certain categories of trench graffiti particular significance for contemporary scholars. Among the most technically sophisticated examples of trench art were the topographic models created by specialized engineering units, using available materials ranging from cement to carved wood to packed earth. These three-dimensional representations of surrounding terrain served both practical planning purposes and as impressive demonstrations of technical skill. The tactile nature of these creations, meant to be understood through touch as much as sight, connected abstract topographic concepts to physical reality in ways that conventional maps could not achieve. The relationship between military graffiti and subsequent battlefield archaeology creates interesting methodological challenges for historians. Unlike most archaeological evidence, which derives meaning primarily from location and association, trench graffiti contains explicit content with intended communication value. This combination of artifactual and textual characteristics requires interdisciplinary approaches, drawing from both archaeological technique and textual analysis. In the forest positions along the Finnish-Soviet border, where intense winter fighting characterized the Winter War of 1939 and 1940, an unusual category of commemorative graffiti developed. Finnish soldiers would create elaborate tableaux documenting successful ambushes or defensive actions, carving detailed representations of completed operations into trees or wooden structures near where they occurred. These tactical records, created by participants soon after events, provide unusually immediate documentation of small unit actions, often minimized in broader military histories. The practical challenge of nighttime navigation in trench systems led to the development of specialized luminous graffiti in many armies. Mixing available phosphorescent materials from equipment with improvised binding agents, soldiers would create directional markers visible in complete darkness, without revealing position to enemy observers. These functional applications of artistic technique represent important practical innovations developed through frontline necessity rather than official research programs. Along the successive defense lines established during the gradual Allied advance up the Italian peninsula through 1943 and 1944, archaeologists have documented interesting patterns of response and counter-response in the graffiti dialogue between retreating German forces and advancing Allied units. Initial German markings would often include dismissive or threatening messages to potential captors, which Allied troops would later annotate with triumphant or ironic responses. One can nearly hear these conversations across time, the psychological struggle conducted through walls and surfaces when direct communication remained impossible. The influence of combat intensity on graffiti production creates recognizable patterns that military archaeologists have documented across multiple theaters. Positions subject to frequent attack typically show concentrated bursts of artistic activity during lulls, suggesting psychological decompression through creative expression. Areas of consistent low-intensity conflict often display more elaborate but less emotionally charged work, developed over longer periods. These different patterns reveal how artistic expression adapted to varying stress conditions. You might almost feel the urgent release of accumulated tension through hurried creative activity during brief periods of relative safety, contrasted with the more measured pace of artistic development in quieter sectors. These different creative rhythms reflect the broader temporal patterns of frontline experience, the alternation between intensity and waiting that characterized so much of military service. Among the most historically valuable examples of World War II graffiti were the systematic documentation projects undertaken by certain units anticipating long-term deployment. Recognizing the historical significance of their situation, some commanders encouraged the formal recording of unit experiences through designated wall sections or specific structures preserved for that purpose. These semi-official chronicles, combining elements of military record-keeping with more personal expression, created particularly comprehensive accounts of specific campaigns. The relationship between trench graffiti and post-war commemoration practices reveals interesting patterns of institutional amnesia and recovery. Initially overlooked by official memorial efforts focused on more conventional monuments, the preservation of these spontaneous expressions gradually gained recognition as their historical value became apparent. This changing appreciation reflects broader shifts in historical methodology toward more inclusive understanding of primary sources beyond official documentation. In the defensive cave systems of Monte Cassino, where German forces maintained resistance against Allied advances during early 1944, archaeologists have documented an unusual concentration of religiously themed graffiti created by both sides. The proximity of the ancient Benedictine monastery, even after its destruction by Allied bombing, seems to have influenced the content of soldier expression regardless of nationality. This spiritual dimension, appearing in what was otherwise one of the most brutally contested battlefields of the Italian campaign, speaks to the complex psychological environment of this particular engagement. The technical sophistication of some trench graffiti challenges conventional distinctions between amateur and professional artistic production. Soldiers with pre-war training in architecture, fine arts or engineering sometimes created works of remarkable technical accomplishment under the most adverse conditions. These achievements, produced without formal recognition or institutional support, demonstrate how professional standards could be maintained, even when completely separated from their normal contexts. Along the forest paths used by resistance fighters throughout occupied Europe, where covert movement required specialized knowledge of terrain, a sophisticated system of navigational graffiti emerged. Unlike conventional maps that represent space from above, These route markers presented sequential instructions from the traveler's perspective, creating cognitive guides that worked with natural human wayfinding rather than requiring abstract spatial reasoning. One can nearly hear the careful explanations passed between resistance members, teaching novices to follow these subtle indicators through territory made dangerous by enemy presence. The influence of specific tactical doctrines on graffiti placement created identifiable patterns that varied between different national armies. German positions typically show clear separation between functional markings and personal expression. American locations demonstrate more random distribution without clear categorization. Soviet sites often reveal collective areas specifically designated for artistic activity. These different approaches to organizing even spontaneous expression reflect broader patterns of cultural approach to military structure. You might almost sense the institutional frameworks within which these seemingly personal expressions occurred, the way even individual creativity was shaped by national patterns of military organization and discipline. These subtle influences remind us that even the most personal expressions occur within cultural contexts that shape their form and meaning in ways not always visible to participants. Among the most historically significant forms of World War II graffiti were those created by civilians living under occupation. Hidden resistance symbols, covert tallies of enemy movements, and danger warnings disguised as innocent markings created parallel communication networks, invisible to occupation authorities, but legible to those who needed the information they contained. The courage required to create such communications under constant surveillance gives these everyday markings particular historical importance. The relationship between official propaganda and spontaneous expression created interesting dialogues, visible in the content of trench graffiti. Images and slogans from institutional messaging would be adapted, modified, or satirized in ways that revealed how frontline troops processed official narratives through the filter of direct experience. These transformations provide valuable insight into the effectiveness and reception of wartime communication strategies at their intended point of impact. In the maze-like ruins of contested urban areas, where house-to-house fighting characterized many of the most intense engagements of World War II, a specialized form of urban combat graffiti developed. Directional markers, threats indicating trapped areas, and cleared zone indicators helped maintaining fighting coherence in environments where normal visual references had been destroyed. These functional communications saved countless lives by preventing friendly fire incidents and warning of hidden dangers. The strategic placement of certain forms of graffiti suggests sophisticated understanding of psychological warfare principles, developing independently at the frontline level. Markings visible from enemy positions sometimes contain deliberate misinformation about unit identity or strength. Others were specifically designed to undermine morale through suggestions of superior capability or knowledge. These tactical applications demonstrate how graffiti could serve as an extension of combat operations beyond direct engagement. Along the dense network of tunnels beneath major battlefield positions, where specialized teams maintained communication and supply lines, despite surface bombardment, a distinctive form of subterranean graffiti emerged. Adapted to the peculiar sensory conditions of complete darkness periodically broken by limited artificial light, these markings emphasized tactile quality and high-contrast design over the more nuanced visual approach possible in better illuminated positions. One can nearly hear the echoing quality of voices in these confined spaces, the distinctive acoustic environment that shaped all aspects of tunnel experience, including its visual record. The influence of military veterinary units on graffiti content created a specialized category of animal-themed markings that offer valuable insight into the often overlooked role of working animals in World War II operations. Horses, mules, dogs, and carrier pigeons appear frequently in the artwork created by soldiers responsible for their care, documenting the close bonds formed between handlers and animals under combat conditions. These representations provide important supplementary evidence for understanding the continued significance of animal power, despite advancing mechanization. You might almost sense the particular affection conveyed in these drawings. The way working relationships between humans and animals provided rare opportunities for unguarded emotional connection within the otherwise hardened environment of military operation. The psychological importance of these relationships appears clearly in the care typically shown in their artistic representation. Among the most technically interesting examples of trench graffiti were the acoustic enhancement designs created in certain underground positions. By carefully carving specific patterns that affected sound reflection, soldiers with musical or engineering background could create spaces with improved acoustic properties for the performances that provided valuable entertainment during evening hours. These manipulations of physical environment for sensory purpose represents sophisticated understanding of architectural principles applied under the most challenging circumstances. The relationship between military graffiti and post-war testimonial literature creates interesting opportunities for historical verification. Personal accounts written years or decades after events can sometimes be confirmed or challenged by the contemporary record preserved in trench markings, providing valuable cross-referencing between different forms of historical evidence. This methodological triangulation helps establish more reliable understanding of events, otherwise documented only through memory. In the temporary field hospitals behind combat zones, a distinctive type of convalescent graffiti emerged. Wounded soldiers, during their recovery, would create detailed records of their combat experience or unit history, preserving memories while processing traumatic events. Medical staff sometimes encouraged these activities as therapeutic, recognizing their value in psychological recovery. The unusually reflective quality of these works, created during enforced inactivity, contrasts with the more immediate expressions typical of frontline positions. The technical limitations imposed by available materials led to the development of specialized graffiti techniques adapted to frontline conditions. Methods for stabilizing sandy surfaces, approaches to marking water-resistant coatings, and techniques for creating durable pigments from available substances all evolved through practical experimentation. These innovations, developed through necessity rather than formal research, demonstrate the persistent human capacity for technical adaptation under constraint. Along the extended supply lines that supported military operations across global distances, transport troops developed distinctive traditions of vehicular graffiti. Ships, aircraft, trucks, and railway cars would be personalized with names, artwork, and tallies of missions completed. These mobile canvases created visible records of service that connected rear echelon troops to the forward units they supported. One can nearly hear the explanations of these markings offered to questioning passengers, the stories behind specific images or phrases that accumulated during months or years of service. The influence of aerial warfare on trench graffiti content becomes increasingly apparent as World War II progressed. References to aircraft, both as threat and protection, appear with growing frequency in later war markings. This changing focus reflects the increasing dominance of air power over battlefield outcomes, a strategic reality experienced directly by ground forces before it was fully incorporated into official military doctrine. You might almost sense the upward attention described by veterans of late war campaigns, the constant awareness of aerial threat or support that shaped all aspects of ground operations. This psychological orientation, literally changing where soldiers directed their attention, manifests visibly in the increasing appearance of aviation themes in ground force graffiti. Among the most historically significant examples of World War II graffiti were the clock faces created in long-term defensive positions. These specialized timepieces, often incorporating local astronomy to maintain accuracy, helped preserve connection to standard time when the disorienting cycles of combat destroyed normal temporal perception. The psychological importance of these chronological anchors appears in the unusual care typically devoted to their creation and maintenance, even under difficult conditions. The relationship between military graffiti and later civilian reconstruction created interesting archaeological challenges in post-war Europe. As damaged areas were rebuilt, much frontline artwork was lost under new construction or deliberate removal. What survived tended to be in more remote areas or positions that remained militarily sensitive during the Cold War era, creating geographical bias in the preserved record that historians must acknowledge when drawing broader conclusions. In the forest defensive positions along the Ardennes front, where American forces faced the unexpected German offensive in December 1944, a distinctive form of battle narrative graffiti emerged during the confused fighting. Soldiers would record brief tactical observations on available surfaces, creating impromptu intelligence for unknown comrades who might pass through later. These practical communications, made without expectation of preservation, provide unusually immediate documentation of battlefield conditions often lost in more formal after-action reports. The strategic importance of specific defensive positions directly influenced the nature and placement of their graffiti in ways that created recognizable patterns across different theaters of World War II. Critical locations typically show clear separation between operational markings and personal expression, while secondary positions demonstrate more random distribution. This organizational difference reflects the increased discipline generally maintained at strategically vital points. Along the heavily contested coastlines of the Pacific Island campaigns, where Japanese and American forces engaged in some of the most intense fighting of World War II, archaeologists have documented interesting patterns of response and counter-response in successive layers of position marking. Initial Japanese defensive preparations would be annotated by American forces after capture, creating visible records of tactical assessment and adaptation. One can nearly hear the professional military evaluations contained in these markings, as each side learned from the other's engineering choices. The influence of specific combat experiences on graffiti content allows military historians to identify psychological turning points that might not be obvious from official documentation. The marked shift in tone following the Battle of Stalingrad, for instance, reveals the profound impact of this strategic defeat on German morale, long before official records acknowledged the changing tide of the war. These real-time emotional responses provide valuable counterpoint to the necessarily more measured analysis of formal military history. You might almost sense the collective psychological shifts preserved in these markings, the way strategic developments manifested in thousands of individual expressions whose aggregate pattern reveals broader currents of morale. This emotional dimension of military history, often minimized in strategic analysis, remains accessible through the spontaneous record of trench graffiti. Thus concludes our exploration of the secret language of trench graffiti from World War II, a subject that reminds us how even in the most difficult circumstances, human creativity and expression find their voice. In the quiet markings, left on walls long silent, we hear echoes of experiences both universal and deeply personal, preserved through time as testament to the enduring human spirit.